Hi, everybody. Woo! We got the show on the road, y'all. We will be here soon with some epicness. Window capture. Boom. Somebody told me to give my dog kibble with water in it. And I was like, you sure? And I poured a little bit of water in it. And here he goes. Shout out at the beginning of the night. Let's shout out to all of our members. We have 7 members in our members only club right now. We have Big Bag of Pop 420 from 4 days ago, and he has gifted us a bunch of different memberships here. Castello Caesar 47, Louis Decor, I'm Too Good 2136, Debbie Kelly 9968, Mad Scorpion X975, Teddy Bear 32P. I drop a exclusive YouTube short every single day for members. $3 a month. It gets you a different cool little logo whenever you do a comment in our live streams, and also exclusive access to those member-only YouTube shorts that are available every day. Today's YouTube short was the verdict in the Asmongold Sneeko debacle, in which Asmongold defeated Sneeko, and Sneeko tried to gotcha Pierce Morgan him about a photo that was AI enhanced, and Asmongold tells us how it is. So if you want to see that exclusive outcome reel, you can check that out. If you want to see what the buzz between Asmongold and Sneeko and that feud around Iran is, you can check out the reel that's public for everybody, and you can also hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. When you hit the like button, you are sending someone else into our virtual dome of political madness, okay? And I need to make sure that I'm setting everything up correctly, which the first thing on the board is putting out our poll on the night. Our poll from yesterday's archive stream was, should we have shut down the world or nah? And 50% of you said there's no reason we should have shut down the world in 2020. There are 50% of us that believe that we should not have shut down the world in 2020. And so with that, we are getting closer and closer. Hi, Big Bag of Pot. Good morning. Say hi. Speaking of Asmund, I feel like you could be similar to Asmund. Yeah, I really appreciate that. I definitely love Asmongold. Asmongold's one of the only high up there content creators right now actually fucking commenting a little bit of sanity to all of this madness. I already got 4 of you in the chat. Watch it all the way through from the madness of the beginning. We'll get with it in 1 second here. I just want to set up our poll of the evening, which you guys should all come and check out. And that poll is going to be, as it has been for the last 5 days, day 6 of the war. Do you support the war on Iran? Yes, no, what? Or it's alright, but come on. What's next? It's alright, but come on. Cuba? There we go. And our first poll of the evening is live. You have 4 options for that first poll that goes until 10 p.m., our first 3 hours of the night. And that poll is, do you support the war on Iran? Yes, no, what? Or it's all right, but come on. Cuba? We have 100% right now voting in favor of yes. 100% voting in favor to support the war still. We are 6 days in, and we still have a 100% support system right now. But as we saw last night, it was 48-48 on day 5, and we had to do a runoff for our second poll of the evening, in which that runoff is when, I'm going to move myself over, I'm realizing I'm a little off-center here, in which that runoff, we found out that I believe 59% of us said yes, we support the war on day 5 for a final verdict. Let's check in now with Mr. Daddy Trump as he celebrates with the soccer team of the United States Inter Miami FC, I believe. They won the MLS championship in November of last year, but I'm guessing the press roll on for the MLS is a little different than most major sports. Instead of doing a victory press tour for champions, I think they send the championship team from last year around for victory the year following. So it might be a little weird, but at the same time, MLS just started back up. I believe the Austin FC, which is across the street from me, is 1-1-0. So we went into the playoffs, got our ass handed to us. I'm gonna set up our chat for reads and everything in a second here. Let's go, Daddy Trump.
It's great to be here, champions. We like champions. We like winners, and we got a lot of them here today. Too many to introduce. A lot of them are political champions, and we don't care about them today, right? Right, Duffy? But we have, most importantly, wonderful people that love our country. And before we begin, I think I will say a few words about what's going on with...
Yo! Back on the chat right now. Good evening to the 3 other viewers. Well, for now, and we have our first gift subscription of the evening. Another person received Call Me Corey 5672 gets that new gift subscription from Big Bag of Pop 420. He's our only gift giver of subscriptions, our first subscriber. $3 a month gets you an exclusive YouTube short every single day on our members only. Today we saw Asmongold go fighting pro-America against Sneeko. And Asmongold, if you see him on YouTube, if you've seen his pro-war stance, all that stuff, he nails Sneeko. Everyone can go and check out that short right now on my profile. Make sure to subscribe, hit that like button. But if you're a member for $3 a month, you get the exclusive access to the verdict of that feud when Asmongold calls out the complaints by Sneeko directly against him. And now, here we are with Daddy Trump celebrating the Miami soccer team, but we know what this really is about. World War Iran. Also, big update, guys. I will repeat it probably a few times throughout the evening. Where did you get that hat? I got this hat actually on Super Bowl weekend when Tom Brady won with the Buccaneers at Raymond James Stadium. Good evening. Like, where did, what you see, show your, likes. Oh, yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Let's put that pin on the top. Let's have a good conversation, guys. Let's keep it going. And you know something that's interesting as we kind of see the fall in and see if people fall into our stream right now. I started doing an archival stream right after this stream is over, where I just stream whatever is like the most like important or interesting like historical thing that happened on that day. So our first stream for that was a COVID, the day that they passed the COVID bill to like shut down the government on May 5th, 2020. And I just ran that as a stream during the middle of the day, and it only got 24% retention per viewer, but I was fed to double the amount of accounts as I was fed to on this stream last night, live with you guys, interacting, having conversations. Also, looking at that stream, we only had 100 comments because obviously it's just a repeat stream active during the day to check out and browse at your convenience. But we had over 1,000 chats yesterday in our smallest body boat for the live stream show itself. So it's like, I'm trying to figure out these algorithms, especially with the virtual or the vertical formats. The vertical formats are my thing. I've been talking to Rumble. We're trying to make sure that we can get ourselves like on an exclusive patch on Rumble for all of the mobile devices over on there. And we're also we're hoping really hard to start getting a little bit more of a push on X, because that comes up on a vertical live stream for us as well right now. And the other one, what was the other one that we were looking at? There was one other one that we're trying to figure out. Oh, TikTok. I'm posting videos on TikTok. So, real Alex Wagner over on TikTok. If you're on TikTok, follow me on TikTok, because if we get 1,000 subscribers over there, I am not botting, not playing these games. We're all about authenticity. I've been doing this for 17 years. Partner for 15 on YouTube. If it's not going to work out for me, it's not going to work out for me. But we are seeing a little bit of a bump in an audience. Hi, Michael Wilson. Welcome tonight. And I just wanted to let you guys know that are tuning in, watching us every night, having these conversations, doing all this awesomeness with me. Something you can do is just bump over to TikTok, follow me, or hit the subscribe button, hit that like button, all those kinds of things. Gift a membership. That's also a thing. We're going to build a really cool membership thing here now. We got like 8 members now. We get that exclusive YouTube short every single day. And yeah, it's just we're gonna continue to grow from here, but also expand onto other platforms to make sure that, we don't just disappear into the night. And everything with me is Alex R. Wagner, or real Alex Wagner. So that, I hate TikTok as well. And, TikTok already banned one of my reels just because I commented on Nick Fuentes, even though I was saying a negative thing against him. Said I was hate speech just by showing a clip of him. So they don't even understand how to censor in their own direction. But I'm trying to get that 1,000 followers over on TikTok, because they are the only other true live vertical platform where you can do the same thing that we're doing here, where we're doing this verticals. But it was just interesting to me that just showing the repeat of Congress. There was only ever 100 people in the room during the repeat, which was the lowest total cap I've had on anything. But it was annoying to me that even though the duration was 24 seconds per viewer, and there was only 100 comments in the full 12 hours, they fed it to over 20,000 people, where they fed this stream last night, where we have these awesome, cool conversations and awesome show. They fed that over the 8 hours to only 11,000. So I'm like, all right, are algorithms real, or do I gotta fucking start botting? Just watched the whole thing on botting on fucking the end of Asmongold's stream. That was sad times, because it saw him and a bunch of other creators being like, oh, you can't bot because authenticity will always win. But they also all proved that botting was actually helping people move forward and all this bullshit. So we'll continue to not bot, and we'll continue to see what happens here. I just don't get on TikTok much. Fuck Fuentes. Yes, absolutely, especially right now. And yeah, here we go. Daddy Trump back at it.
Respect to our operation in the country of Iran. The United States military, together with the wonderful Israeli partners, continues to totally demolish the enemy far ahead of schedule, and at levels that people have never seen before, actually. We're destroying more of Iran's missiles and drone capability every single hour.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. I didn't tell you guys yet. Victory is ours. If you're watching this show every day, wow. You saw the whole transition. Are you ready for this? CIA plant. Absolutely. You ready for this thing? You ready for this thing? Oh my God. The first day that we covered Iranian state propaganda, they had that little talk show, and then the guy had to wear a pencil necklace, and I was like, they're squirming. Then the next time we checked out on live on Iranian propaganda television, it was like North Korea. They were playing a repeat. And then I wake up this morning to find out the United States government struck a building in Iran, and it was presstv.ir. Iranian state media was destroyed last night by the American soldiers. So we will not be tuning into that station any longer. I actually did double check it. It is completely offline 100%. So we blew up the channel that we were watching to see the Iranian side of this. So if you don't know who's winning the war right now, pretty obvious now. I didn't think that they got him. I don't think he was originally a plan. Yeah, he wasn't originally a plan. I think Fuentes just needs to stay on an anti-Trump stance, because Trump did oust him. Cancel culture wise. He was I had a meeting with Kanye. I didn't talk to Fuentes. That would piss me off too. I would have the vendetta too. But the shit he's spewing, it's just nonsense, and it's just that it now feels inauthentic, because the number one thing that we care about here is what? authenticity, which is why we love Donald Trump for the most part here. Daddy Trump!
Knocking him out like nobody thought was possible. As soon as they set off a missile, within 4 minutes, the launcher gets hit. They don't know what's happening. But we have the greatest military anywhere in the world. Their Navy is gone. 24 ships in 3 days.
62% are supportive of new beachfront property coming soon. Fucking facts.
That's a lot of ships. Their anti-aircraft weapons are gone. So they have no Air Force. They have no air defense. All of their airplanes are gone. Their communications are gone. Missiles are gone. Launches are gone. About 60% and 64% respectively. Other than that, they're doing quite well. I said, what's left? But they're tough, and they want to fight.
Right.
And they're calling. They're saying, how do we make a deal? I said, you're being a little bit late. And
Oh yeah, I can see Trump legitimately not knowing who he was, but it also like create your own supervillain moment, you know.
and we want to fight now more than they do. We've had 47 years, depending on the way you count it, but 47 years of horror with this group. And, you know, when you see somebody walking down the street without their legs, without the arms, whose face is so badly affected and hurt, it mostly came from 95% Soleimani,
Probably
and Iran.
300.
And
300.
Other presidents lived with it. I didn't live with it. And so our people are doing a great job. Again, the greatest military anyone's seen. Thank you. Thank you very much. And yesterday, my administration announced decisive action to help keep down the oil prices, including offering political risk
Going
insurance
arc for real right now.
tankers transiting into the Gulf, as you know, pretty dangerous territory. Further action to reduce pressure on oil is imminent, and the oil seems to have pretty much stabilized. We had it very low, but I had to take this little detour, if it's okay with everybody. Scott, it's okay with you? Scott's the one who has to put up with it. He said, you have to do this now? I said, I have to do it, Scott, right? But it's been very strong, and everybody, including Scott, everybody feels we had really no choice. They were going to hit us if we didn't hit them, because they're crazy. And in the
crazy.
long term,
he's trying to get that to be his new catchphrase thing. He's like, every time that he pauses because they're crazy. It only worked the one time because it was like so genuine. You can't artificially manufacture the crazy clip.
the actions we're taking will dramatically increase the stability of the region and oil prices, and stock markets, and everything else. You know, we set the all-time record in history with the Dow going to 50,000. So Dow is at 50,000. It was supposed to be maybe, if we were lucky, within by the end of my presidency in 4 years, and we did it in my first year. We did the S&P 500. We did that in a period of less than a year, and that was even tougher than the Dow, they said, so it wasn't going to happen. But we have a great country. We have a country that's never done this well. We've had tremendous success in so many different ways. I built the military.
If you're jumping in right now, make sure you're hitting that like button. If you hit that like button, you spawn in people of all different political perspectives and persuasions. We got our first poll of the night that goes, we got about 2.5 hours left of it. We will be checking in 4 minutes on our poll. Our first poll of the evening is, do you support the Iranian war or not? This is geopolitical big time. If this economically grows soon, interest rates drop, midterms hold Republican. Yeah, you just got to continue to blow up Iranian state media and keep it rolling, and we might be able to hold on to this whole thing. It is true that only has 60 days to do this before Congress says he has to declare war, a Dem told me today. Yeah, but also, as we will look later on today, when I see in the ticker, it says Congress votes for war in Iran. When you put it on the table that you want to vote against the war, and you only get 50 votes out of 500 and something, it's pretty hilarious, and it allows people like me and others to just spin it and go, well, that means there's a lot more support for the war than you're saying there is, doesn't there? Me and Lindsey Graham are on the same team, at least for the first 60 days. Then might, heel turn quick. Heel turn quick. Boost. We'll see. Russia starts fighting us or something and beating us or something, that would be different. But right now, it's we're fighting a bunch of armies from the 80s, and it's everybody's look at this AI bomb, look at this AI video, look at this AI poster. And I'm like, guys, all right, there's no war against us. We're just liberating fucking the world. Yeah.
And rebuilt it in my first term, and we're using it more than I'd like to use it, to be honest with you. But when we used it, we found out it certainly did work. When we look at Venezuela, when we look at the first attack, Midnight Hammer, in Iran, which really set the stage for what we're doing right now. It's been pretty amazing. And I'm once again calling on all members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, the military, and
if you don't know how to tap that like button, you just double tap the screen. Double tap the screen gives us that like button.
The police to lay down their arms. They're only going to be killed. And now is the time to stand up for the Iranian people and help take back your country. You're going to have a chance after all these years to take back your country. Accept immunity. We'll give you immunity. And we'll be giving you...
Sort of. They gave him they're giving him 60 days to declare war, but again, they put a bill on the floor today that basically was we want to stop the war, and 500 people said they don't want to stop the war. So, and 50 people said they want to stop the war. So it didn't pass, so nothing passed, and pretty soon, what I'm saying about the 60 days is there's a 60-day window of relief, which is after 60 days, there's a lot of other shit that can happen, just mind-wise and psychologically, and now it's longer, all kinds of stuff.
Really
There's also a few legal things.
Because that's what it is. So you'll be...
How about the divider for friends?
Perfectly safe with total immunity, or you'll face absolutely guaranteed death. And I don't want to see that. They don't want to see it either. We also urge Iranian diplomats around the world to request asylum and to help us shape a new and better Iran with great
no
potential.
Ground troops is the key.
Great potential, is much
absolutely
better future for Iran. It's now beginning. It's going to be, I think, a great future, and the United States will ensure that whoever leads the country next, Iran will not threaten America or its neighbors, Israel, anybody. If you look at what happened, they had missiles aimed at all of these other countries, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, many others, that weren't really involved very much, and they had missiles aimed. Well, they were aimed there long before this ever started. They were going after the entire Middle East, and then we came along.
Imagine being a soccer team standing behind him when he's doing this. Guys, there's a soccer team behind him. They won a soccer championship in America. He's like, all right, talk about soccer afterwards. Super Gooner? I like Super Gooner. Let's give him.
Blew up their party. So we have phenomenal people. I want to thank all of the people that have been involved. Marco, you've been doing a fantastic job. And you've been doing a fantastic job on a place called Cuba.
Miami is a championship.
And A-Rod came in before. I said, hey, do you want to come up to a little award? He's gone to plenty of award ceremonies. Thank you, A-Rod. Big fan. But what's happening with Cuba is amazing. And we think that
Kurds are there.
we want to finish this one first. But that will be just a question of time before you.
I will say that is my choice. That is my choice, is the Kurd revolution. Because if you don't do the Kurd revolution, if you come in and you try to put a fucking Persian monarch in there, we just have Argo all over again. We just have a revulsion all over again. Soccer team is hilarious. I know. There's just a fucking soccer team infiltrating this world event. being played all over the world. What is Donald Trump, the president of the United States, going to say about the war? Fucking at a press conference for soccer team.
And a lot of unbelievable people are going to be going back to Cuba, hopefully not to stay. We want you back, and we don't want to lose you. We don't want to make it so nice that they stay. But some people probably do want to stay. They love Cuba so much. I hear it all the time. That was another one that wasn't supposed to happen. Venezuela is going great. It's been stabilized. We have a wonderful person as your president-elect, Delcy Rodriguez, and she and her staff have been doing a fantastic job working with us. We're taking out hundreds of millions of barrels of oil, and it's going to Houston and various other places where it's being refined, and we're sending them back far more money than they've made in many years, and actually very shortly it'll be more money than they've ever made. And Venezuela is working. So we've had a lot of countries in places that truly love.
I haven't seen any Iranian tanks or group troops. They're not sure how it unfolds with the Kurds. I feel like the Iranian military is actually going to fold into a bunch of guerrilla units. You'll see a lot of stuff like you see in like Africa and like Sudan and stuff. They're just going to kind of sell off weapons or choose leaders and keep militant groups. But again, the Iranian state military like building, like the building that housed the show that we were watching that was their side of the news, the Iranian state television, it's been blown up. It's gone. So we don't have anything left to even see it from their side on a propaganda level. So it's not like we're dealing with a nation state anymore. Like, you know, we saw them declare the new Ayatollah as the second son of Khamenei, but that is the religious sect of Iran. So those people might be backed by the Iranian military's stuff, since it's the son, or there might be a military unit that turns into a third party, or the clerics, which is, you know, the Ayatollah. Those people might stay out of it, and if the military people win the war against the Kurds, then they take power. The Kurds could be being backed by the CIA, America, Israel, any of that shit. And if they win, they could give power to a monarch and to the Persian Empire. So like, there's all these weird like powers and plays on the ground versus like who ends up getting put in there. I just hope to God that America, that we're learning our lesson, because that's what I'm standing by. That's what Asmongold, that's what everybody else is standing by, is that we're not going to go in there and try to prop up somebody. We're not going to try to put the Persian Empire in there. We're going to let the Kurds do their thing. We're not really paying them off. We'll see. Question, does anyone feel like Kristi Noem is a scapegoat? Yeah, I mean, we'll get to it, but yeah, I think she might be a little bit of one. But again, if people get shot on your watch, I mean, there's a lot of chaos with ICE. And I'm very shocked that it took them this long to pull her down and then give her fake promotion and all that weird shit that they did, so that everybody on Fox News is like, she didn't get fired, she got promoted, and then here's this guy now doing hers. It's just like all a weird mess that I don't really like. I wish you would have just had the balls to fire her the second that the first person was shot, because I don't think that we would have had the second person shot then. Because there would have been like a reestablishment of the rules of the road and the game, and we would have been more aggressive and clean and safe. Instead, we just kept letting the same madness take place day after day after day for weeks, then slowly pulled out, then slowly fire her. Need internet so Iranian people can talk to the world. Where's Elon Musk? Starlink is working. There's one one journalist source that they have polled. That reminds me, this is a good time to give us a war update. Mo News on Instagram. Mosheh is the handle. Mo News. These are the best. He is the best. Executive winning, former executive producer of CBS, Fox, and Bloomberg News. He left, went on his own. He is the best for covering war. I don't know about other stuff. I just know he's the best for covering war. She's my ex-governor now. Okay, so here we go. Let's check it out. So this is the news updates for the last 24 hours on the war. The cartels have put show of... Okay, we already saw that yesterday. That was yesterday. That was yesterday. Get that in already. Okay. No. Another impact of war, fertilizer and food supplies are on the rise now. Signs Iranian soldiers, police officers are not showing up for duty. U.S. Israel destroy remaining missile capacity. Iran's political leaders is in turmoil with the next supreme leader. Soleimani's son is one of the rumored candidates, also marked for assassination. General Kane said the Iranian ballistic missiles launched were down 86% from the first day of the war and 23% of fall between March 3rd and March 4th alone. So a 23% reduction in their ballistic missile integrity. Drone attacks, he added, were down 73%. Tehran's remaining stockpile of thousands of medium and short-range missiles remains in underground bases where locations are mostly known to the U.S. and Israel militants. Iran made a mistake of housing their missiles in so-called bunkers called missile cities. Most importantly, perhaps, Israel's intelligence sources suggest that there are signs of an Iranian soldiers, police officers, and IRGC members failing to show up for duty. She is nice to look at. Wrong job for her. She's a little out of her league. The U.S. Navy futuristic $8 billion stealth battleship slips out of a port with brand new March 5th hypersonic weapons canisters. What's that from? Update on KIAs. Okay. What is KIAs? I don't know if I know what that is. Almost all of the dozens of Iranian missile bases are underground but have above ground buildings, roads, and entrances that make it possible to identify them from satellite photos. According to analysts, the Pentagon and Israel's military have spent years locating every facility. U.S. air attacks appear to focus on bases in southern Iran, while Israel's warplanes are mostly striking facilities in the north. Tehran decentralized authority for firing missiles to prevent U.S. and Israel strikes on its military and political leadership from crippling its ability to respond. Iran's commanders have said they can quickly replace the destroyed missiles by building more, though adding additional launchers is more difficult. Anthropic's AI tool Claude sent to U.S. campaign in Iran despite Pentagon banning it last week. In order to strike a blistering 1,000 targets in the first 24 hours of its attack on Iran, the U.S. military leveraged the most advanced AI it's ever used in warfare. It is a tool and could be difficult for the Pentagon to give up, even as it severs ties with Anthropic, the company that created it. Okay, I told you, remember I said there was going to be a new technology comes out of this with AI, and I told you it wasn't going to take very long. This is going to be a very, very fast war, but it's essentially a war ramped up that's completely like a world war. We're going to liberate Cuba and everything else, and then we're just going to get the fuck out in like 3 seconds. Got some kind of Anthropic AI weapon we're using here. The military Marvin Smart system, which is built by data mining company Palantir, is generating insights from the astonishing amount of classified data from satellite surveillance and other intelligences, helping provide real-time targeting and target prioritization to military operations in Iran. Embedded into a system is Anthropic's AI tool Claude, a technology that was banned by the Pentagon last week after heated negotiations over the terms of use in its war. Anthropic was trying to limit how the Pentagon could use the tool for warfare, and the Pentagon declined and continued to use the weapon without authorization. So right now they're gonna get sued. They're gonna get sued by Anthropic, and Anthropic is like, we didn't do this. Oh, here's the statement from Anthropic now. Anthropic is again. So Anthropic had the atom bomb. Everybody, Anthropic had the atom bomb. We're already at this level of warfare. We're already this close into the war. This is pretty crazy. The 10 hours ago statement from Anthropic. As planned for potential strikes in Iran got underway, an AI system combined Maven with Claude model helped generate hundreds of targets, provide precise coordinates, and rank them by priority. According to people familiar with the effort, officials say the technology has sped up operations, turning weeks of battling, planning, and counter-striking all into a matter of minutes. Weeks into minutes, people. Weeks into minutes. Claude had previously been used to counter terror plots and assist in a raid that captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, but this marks the first time it has been used in a major war operation. Despite the role, the Trump administration recently ordered federal agencies to phase out Anthropic's tools within 6 months amid disputes over surveillance and autonomous weapons. Notably, the U.S. and Arab states looking to cheap Iranian tech to help stop Ukrainian tech to help stop Iranian drones. Putin has been attacking Ukrainian cities with Iranian drones for several years now. Following the January 2026 sea trials, U.S. Zumwalt has successfully integrated the conventional prompt strike system featuring 4 87-inch diameter launch tubes capable of, damn, that's crazy. Ukraine right now, beware, just so you guys know, Britney Spears was arrested, DUI. Okay. Trump, oh no, we already got that, that's that, okay, that's that, 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 that's that. Oh, people are saying that Marco Rubio is very relieved that he chose Markwayne Mullin when he was. Apparently Marco Rubio was the second choice for the DHS Secretary, and they're saying like, "Wow, thank God that Marco Rubio didn't take that." That I think so too. Marco Rubio's not doing good in that. A lot of impact of the war that aren't in the headlines right now. My husband trades Euro fertilizer and has many ships stuck in the Middle East. We live in Minnesota and he works for CHS, Scenic Harvest States. So this all will have a huge impact on Midwestern farmers who rely heavily on Euro for their farms. They won't be getting it when they need it for planting, and they need it by spring. So basically, they're saying that we're not going to get the fertilizers that we need to be able to continue to fertilize farms in America potentially. Again, these are long-term effects. Again, we just heard about the AI weapon. This shit's going to be over in fucking 5 minutes. There's more about that. Trump slams Tucker Carlson after commenter calls Iran discussion operations the Jew war. Yeah, I saw the Jew war video. I still haven't watched the Tucker Carlson Jew war video. It's like an hour and a half long, but I'm not really on that train yet. I don't know if I'm ready to watch that yet. What was that last thing? I think last thing was about Kelemani's son. Was that right? One second. I think that might be it though. Just had a great convo with an Iranian American journalist. Yeah. Okay. So now you got the media in America is trying to find Iranian journalists to do the propaganda for Iran because apparently Iranian state media wasn't doing a good job.
You would say football. I would say
God
soccer.
bless Trump.
But these are all countries that love football / soccer.
Ben Gordon
and
Airport.
so I think the group likes it. And if you'd like, you could sit. I know I'm a very exciting speaker, but you can sit down if you'd like, okay? I'm looking at everybody standing. I'm saying, let's sit down. Because we're here to honor these great champions, and we want to take our time, right? Let's get to the reason that we're here, and it's a beautiful reason because we're honoring truly talented people. Today we're thrilled to host the 2025 MLS Cup champions, Inter Miami. Great job.
He didn't know if it was MLS or if it was one word, so he's like MLS. Yeah, drop a comment, hit that like button, spawn somebody in for that poll. Oh, we should check in on our poll. Let's see where our poll is. Here we go, guys, right now. Oh man, it's heating up. 71 votes. 71 votes. Do you support the war in Iran? 49% yes. 44% no. 6% what? Not a single person cares enough about Cuba to give Cuba their vote. That is sad, people. Somebody give Cuba a vote. And remember to drop in on our poll. We will drop in on our poll every half an hour. Right now, we're going to do it at the end of this hour. That's the end of this hour. So we'll drop back in, and then this around 9. This poll will end at 10. So about 2 hours and 20 minutes left of the poll. And here we go. Back to Daddy Trump.
And it's my distinct privilege to say what no American president has ever had the chance to say before. Welcome to the White House.
Why do you people support Trump still? He said weird shit about his daughter. I mean, he did say weird shit about his daughter, but like, I'm just living in reality, man. I'm not trying to, I don't. Is that what you do in life? Anybody who says anything weird, you're like, I'm never going to speak to that person. That person is my all-time enemy. I'm going to obsess over them and watch anything that's about them and be like, I hate them. It's called Trump derangement syndrome for a reason, man. I really do believe it is a thing. Iran reserves hypersonic ace and claims of untapped advanced weapons. Yeah. I don't know how much I believe that.
Lionel Messi is, my son said, Dad, you know who's going to be there today? I said, no. I got a lot of things going on. He said, Messi. I said, really? He's a big fan. He's a big fan of yours. He thinks you're just a great person, and I think you got to meet a little while. So he's a big soccer fan, but he's a tremendous fan of yours. And a gentleman named Ronaldo.
Ronaldo.
We have, Cristiano is great. You're great to play some big champions, some great athletes in that sport, and people that really love what they're doing, and they're doing it well. And it's an honor for us and everybody at the White House to be honoring you today. So congratulations as well to co-owners Jorge and Jose Mas.
Jose Mas.
Who came?
Then he stopped, and then he did it again, and he was like, just Mas. He's reading shit just like I read it. He just skips the hard part and just goes for the easy.
From Cuba, right? Originally from Cuba? Huh? Your parents came? You're going to go back, huh? Yeah. It's going to be, and you won't need my approval. You just fly back in when I can just see that. It's going to be a great day, right? We're going to celebrate that separately. I just want to wait a couple of weeks. I wanted to wait a couple of weeks, but we'll be together again soon, I suspect, celebrating what's going on.
That's what I mean. Like everything, all these headlines, it's like it's people thinking that this shit's gonna last more than a fucking day. Trump keeps on winning. Yes, he
Cuba,
does.
They want to make a deal so badly, you have no idea.
That weapon seals
as well
the deal,
as head
guys.
coach, who I
This
hear
shit's
is a
gonna be done in a
phenomenal
day. They don't even have a news station anymore.
Javier Mascherano. Where's the coach? I've heard he's a great coach. Well, anybody who wins is a good coach in my book, but I heard you're a hell of a coach. And all of the tremendous players that are just amazing. We're also grateful to be joined by the MLS Commissioner, Don Garber. Don, wherever you're, Don. Stand up, Don. Good job. Good job. As well as proud Miami sports fan, Secretary of State. I'm telling you, he's going to go down as the best Secretary of State in the country's history.
Good spot.
Marco Rubio. I don't want him to get too popular. It's true. I don't want him to get too popular. You know, when they get too popular, all of a sudden you see, where's Marco? He's not around anymore. I don't see him. He's doing some job, and your next one is going to be, we want to do that special Cuba. He's waiting, but he says, let's get this one finished first. We could do them all at the same time, but bad things happen. If you watch countries over the years, you do them all too fast, bad things happen. We're not going to let anything bad happen to this country.
That's a weird statement. It's like literally comparing it to World War II, Nazi Germany, being like, when you liberate everybody all at once, bad things happen. So we're not going to let... But why are you... Don't equate this to Nazi Germany. Don't do that.
Also with us are Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's a terrific person and fan. And she's proving how tough she is, and I think the next 3 years she's going to really prove it, right? Huh? Like these people. Secretary Scott Bessent, Lori Chavez DeRima, and Sean Duffy. Thank you, everybody. What a great team. And U.S. Trade Representative, who's done incredible deals, unbelievable, Jamison Greer. Thank you, Jamison Greer. And our country has never been bigger, better, richer, or stronger, and the deals we're making are unbelievable. And a lot of it's because of the tariffs, and a lot of it's because of...
If you're jumping in right now, make sure you hit that like button. You can spawn in people from all different political persuasions to get that poll going. We are looking at if we support the war or not. We will reveal the results at 10 p.m. of that first poll of the evening.
Everything else, we had a little complicated factor with tariffs the other day with the Supreme Court. They did the wrong thing, but it didn't make any difference because we have another way of doing it. They always have to make it the hard way. Do you know about that? You always have to... Is it like that? It's always got to be the difficult way, right? Little bit. Huh? Makes you work harder, right? Absolutely. But we're doing great. Our country is doing incredibly well. It's never done like this. It's, I was with the King of Saudi Arabia. He said, a year and a half ago, we thought your country was dead, would never come back. And now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world, which was sort of cool. I'll relate that story. But many leaders say the same thing. We have the hottest country anywhere in the world. 2025 was the record-shattering season for Inter Miami beginning last summer at the historic FIFA Club World Cup, hosted for the first time right here in the USA. So exciting. I shouldn't say this because you'll say I'm old, but I watched Pelé play. He played for the Cosmos. You know that? And Steve Ross was a great friend. I don't know how many people remember Steve. He was a legendary businessman. He really started cable and cable TV. He was way ahead of time and ultimately passed away tragically. But he started the Cosmos team and he wanted to get some good players. So he started with Pelé. I don't know, you may be better than Pelé. Pelé was pretty good. Who's better, him or Pelé?
Messi.
Trump said, I see you, did.
I agree. I think he is. But he was pretty good, right? Pelé was pretty good. But it was very exciting, and I went to the games. I'd go every once in a while, but soccer just didn't catch on. And then when Steve...
Definitely not as good as his second term right now. I mean, the first one, there was a lot of seeing what the system was, but the second one, man, talk about getting to work. We're only a year and something in.
Ill, it sort of went away. And then it came back, and now it's just turning out to be amazing how it's coming back in this country. But the Cosmos were a very hot team, playing with other teams that weren't so good. But I got to watch Pelé play, and he was something too. In the June group stage of that tournament, these players went toe-to-toe with some of the best teams anywhere in the world. You tied Egypt's best club, supposed to be an unbelievable, talented club, with a gutsy performance from veteran goalie Oscar Ostari, who played a great game. Then you tied the top Brazilian club, wow, thanks to a brilliant goal from one of the greatest strikers of all time, Luis Suarez. Was he? These are good-looking people. Marco, I don't like good-looking men. You don't feel so good about yourself standing up here. Good-looking people. In the 65th minute, Louis gathered the ball around midfield and turned for a vintage solo run, dribbling through the defense, driving past defenders like few people have ever seen before, cutting to his left, hammering home a goal that secured Miami's place in the next round. But no match in the 2025 FIFA Club World Cup was more important than the match against FC Porto. Porto took an early lead, but you came back strong in the 54th minute, tied 1-1. Leo lined up for one of his iconic free kicks. He struck the ball decisively, bending it over the wall and beating the keeper with a sensational left hook. Would I be able to do that if I practiced? He said, no, I think he's right, my friend. Great. In that moment, you sealed a truly historic Inter-Miami victory, becoming the first club from North America ever to beat a European club in official competition. Unbelievable. You know, I have to just interject. So, over the years, I love sports, and I've watched my friend A-Rod with George Steinbrenner. I'd sit in his box, just the two of us. He would never have anybody but me. He liked me, right? He liked me, and he liked you. He liked almost nobody. It would be a World Series when baseball was hot. It's not as hot now, I'll be honest with you. They do things wrong. But when baseball was hot as a pistol with George, and I'd sit and I'd watch the Yankees, and he'd have 30 seats, and it would just be me and him. And I said to A-Rod, would say, what was the most difficult thing you've ever done? I said, it's probably sitting for 3 hours with George Steinbrenner watching a Yankee playoff game or World Series game. You know what I mean by that. He was a difficult guy, but he was great, right? He liked me, I liked him, and we both liked nobody else. And that was a good combination. But I have to say this. So I've seen a lot of great players come into the world of sports, and they came in from all different countries, all different players. They've come, in some cases, just from different states. They come to the Yankees, or they come to the Dodgers, or they come to whatever. But I've seen them come in from other countries, and there's such a clamor. Oh, so great, everything's great. But they don't win. This guy won. He came in, there was tremendous fanfare, and he won. You know, right? But it's true, they don't win. They come in and, you know, they're great players and they can even play okay, but they don't win. And Leo, you came in and you won, and that's something very hard to do, very unusual. And frankly, there's a lot more pressure put on you than anyone would know, because, you know, you're sort of expected to win, but almost nobody wins. They come in, they're great, they're the best in the world, they get paid a fortune. You came in and you won with all that pressure. That's an amazing tribute, so congratulations. Right? But in that moment, you sealed a truly historic Inter-Miami victory. And think of that, first club ever, North America, to top the so-called European clubs. Pretty amazing thing to do. Returning to the MLS, Inter-Miami built on that incredible momentum, playing a record number of games and scoring a total of 101 goals, the most in MLS history. Is that correct, Mr. Commissioner? Well, that's pretty good. How's Andrew? Is Andrew treating you okay? He's a good golfer, too, actually. People don't know it. He's a very good golfer, right, Andrew? But Trump's a good golfer, too, Andrew. Thank you. With 29 goals in the regular season alone, Leo won the prize Golden Boot, becoming the first player to be named the league MVP twice in a row. Amazing, you know, comes in, a lot of great players. Pretty amazing thing to do, very hard to do. Exploding into the playoffs, this team racked up a series of statement wins, big wins, that frankly wins that a lot of people didn't think they could do. You secured a 3-1 must-win victory over Nashville SC. You thrashed FC Cincinnati 4-0 on the road. And then you routed New York City FC 5-1, led by a hat trick from young star Tadeo Allende. Where is Tadeo? What a group of people. We could have a lot of fun with these guys. You can imagine when they win how they celebrate. We don't want to talk about it. We don't want to talk about it. In that MLS Cup final against the Vancouver Whitecaps, the entire team played together as one flawless unit. Just flawless, they say.
Yo!
After Vancouver tied the game 1-1.
I'm back.
Leo picked.
Oh my God, I gotta say this. When he was saying all that stuff about this guy, nobody comes in and actually wins. A lot of people come in, but not everybody comes in and does something about it. They literally are talking about LeBron. He's talking about Miami, and he's talking about major athletes coming into Miami, essentially, and trying to win a championship. Being real vague about it, but pretty much explaining to all of us that, this is something LeBron didn't do. They try to do it, but they don't do what you did. Yeah, exactly. It's always applause for Donald Trump.
The pocket of a Whitecap defender and sent a pass to the great Rodrigo De Paul. Where the hell is Rodrigo? Do you have any bad-looking players? You know? I like the bad-looking guys much better. Who stuck a low-driving shot into the side net, taking the lead. And then in the 6th extra minute of stoppage time, Tadeo drove home your third.
Yeah, somebody definitely wrote it for him, but at least he had he has the wherewithal to have, to know that hearing those words come from a president means something to the athletes. You know how many times a president would do an inauthentic speech where they blah 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 blah, and you represent everyone and you represent America, and then they all go shake their hands, and you feel like you didn't even really meet the person. Them just standing behind him, even if they don't talk to him, which I bet you they do, because I bet you he will be natural with them. But even if they don't, they will remember the moment and connect to it much more than a president where they walked there was bodyguards, and they came by one, did the photo. It's exactly what it is.
Third and final goal, making the score 3-1 and securing your status as the first champions in club history. What an amazing accomplishment. Coach Mascherano became one of the few head coaches to win the MLS Cup Finals in his very first year, and Leo claimed the 47th trophy.
Bye-bye, Kristi. I don't know how the rest of my chat feels, but I feel very good about Kristi. We will get to Kristi. We got to get to America winning first, but then we will get to finally, somebody got rid of Kristi now.
Of his storied career, 47th. Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
The most of all time. That's the most of all time. So Leo is the reigning FIFA World Cup MVP. You could have gone anywhere in the world. You could have chosen any team in the world, and you chose to go to Miami. I don't blame you. The weather's extremely good. Do you go to Doral? You go to Doral and play golf? And I just want to thank you for bringing us all in this ride, because you are
trying to sell him on going to Palm Beach. Donald Trump just invited this man to the island.
Hot and talented and a great person. I look forward to seeing many of you on the
Trump is so clueless. Besides
really
getting
on the
go.
summer. We're going to be out there in the summer in 2026 FIFA World Cup. And we have a lot of interesting things because we have the World Cup and we have the Olympics and we have the 250, you know. And I was responsible for getting the Olympics in my first term. And I was responsible for getting with Johnny. We got the World Cup. And Johnny's a good man. Do we like Johnny? Do we like? I think so, right? Like you say, yeah, I think so. He's a good guy. But, you know, they're setting records on the World Cup, setting absolute total. I guess many of you guys are going to be in it, but setting records on ticket sales, right? Numbers that, I mean, literally double what anyone's ever done before. So it's good. So they picked the right.
Yeah, exactly.
But I thought that I didn't know that I'd be the president during this because the election was.
We'll get into Kristi, but like my biggest thing was exactly what I just pointed out with Kristi when she did her testimony yesterday. She deserved to get fired yet again because like who dresses for that occasion as like I want to look hot? It's just everything about her choices, and we'll get all the way down to all of it. But it's whew, goodbye. See you later, Kristi Noem. None of them are good. I mean,
Rigged and stolen, and
no.
I had to do it all again. And then I said, "Hey, wait a minute! I just got
this guy
soccer
Mr. Trump is
football,
good.
and I
That's
just
about
got
it.
the
For
Olympics,
me.
and we got
Everybody else
most
is
important. I
shit.
took credit for those two.
That's
Then
what
I
it's
tried
about.
to take credit for 200.
Marco Rubio, John Fetterman, Donald Trump. And I'll even say Lindsey Graham is doing his job, but that's just because his job is to be a cheerleader for the World War III. But everybody else not doing their job. Nancy Mace and the brigade with their whole like anti-Epstein thing. That's good too. May God bless brave soldiers of Israel and the United States. Yeah, amen. Woo! What's up, Spiker? Welcome to the chat. Sleepy Joe was 10 times worse, bud. Trump has the dictation of a child. Why does Trump wear a hat all the time? I don't know. Why do I wear a hat all the time? Because, I mean, a hat looks better than what he's doing right now. That's what I think. He should be wearing a hat right now. He should be wearing a soccer hat. He should be wearing a Miami Infer hat.
150 years,
bless Trump.
and it didn't play well at all with the press. But we're going to have an amazing year. But I just want to thank you so much, Horace, for the job you've done. I've known you for a while, and I've known of you for a long period of time. You are a spectacular man, and please say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yo, if you're just jumping into the chat, make sure you hit that like button. You send people into the poll. We have that poll of every day of if we support the war or not. Yesterday, we went all the way to midnight on a second end of a runoff on it. And we had a verdict of barely accepting that we do want the war right now, or we do support the war right now. So make sure to vote in that poll and hit that like button to spawn more people in for that poll. And speaking of that poll, let's take a look at that. Where are we at right now? Oh my gosh, guys, right now, no is winning. After 6 days of the Iranian war, we're at 186 votes and counting. 40% say yes, they support the Iran war. 54% say no. 5% say what? And 1% say it's all right, but come on. Cuba? I don't know, guys. We got 90 votes now, and we're still cruising in that 54 versus 40. Wow. That would be crazy if on night 6 of the stream, we finally figure out that people are ready to lean towards against the war already. I can't believe that if that's the case. I mean, we still have 2 hours left of that poll, so make sure that you hit that like button to spawn other people in to getting in on our poll. Wow, that is crazy. All right.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
The camel toe was even
To
worse.
all these distinguished guests, secretaries, so many friends and support.
Hey, Evil Twin, are you still here? Or did you just vote in the poll and then leave? Because, yeah, I got your poll right here, tough guy. I don't like anything you say because you're not saying, I don't like Donald Trump. He had no plan. He had no plan. He had no plan. We have no plan, but he had no plan.
On behalf of myself, my wife Ale.
Thank you, Full Wolf. Stay in the chat, Full Wolf. We need more of you. You guys we're losing the poll. We're losing the coverage. We're losing it all.
My brother Jose and his wife Patty and my whole family who is here today. With David Beckham, I want to express to you what an extreme honor and privilege it is to be in the People's House, led by you, celebrating in the presence of champions, winners all. Because this championship was very, very well deserved, greatly played, and you're looking at one of the best teams on the face of the earth standing behind us. And this all became possible because we dared to dream. 7 years ago, Inter Miami was nothing but an idea and a dream. I remember after talking to Commissioner Garber and being awarded a team, we sat in the conference room of our family business in Miami and said to each other, what do we do now? And as the son of a man and woman who left Cuba, just seeking freedom in this great country, it has driven us to excellence. And we thought, what can we do to make a difference? What can we do that's special? And at that time, I told myself what many people thought impossible. I said, we are going to bring the world's greatest player to play at Inter Miami. And that was in 2019. And today, standing before you, you have the world's greatest player here to my right. Over the course of the last 2.5 years that he has been here, we've been on an epic run of records, of trophies, of winning. Because what I've wanted to establish with Inter Miami is a winning culture. That it be a reflection of our community of South Florida and Miami, made up of winners, of hard.
That's the fucking speech to do at the White House. This is why I support Donald Trump, especially with all of these sports teams, all the shit. I understand people don't want to get all the hate a lot of the time. If I got one of these things, though, I would embrace all of it full-heartedly the entire time, because it's like everything about the dimensions of Trump when he has sports at the White House fundamentally represent the culture of America, winning, and sports. They represent Michael Jordan. They represent, they just represent like defeatist culture. Like, we're just going to keep going and keep trying and work harder until we get the success that we want. And here are the examples of success. That is what you're supposed to do when you get invited to these things. So I'm so happy whenever I see any of these, because I really do appreciate the sports invitations at the White House with Trump, more so than any other president, because he gets fundamentally what the program is supposed to be about, which is showing American excellence, showing determination, showing resilience, showing that if you do this stream every single night, people might show up one day. Quotes and
working men and women, and I want our team to be an embodiment of our fan base and everyone who aspires to a better future and to a better life. On the back of our jersey, Mr. President,
Trump should have not attacked Iran. Why? I think that it's over already, man. I think it's already over. I think we already won. We already eliminated this Iranian state propaganda. I mean, we'll see what happens with these Kurds and them, but I'm really hoping that, we get a little bit of funding towards the Kurds and we make this happen. I know that there have only been 4 rulers, and that 2 of them were kings and 2 of them were ayatollahs, but all of those things, the word ayatollah and the word king, all 4 of those represent God. And I would like to move towards the ideology of president in the Middle East, if you don't mind. So, however the fuck we do that's what I'm trying to get for.
And it says freedom to dream.
People. Thank you, Trump.
Because that's our family moniker and what embodies our team and our aspirations. But that all began many, many years before at the dinner table of our family with my late father, Jorge Mascanosa, and my mother, Irma, who is here today.
Many Iranian people begged for help from Trump.
I speak now in tribute to our parents' generation. And I share that with Secretary Marco Rubio, of men and women who fled communism, who fled tyranny, who wanted a better life for their boys. and their daughters and their sons in the future. And at that table was instilled in us that if you work hard and you sacrifice and you dream, it can be possible. And today, standing before you, Inter Miami is one of the world's biggest clubs. Most based on history, but our history has been short. But having a winning culture, having the best-selling jersey on the face of the earth, making a global difference, and not only because of Lionel Messi, but these men standing behind you have changed the culture of football in the United States of America.
They have.
We can play with the big...
You should see how many people fucking go to the Austin FC games around here. It's pretty crazy to see in Texas. It's huge. It's huge. Jesus is my king. Yes. Woo woo.
Boys, we can be heavyweights. Our league can be one of the top leagues in the world. And it is this ability to dream, to persevere, to have no obstacles ahead of us that we will continue to be successful. And hopefully, Mr. President, this is not our only visit here celebrating an MLS Cup championship. But this team is an embodiment of that. And I want to thank you to be able to express this to you, to so many dear friends, loved ones, and global fans all over the world. We fill stadiums everywhere. We're playing this weekend against DC United at the Ravens Stadium in Baltimore, because we'll have a sellout there. We sell out everywhere we go. We open the season in the LA Coliseum with a record crowd. But it is our aspiration to continue breaking barriers, to putting no limits, to making sure that Major League Soccer in Inter Miami over the course of the next few years is considered with the elite of global football. So with that said, Mr. President, thank you.
Wow.
Thanking you for sharing this championship with us.
It's really cool because it's like saying like we're here to bridge the fucking gap. We're trying to show people like even in America you can have like a dynasty football team here.
That we can share it with our families in the people's house,
Jesus
and we
is the
can
Lion
share
of
it
Judah.
with the world. Thank you. And now we have some gifts we'd like to present to you.
Thank you.
This, Mr. President, says USA 250 on the front, which we have on our jersey. And this is Trump 47. And Lionel Messi's number 10 is the best-selling jersey in the world. We made, which hopefully will have a rightful place in the Oval Office, in dedication of you, dedicated for our championship. That's for you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. That's fantastic. Thank you.
And then, most importantly, this is a very, very special limited edition Inter Miami Pink Tudor watch. It's etched on the back with your name in a tribute to you, and special because time is a precious element. Time has a lot of meaning, I think, to all of us. And we wanted to give you that. And also we have an additional gift, which is another jersey for very illustrious Chief of Staff.
Oh, wow, that's awesome. The Chief of Staff, that's awesome. I'm sure she didn't think she was getting something. Fucking hell yeah. I love whenever anybody gets gifts that don't get them, because that like when he gave them both of these things, the first thing that I thought was like, well, the watch is definitely being given to somebody else as a bribe or a thank you for doing something for Trump later on, definitely, because why the fuck does he need another watch? And then the fucking ball, like he might keep that up for the next year in the White House, but then when that moves to storage, I guarantee you that can be passed out as a extras gift, or it can be auctioned or sold or whatever the fuck else. And Donald Trump, Mr. Donald Trump Steaks, Mr. Donald Trump Casino is looking for as much money as possible. So every time that I see Donald Trump be given a gift, I'm like, how long until we see it on eBay? How long? So I'm very happy to see, like, whenever anybody this lower end gets something, because you're like, wow, yeah, now it's sentimental, now it's bigger. I mean, and even if they want to get rid of it or sell it, that's going to be huge for them in their life versus anything else.
Her jersey is somewhere. It says number 32. But thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. and I want to just invite the team to the Oval Office, very, very special place. It's sort of the center of the world, especially now, but always it's the center of the world. We have a little present for you there. And
You thought that was Netanyahu? No, it's the soccer Netanyahu. It's the Netanyahu of soccer. You weren't wrong, but it's Netanyahu's brother. He's in Miami. He runs a soccer team.
anybody would like to come, you could just follow me on down there, okay? You'll see the Oval, and you'll have some fun. Thank you all very much.
Woo! All right, so there is that. Let's check in and make sure that there's nothing else going on directly with the executive branch when it comes to the war. And then we will get into War Daddy Hour, telling him to Kessler that ball. Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, let's see here. I think. Oh wait, is this one? Is this the same thing, or is this in the White House? No, that's the same thing. I'm looking at that. I always do that. I look at the TV schedule instead of the event schedule. Hold on one second, guys. I just want to make sure that we got nothing else that's going on. Political analysis of his primary results. Getting we will go next to the war room if that's the case. Hegseth's 5 p.m. briefing. Boom, 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 boom. Just want to make sure. Oh, that's that. That one's that. All right. Okay. Cool. Yeah, we're gonna go to Hegseth in this is a 5 p.m. update. This was the 5 p.m. update on the war.
I'm a retired lieutenant colonel in the United States Marine Corps.
And now I'm at the Walt Disney Company.
Disney honors veterans and everything that we do.
How's everybody doing tonight? Time to make a fake and sell it $3 million. I know. Okay, here we go. Update on the war, guys.
I'm honored to stand right here today alongside one of America's finest. Admiral Brad Cooper,
like
commander
of
U.S. Central Command. We just had a chance to spend a couple of hours together, better part of 2 hours, going through the entirety of this operation, Operation Epic Fury. And Admiral, I want to thank you for everything you do and your incredible leadership, for your dynamic thinking, the way you're attacking this problem set on every level. In just days of Operation Epic Fury, you and your team have delivered nothing short of devastating, precise strikes, taking out the better part of Iran's Navy, making it combat ineffective, neutralizing missile sites and launchers, and establishing total dominance over the skies we fly over and seas we fly over. Our forces are executing with unmatched skill, and the mission is advancing decisively. This is the kind of no-nonsense, results-driven warfighting that America demands. And you're delivering it in spades. You are the man for this moment. Admiral Cooper, on behalf of the President, the Department of War, and every American watching, I want to thank you for the outstanding job you and CENTCOM are doing. Keep pressing the fight, and we are with you all the way. A few thoughts before I hand it over to the Admiral for an update. Iran is hoping that we cannot sustain this, which is a really bad miscalculation.
Exactly. Bro, it's over. I stand with the beloved country, Iran. I like the Pakistani flag. Yes, I mean, yeah, we gotta not use that Iranian emoji anymore. We gotta tell Apple to update it like they did on Twitter. They updated it on Twitter. It's now the Iranian flag when you do it. It's the golden lion. We should at least use that for liberation until we know who's in charge. But yeah. This is ridiculous. There's no way. There's no way. It's like, it's over. He's like, they're hoping we can't sustain this. This is the worst move ever. Like, trying to use political outreach. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. It's done. It's over.
For the IRGC in Iran. You see, there's no shortage of American will here.
The regime?
We
The regime's
remember
out.
and honor our fallen.
Gotta
Those
be the
6
regime.
that we will soon welcome at
Or no,
Nova,
I
who
mean,
gave
she's gotta be supporting the
everything
people.
for their country in this mission. We remember them.
Lion.
But we remember them by rededicating ourselves even more fervently to this mission. Our commitment to our mission objectives only increases as our advantages continue to increase. We've got no shortage of munitions. Our stockpiles of defensive and offensive weapons allow us to sustain this campaign as long as we need to. Again, our munition status only increases as our advantage increases. Our capabilities, we have only just begun to fight and fight decisively. Having a chance to hear from Admiral Cooper. If you think you've seen something, just wait. The amount of combat power that's still flowing, that's still coming, that we'll be able to project over Iran is a multiples of what it currently is right now when you add up our capabilities and those of the Israeli Defense Forces. And we have no shortage of authorities. The Admiral knows we have clear objectives with maximum authorities on the battlefield. The dumb, politically correct wars of the past were the opposite of what we're doing here. They had vague objectives with restrictive, minimalist rules of engagement. No more. Our authorities, his authorities, CENTCOM's authorities through the president and myself are maxed out. Our capabilities are overwhelming and gathering still, as are those of our Israeli partners. Our munitions are full up, and our will is ironclad, which means our timeline is ours and ours alone to control. As long as it takes to ensure the United States of America achieves these objectives. And as we flow more forces, and as we flow more capabilities, and as our munitions, as we're flying over the top, have even more devastating effects, we set the tempo, we set the timeline, led by the commander on the ground. Our ear is to the ground to listen to Admiral Cooper, what he needs. And
Stop China from invading Taiwan. I mean,
Yeah.
that's a whole different thing.
We are
I
built
hope
for
that
this
doesn't
fight.
happen.
And
Hope they
we are
just don't
in
invade.
it to win it.
Renegotiate.
And we have the right commander in the lead. So I'll now hand it over to Admiral Brad Cooper to give you an update right here from CENTCOM. Admiral.
Mr. Secretary, first, thank you very much and good afternoon and welcome to U.S. Central Command Headquarters, America's Warfighting Headquarters. It's great to be here alongside the Secretary and representing the more than 50,000 men and women in uniform currently executing Operation Epic Fury. So, Mr. Secretary, first, thank you very much for your leadership and support and the very clear vision and objectives that you've given us to allow us to use overwhelming force against the Iranian terrorist regime. And thanks to all of you for attending today and welcome to Tampa. We are now starting our 6th day of a historic mission to eliminate Iran's ability to threaten Americans. We are,
Goddamn right,
my inner Navy officer, we are at full speed ahead in executing orders given by leadership in Washington. The President and Secretary Hegseth have been crystal clear in their expectations, and we are at a high level of execution. As described by the Secretary and earlier this week by me, U.S. combat power is.
You want to see if they're back on the air? Let's see if they found out how to get back on the air, because earlier today, the official Iranian press was off the air. Oh, it's back on. Is it? Let's see what we got.
میخوان بگن بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم صدا داریم
They're speaking in
باورم بر این بود که عدالت فرهنگی چیزی که سالها به گوشم خورده بود در همه جای ایران اتفاق افتاد.
Yeah, it's just a pre-recorded shit again.
تئاتر در
Yeah. They're down, bro.
Iranian combat power declines.
Game over.
Our air dominance allows us to
over.
hit Iran's center of gravity with overwhelming power and reach. A couple of examples. In just the last 72 hours, America's bomber force has struck nearly 200 targets deep inside of Iran, including around Tehran. And in just the last hour, U.S. B-2 bombers dropped dozens of 2,000-pound penetrator bombs
shit.
targeting deeply buried ballistic missile launchers.
Okay, remember this guy was being really vague 2 days ago? Now he's like, drop 30 bombs, drop 30 more bombs. We don't need to be vague anymore because there's nobody else. We're just eliminating the targets. They're not even fighting us anymore.
Notably, we've also struck Iran's equivalent of Space Command, which degrades their ability to threaten Americans. Then, if I just look back over the last 24 hours of the operation compared to where we were at its start, ballistic missile attacks have decreased by 90% since day one. Drone attacks have decreased by 83% since day one. Having said this, we remain vigilant. Our strikes against the Iranian Navy have intensified. You may have heard the president say just a little while ago that we have sunk or destroyed 24 ships. That was true at the moment. We're now up.
Oh, I just found out the news too. Dana White just announced at the press conference that this Saturday on Paramount Plus at the UFC numbered event, he is going to announce the UFC White House UFC card. So the UFC White House card is going to be announced Saturday night. Saturday night, what we're going to do is we're going to be watching anything that is coverage live still. But because last Saturday was the start of the war, there probably won't be that much coverage. We won't be able to show in camera, but we will be discussing the fights. And you can watch and follow along with Paramount Plus. And I'll be having conversations and picks with my brother. And we'll be just having a dandy old time checking in on that as we also look at everything that is the news. I love getting the news directly from the source and watching it all the way through because that is the thing that is the problem. If you look at the news, like either Fox News or CNN or just the news front in general when you're watching it, if you watch the news for more than 2 hours, you will hear the same story twice. They repeat it every single hour, which makes you think if they're programming 1 hour worth of news for everything, all the videos that we go through, from the government and everything, that what they do, instead of doing a live stream and talking about it all night long until 2 a.m., what they do is they fucking clip whatever works for them and they play it 8 times over in one day. Over and over and over and over and over again. The same 2 minutes of this. Whether it's the Fox News angle of it, or it's the CNN angle of it, or the angle of it, and they'll just take their little clip and they'll replay that clip in that story over and over and over again. It's not for now. We need to just look at all of the materials and have a conversation.
Over 30 ships. And in just the last few hours, we hit an Iranian drone carrier ship, roughly the size of a World War II aircraft carrier, and as we speak, it's on fire. The president gave us another task, to raise or level Iran's ballistic missile industrial base. So we're not just hitting what they have, we're destroying their ability to rebuild. And so as we transition to the next phase of this operation, we will systemically dismantle Iran's missile production capability for the future, and that's absolutely in progress. This is going to take some time, but our forces are well supplied, as the Secretary said, and we are absolutely ready to prosecute this mission decisively. Our combined joint forces have relentlessly destroyed Iran's air defenses over the past few days, and they've continued hunting for more systems to kill. Our air defenders are operating at the very top of their game. I couldn't be prouder, shoulder to shoulder with our partners in the region in many cases, providing the most integrated air defense network in Middle East history. We are fighting to win. Through combined U.S. and Israeli combat power, we will continue decimating Iran's ability to project power outside its borders. And if I can just conclude by saying a strong salute to the brave men and women who are out on the pointy edge of this, really doing exceptional work. I just couldn't be prouder, and I know the American people share in that same pride. So thank you very much.
Absolutely. And with that, we'll take a few questions. Yeah, right here.
Sir, appreciate it. Admiral, I wanted to ask, or Mr. Secretary, the Ukrainian president said today that the U.S. has asked for specific capabilities to deal with Shahid drones, Iranian drones. Can you guys talk about what you asked for, and has there been any surprises from Iranian capabilities that you guys have seen in the past 6 days?
Go ahead.
We're very familiar with Iranian's capabilities, and as you might imagine, we planned for it right from the outset, and I feel good about what the plan was. Like any good organization, we adjust as necessary to meet the environment, and we've made those appropriate adjustments.
Absolutely. Right here.
Thanks, Secretary. I had 2 shot down today in Iraq, and two, I've heard reports that there's enriched uranium stored in Isfahan. I'm also heard reports that there's not a lot of bombing there. Is that on purpose? Do we believe there's enriched uranium there, and would we ever send special forces to secure it?
As CENTCOM pointed out, that those reports of an F-15 being shot down are false. As you can imagine, Iran is doing everything it can to peddle in lies, deception, and inflation of numbers in reality, mostly to propagandize to their own people.
Right. That. Do you see what he just did there too? He's looking at the press, being like, "You do realize that watching Iranian state media, that's not facts, and they're trying to propagandize their own people, and you're over here asking me questions that you ate up from the Iranian propaganda. Jesus Christ, how do you become a journalist that ends up in this room asking the question to the Secretary of War if you literally can't comprehend what Iranian propaganda is?"
Right? They've shut down the internet. They're hoping they can convince their own population that they're having success. One thing one of their leaders said recently is that 500 Americans have been killed, they claim. These are lies. The lies will continue. CENTCOM will continue to debunk those lies. So, and as often is the case in conflict, first reports are often wrong. As it pertains to nuclear material and things like that, one of the objectives the president has always said is that Iran will not have a nuclear bomb, nuclear capabilities, but we would never disclose what we will or will not do inside operational plans. So Admiral Cooper's got a plan. We're working that plan, and targets will be struck or not struck according to what we want to achieve. Yeah, right there.
Secretary Hegseth, the president said earlier today in an interview that he would like to have a say in who's the next leader of Iran. Is this an expansion of your military objective? Do you view it that way?
No.
And additionally,
He's going to say no.
Earlier
Just say no.
About how previous leaders have drawn resources from our hemisphere to the Middle East.
Mm-hmm.
How do you avoid that?
Well, there's no expansion. Ultimately, I think the president's having a heck of a say in who runs Iran, given the ongoing operation we have. So there's no expansion in our objectives. We know exactly what we're.
Also, just so you guys know, the archive stream that's going to go tonight into tomorrow and stream all day, all night live until we go tomorrow night live is going to be the 13-hour filibuster by Rand Paul of the nomination for CIA of John Brennan in 2013. It's a 13-hour standing filibuster by Rand Paul. So tune in at some point for that, but yeah.
Trying to achieve. I think today's a great example of what this War Department is capable of doing.
Speak up.
I was just in another part of Florida today where we announced America's counter cartel conference. 18 countries coming together from Central, South America, and the Caribbean coming together to fight cartels. That is something that is ongoing. We're focused there. We're focused in the Indo-Pacific. We can mass combat power in CENTCOM. EUCOM is able to support that as well. So we know we're laser focused on our hemisphere and our homeland. That's why we locked down the border. That's why we're working with partners to take on cartels. That's why we're sinking drug boats. That's why we're on the offense there. But the beautiful things about combatant commands is that, Brad Cooper's laser focused on Central Command, just like Frank Donovan is laser focused on Southern Command. We can do both. That's what a global power can do. Ultimately, this issue of Iran's nuclear pursuit and their unwillingness through negotiations to stop it was something President Trump has said for a long time needs to be dealt with. And after 47 years, he's doing something that no other president was willing to do. And we're doing it overwhelmingly, and we're doing it decisively, while also in other parts of the globe having the desired effects. I mean, take, for example, what we displayed yesterday, the Iranian ship in the Indian Ocean, sunk by Indo-PACOM, another combatant command, who coordinated with us in order to make that happen. So America's reach is global. Our focus here, though, these missions are narrow, they're scoped, and Admiral Cooper is well on his way to ensuring that we reach those objectives. Right here, yes, sir.
I'd rather have teleportation travel time too. Yeah.
The Ukrainians are talking about providing low-cost interceptors, given their experience. Is that something that the Pentagon is looking for? And Admiral Cooper, can you walk us through a little bit about how effective the Lucas drones have been, what kind of targets have been, and how much that's helped, given that they're low-cost alternative to a more expensive helium?
Go ahead.
Sure. I'm not familiar with the particular offer, but the interceptors in general, we've had a number of new capabilities being fielded. Obviously, I'm not going to talk about it from an operational perspective of what those are. But I think you have seen over a period of time us kind of get on the other side of this cost curve on drones in general. If I just walk back a couple of years, you remember what you used to always hear, we're shooting down a $50,000 drone with a $2 million missile. These days, we're spending a lot of time shooting down $100,000 drones with $10,000 weapons from ours. So that's one aspect of it. Lucas, indispensable. As many of you know, and if you don't know, this was an original Iranian drone design. We captured it, pulled the guts out, sent it back to America, put a little Made America on it, brought it back here, and we're shooting it at the Iranians. Good targets.
Good targets. Absolutely. Right there, yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Secretary. President Trump, in his first speech after the launch of the Operation Epic Fury, he addressed Iranian people and he said that there is going to be a time for you to come out, but it's not now. Stay home. It's not safe. I want to know if there is a timeline for that you're going to urge Iranian people to come out, how that is going to play out, and how are you going to protect the protesters? You know that they're going to be shot probably, as we witnessed in January. That's what happened. How are you going to protect and support the protesters? And Admiral, I have one question for you. How are you going to minimize the civilian harms? We have a lot of evidence that the Basij units, IRGC commanders, they are now gathering in schools, in hospitals, in purely residential areas because their headquarters are bombarded, they are ruined, of course. So how are you going to protect the civilians while you're attacking the IRGC people?
Reagan didn't do anything?
I would just say on the protests, obviously the Iranian people showed a lot of courage in those protests, and we saw the Iranian regime was revealed for what it is in the way they reacted to that. The world saw that. No one's done more than President Trump to reopen the opportunity for those who want a free Iran to do so. Ultimately, it's common sense, as he said up front. Don't go out and protest while bombs are dropping inside Tehran and elsewhere. So there will come a moment where he determines, or they determine, that it's the time to seize that advantage. But there's a lot of things we're doing and the Israeli military is doing, targeting those individuals who are targeting those who protest. The more you do that and you erode their will and you erode their capabilities, the more you create an opportunity for people to boldly stand up.
Yeah, I would just reinforce the point. We're targeting the people. We're targeting the headquarters and the people who are targeting the protesters, first and foremost. I'd also just double down on the president's comments that he previously made to the people. Stay in your homes, keep things calm, stay out of the way. There's a lot of U.S. and Israeli capacity coming over. We're hitting a lot of targets. The best thing for them to do for right now is just to lay low.
Right here.
Very long-winded question. This question, she just asked about protesters. That was it.
To make sure that the American people aren't having to have another wave of refugees from the Middle East or anywhere else come and stay here.
Be checking
I think it's
in
safe
on
to
our
say there's
poll
no
at,
plan for a wave
15
of
minutes.
new Middle Eastern refugees to the United States of America. I think, as the president has pointed out for a long time, there are a lot of countries in the region who would be capable of providing that kind of support if need be, but that's certainly not something we're planning on. Yep, back there. Yep.
Yes, sir. Michael in Washington Times. I wanted to ask, I know semper gumby is always a truism in the military. Did the British decision to refuse Diego Garcia have any impact on the mission itself? Did you have to adjust, or were you able to just completely, go with the mission without any worry?
Well, as the president stated, it was unfortunate that that the Brits didn't, from day one, say, "Hey, go ahead and have access," but we got there. We got there, and that's now part of the way that we're operationalizing bomber runs. And that's part of when we say more to come, it's more fighter squadrons, it's more capabilities, it's more defensive capabilities, and it's more bomber pulses more frequently.
When I say more to come, I mean the more bombs to come.
The amount of firepower over Iran and over Tehran is about to surge dramatically. And part of it is that we're going to have even more basing. And it's not just the UK. We've had other friends step up, and we're grateful for that. Maybe one more right here.
Yeah, is there...
About it, it's a bunch of fucking like protesting press that are trying to weasel their way into making this an anti-Trump stance when we're at war. So, like, come on, man. You know, you're gonna get these little weasels can't talk. I can barely hear it myself through my headphones, so I'm sure you guys can't hear these goddamn questions, but at least we're getting the answers. Only a 20-minute press briefing. I don't know what was like. Come on, speak the fuck up.
I'm sure there are plans, and I'll let the Admiral speak to that. But that does allow me to kind of address this idea that the war might be expanding, or there's chaos, and nothing could be further from the truth. If anything, what Iran is doing by targeting allied countries that would otherwise want to stay out of this, they've actually pulled them into the American orbit. So now you've got UAE and Qatar and Bahrain and Saudi.
Right. It's like they're striking military bases of all of the places that are allies of ours, and now those allied forces have to fight Iran when they wouldn't have. It was the worst strategy ever.
Saudi and Kuwait and others saying, "Hey, we're with you. We'll shoot with you. We'll fly with you. We'll defend with you. We'll allow you more basing and other opportunities, a lot of which we can't talk about and won't talk about." But it's actually firming up the unity of the resistance in order to focus exactly where we need to. So this idea that it's expanding or going, no, it's actually simplifying in a number of ways exactly what we need to achieve and how we'll achieve it. I don't know if you anything
I won't, to that. I won't get out of policy.
Well, and that's the thing is you keep seeing like Iran is doing this, and then you see all these other countries. Yeah, it's not like there's any like allies for Iran. It's Iran versus the fucking world at this point. They keep saying China and Russia are backing them, but China and Russia are both like making comments like, "We want peace. The United States sucks. We want peace." They're not like out there being like, "All right, time for us to step in." No. Ain't nobody coming to bat for Iran. Ain't nobody coming to bat for Iran except for Sneeko and Nick Fuentes, which we'll check in on that weirdo later tonight.
A policy in terms of what we might do. What I will point out is this is now the 12th country that Iran has attacked. 12 countries, and it goes right back to the Secretary's point. Those 12 countries are none too happy, and I look forward to working with all the partners who are willing to join us in this.
And I would just close by saying,
Mr. Secretary, one more question.
Sure.
What is your message to Americans who are concerned about security here at home with the change-up that we're going to see at the Department of Homeland Security?
Well, I think Kristi Noem did an excellent job over there securing our border and keeping us focused on threats, and President making a change. We all serve at the pleasure of the President. I'm sure Markwayne Mullin will do a fantastic job. He's been a friend of mine for a long time. But Kristi did a great job setting us up for success. So I don't have any concerns about whether or not the homeland will be covered down on. And I'll just end by saying I wish every American could get a chance to see what we see. I had a chance to go into the control room, into the Tactical Operations Center, go see these young men and women that are doing this, the dedication that they show at every level, the way they've refined their craft. I was talking to a young colonel who's iterating on how we target and how we find and fix different aspects of what the Iranians are trying to do. If they don't know what they're up against, and if they think they've got it solved for, they're wrong. And ultimately, the combination of our ingenuity, the skill, the professionalism, the discipline, and then the sheer weight of the capabilities of the U.S. military, what you're going to see may look routine. It may start to be like, oh, another boat. Oh, another launcher. Oh, another drone facility. What it takes to do this with the precision that we do is world-class. No one else can do it. And it's world-class Americans, like the ones I saw here, like the ones that are coming home that we're going to greet.
Can you imagine if that black fat guy was up here doing this? Like, my God.
Home that are the engine of what makes our country great. And so I'm so grateful for folks like those here at CENTCOM, at Central Command, who are under your command. Thank you for your decisive leadership. And all I'll say to you is what I say to them, keep going. Because the President and myself, we have your back. Thank you, Admiral. Appreciate it. Thanks very much. Thank you all.
Keep going. All I got to say to you is keep going. All right. Well, we're going to stay on the war path now. Let's see what else we got in the war zone. Also, let's check in on that poll with just a little over an hour left. We are still not supporting the war. No at 53%. Yes, 41%. What is 4%? And it's all right, but come on, Cuba? And we got 263 votes tonight, guys. So, yeah, if you are in the chat, if you're just joining us, make sure you hit that like button. You hit that like button. It spawns other people into the chat of all different political persuasions, and that allows us to have access to more of the general public for this poll every night from 7 to 10 p.m. So we got about an hour and 10 minutes left of this poll. Do you support the war in Iran? Yes, no, what, or it's all right, but come on, Cuba? So yeah, we'll see what happens here. But right now, we do not support the war in Iran after day 6 of the war in Iran, which kind of is like, I felt the tides like shifting a little bit in a weird way, because I changed the title of this video today. Instead of it like being day 6 of Iran, it was just like Trump celebrates soccer and blah blah blah, this and that. War is a rebellious act against God. Says hi, Sarah. Hey, what's up? Yeah, but that's that. And yeah, make sure that you hit that like button. And if you hit that like button, you'll send to other people in the chat. Subscribe. You hit subscribe. That's we have 10 reels every single day. News, YouTube shorts that I drop every single day. I keep saying reels, but that's Instagram. We have a $3 membership every single month. Get you a little logo when you talk, like Big Bag of Pot 420 and his crew. And you also get exclusive member YouTube reels YouTube shorts every single day. Today's YouTube short was all about the defeating of Sneeko and Asmongold. You can check that YouTube short out. Everybody can watch that one on my page. They got in a huge fight, battling it back and forth. Asmongold let him have it, and then Sneeko didn't know what to do. In his reaction is for members only. $3 a month, guys. Make sure that you check out that members only short and join the club. Get that logo. Logos change every month as you grow through it. We're here every single day from 7 to 2 a.m. Let's get back into it now. What we got left for the war. We just had our 5 p.m. update. Because we watched the 5 p.m. update, we will not be watching the 9 a.m. briefing. We would normally go to Iranian state coverage right now, but Iranian state coverage is just on repeat now. While folklore links, it is David King shells. Historical evidence suggests it gains prominence in the 17th century plague, later adopted by Zionism in the 19th century of the state of Israel. They had a little trip to the Egypt. Yeah, it's just like we can get into all those arguments about the biblical bullshit, guys, but at the end of the day, this is about America liberating tyrants, and that's why America. We are the true America first. We are the bomb the fucking shit out of the Ayatollah America first. And I might shift at some point, guys, and you might not like it, but let's see what else we got for today. Damn it went into the schedule for the TV again. All right, here we go. Republican news conference, Homeland Security. Leaders hold news conference. Senator, no. Boom! Big Bag of Pot 420 gives another gift subscription. And that gift subscription is going to Sorrow6269. Welcome to the club. Make sure to go check out that members only reel, Asmongold versus Sneeko Part 2. And everybody, you can all check out that Part 1 on my page. YouTube Shorts, 10 YouTube Shorts drop every single day. 2 different live streams. We are live with all of the news coverage of the day. Political analysis, RFK, we'll get to that later. Defense underlining. No, that's the House. Former Iran detainee. Let's do this. Let's get in here. On the former Iran detainee, discusses implications of the U.S. military strike. Somebody that used to be detained by Iran. He was a prisoner in Iran, and he's going to talk to us now about what's going on. Thank you again, Big Bag of Pot 420, for that gift subscription. I really appreciate it, man. Appreciate your mega support.
Implications of U.S.-Israel strike.
If I ever become super famous, Big Bag of 420, I got you.
On Iran. This is being hosted by the American Bar Association. We join it in progress.
At the press ministry,
We'll be
we
back in
told
1 second,
them about
guys.
these things. And, you know, it might sound as though, you know, strange that we would ask these authorities if we were under some sort of investigation, but they are our main source of contact with the Iranian state, and they are a parallel power seat of the Revolutionary Guard. And as far as they were concerned, there was no problem. We took that at face value, but we're clearly concerned. And on that evening of July 22nd, as we were preparing to go to a birthday party for my mother-in-law, we were leaving our apartment. We lived in a high-rise building. Went down the elevator to the garage, and when the elevator doors opened, there were 3 plainclothes officers with guns pointed at us. They said my name. I said, "That's me." They pried their way into the elevator. They took us back up to our apartment, began to ransack it, separated my wife and I, seized our devices, demanded that we relinquish our passwords, took all of our forms of identification, our passports, our driver's license, our identity cards, went through everything in our home, down to cutting open tea bags. What they were looking for, I have no idea. Later they said microchips. I don't know what a microchip in 2014 looked like, but suffice it to say we weren't hiding any in our tea bags. And, you know, the feeling at the moment was, this is a big mistake. And that feeling lingered for quite a long time. That first evening when we were hauled off to Evin prison blindfolded, and I was subjected to my first interrogation, the accusations were so ridiculous.
The drunk has to empty his bladder. I'm not drinking. I don't drink. Sorry, man. Might smoke a little bit of weed every once in a while, but I do not drink. If you hit that like button, you're sending people in for our vote. Get that vote on. Tell us, do you support the war in Iran? What are we at, guys? I know we got a lot more in here now. Here we are, 277 votes. No is still at 54% right now. 54% are voting no on the war in Iran. Oh my gosh, guys. All right, well, we already did the updated Pete Hegseth. We were going to go to Iranian state media, but Iranian state media got blown up by Israeli troops today. So now we are going to be checking out C-SPAN footage of a former Iranian detainee discussing the U.S. military strikes and what may happen. Congress actually voted on this shit? No. Congress voted on it, but they voted to stop it. So it is a little bit of a manipulation headline to say Congress votes for the war in Iran. But yeah, over 500 members of the House voted to not stop action in Iran. So technically, that would be voting for it if that was a bill. But instead, it was to stop the bill to
I will
block the war.
Acknowledge that I was very afraid, but they were so ridiculous that I laughed.
What did they want to know from you? What did they think you were?
Well, first of all, I mean, they said we know with full certainty that you are the station chief of the CIA in Tehran. I was well,
cool.
That sounds like a pretty cliche accusation. Based on what? So, well, we know everything. You know, we have a whole list of your co-collaborators here in the city. They're already under investigation. And, you know, it's so farcical and ridiculous. And at the same time, they are doing this with a straight face and sticking with their line. And they stuck with that line for 543 days until the day that I was released, when they said, well, we needed a hostage, essentially.
Whoa!
On that point.
What? Can you imagine? You think that you're actually getting the information about all of this, and you're like, dude, they must really believe this stuff. They must really believe this stuff. And then almost 2 years later, they're like, well, honestly, yeah, we never believed it. We thought it was bullshit, but like we needed a hostage. All right, time for you to go home. Holy shit, guys. Iranian government, yeah. The defender Sneeko defending the Iranian government. Again, he's the bad boy of the bunch right now, because I think if we check in with Nick Fuentes at 10:30 tonight, he might have a little bit more of a, he's an anti-Israel fella, but as an America First fella, he should not be for the Ayatollah and the government of Iran kidnapping this guy and making some bullshit up for over 2 years. The angels came down to stop the war. There's dark forces who is at work. I mean, the war is still upon us right now. The war is still upon us. Wait, so they voted for or against the war? They voted against, so basically, there were Democrats that showed up and they said, we're going to put this bill on the floor for the House that if you vote for this bill, we are stopping the war. And only 50 people out of 500 and whatever seats voted for it. So overwhelmingly, technically, everybody's voting for the war. Because if they wanted to stop the war, they would have voted with those 50 Democrats to stop the war. Even 50 Democrat House reps voted not for that bill. So they clearly all want the war. But they're not going to go out and actually say it, but they voted against the stoppage of the war. There was a bill on the floor today that said stop the war, and only 50 people voted for it out of over 500 House members. So the illusion, the gig is up. They all want the war.
Did you know immediately, once you were taken to Evan prison, did you know that you were being used as a pawn here? Did you process that in real time? Did they say it to you?
I don't play chess, and when I hear pawn, I don't like the sound of that. I'm the horse, or the other guy. I did not realize that. It would take some time. I think Yegi probably realized it sooner, but when you are thrust into solitary confinement without any process leading up to it, there is a period of transition and trying to acclimate yourself to these new and very extreme circumstances. And you have an endless number of questions. And I apologize to this side of the room. I don't like speaking.
Dude was a hostage, and this is what I mean about good people. And when you see things like this, you're he's apologizing for not seeing the other side of the room or communicating to everybody and making eye contact with everybody, and it's unbelievable because look at what he's been through, and chooses not to victimize himself, but to use this experience for outreach to explain to us, both sides, left and right, who will be here. And I know that a lot of people do drop our live stream and they think that I'm completely right wing and they get really fucking mad at me and whatever else. But at the end of the day, I do appreciate that with 289 votes, we are at yes 41%, no 54%. I love that. I hope that those people come back and they join and they have conversations and discuss with us. I don't think that a lot of them will, but I hope that they do. I love these people, the what and the Cuba, the people that want to throw the vote away, that want to just have a good fucking time. Those are my people at the end of the day, to be honest. But right now I am voting yes, and I'm hoping, I love the polarization. I just wish that the polarized audience, that they'd show up and they would have conversations with us and we could try to figure out together as Americans what we want to fucking do about all this. Because at some point, if they do take forever, I am going to churn, and maybe then the other side's going to hate me, and I don't want to have no friends here. I just want us as citizens to just be let's have a fucking good time. Let's figure this the fuck out, right? Let's figure this fuck out. Like this guy, he's telling you, Iranian hostage,
and you have no ability to get those questions answered.
Relationship? Yeah, probably.
And when you ask your interrogators and your guards, why am I here? it's a very harsh situation. You don't have the right to ask questions. That was told to me over and over and over again in the first few days. The idea of solitary confinement is designed to essentially turn you into a caged animal. And people have been doing this to other people for centuries because it's effective. So, yeah, I mean, it was a...
Why am I for the war, Miss Q? I'm not necessarily. Well, I'm not. I'm for the war. I'm for the operation that happened because, I think I don't like the agenda of the nuclear thing. I think that there should be no country that's a religious theocracy, and a religious theocracy is someone that pushes something from a religious book as controlled law of the land. It is known fact that women can't do sports there. They can't go and do certain jobs or teach, read, write, things like that, and they have to wear hijabs in certain settings. I don't think that's okay. I think that you should bomb whoever's in charge on that. You don't need to try to gain control. You need to wait until the phone gets picked back up. If they want to have a civil war, they have a civil war. Whoever the hell picks the phone back up and says, I own Iran again, talk to the person on the phone, and when we're there, we have our list of demands. No, you can't have a nuclear weapon. No, it can't be all about the Muslim faith as a country. And no, you can't have women like American women that are traveling in this country have to wear a scarf over their face, or else they are threatened by the potential government of this country. No matter what that country is, no. I'll let North Korea slide because it's kind of like cheeky. It's like, it's like walking through the Hall of Fame of dictators. You know, like, this is what it's like when we just let it happen. But at some point, we should liberate those people too, because there are slaves on the other end of that island. It's not America's goddamn business. Well, look, dude, you got two different, like, look at this right here. You think it's not our business to do this? Like, fix the crime?
A confusing and torturous situation right from the start.
As a journalist? Just let them get tortured? Not our business?
Intellectually,
I don't know, man.
Intellectually processing what this was all about.
You're also building a hypothetical. We're already here. We're already in the present. We're already in this. Let's have discussions about what we want to do now. A war and being against the war, getting out of it, I get that. And pretty soon I'll be there. I'm like, tick, 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 tick. I even set like my internal monitor. I'm like, yeah, about 45 days, maybe. Because every single day the Democrats are going to say, this is a forever war. And in today's time, 30 days of saying it's a forever war in the media, me doing it every single day, it's forever war. Holy shit, it becomes a forever war. So hopefully with AI and technology and Anthropic and what we've already done with eliminating, we're pretty much already there. We already eliminated PressTV.ir. We already eliminated up to 40 heads of command. We eliminated 3 lines on their leader. They have the religious cleric as their leader, but they have not declared him as the ruler of the nation. And the Kurd army is apparently on its way, which I hope that they take it over, because I would like them to see a natural transition rather than us funding some sort of oligarch again. Iran for 200 years now has had 4 leaders. 2 were king, 2 were ayatollah. Both of those words are God. I don't think a human, besides Jesus, okay, we can do that because I grew up Christian. I don't think there's a human being besides Jesus that should ever symbolize a God. And the reason Jesus gets away with it as a human being is because Jesus would never accept that power or use it to gain. But that's what the whole thing is. You're worshiping, or you're allowing the symbol of a king to represent the country. It's crazy. It's too much. It's too much.
Took
If
some
just
time.
join us, hit that like button, get people in on that poll.
You went
We're gonna be
through
dropping
this
that poll in
very,
15 minutes.
very trying, difficult period of being badly mistreated and being in solitary confinement.
Trump men starting to discard the pick me girls. Shocking. We can't be the police of the whole world. Absolutely. I agree with all of that. But I think we get started already. We're already here now. We can't keep debating that part. And even what Trump was saying with like going into Cuba and all that and everything, it's like, if we have an anthropic weapon that nobody else has, let's just do the World War III really, really quick, get rid of all the bad guys and move the fuck on. I would, if I'm telling you, if in 60, 90 days from now we're doing this stream and we're still talking about the fucking war, I'm not a propagandist. I'm watching the source. I'm spending 8 to 9 hours with you guys every single night to watch it all the way through with being thorough, not doing the clip and watch the same hour every single hour and just do a commentary on that clip. No. Watch what's actually being presented to us through our country. Absolutely. But that's the fucking purpose. It's like, at day 60 of this, there's no fucking way. I'm sorry. If you guys are here hanging on thinking I'm a warmonger or I'm a Lindsey Graham, 60 days of this motherfucker, I am going to be like, well, Trump's going to lose every midterm that he fucking deserves. We'll be watching Nick Fuentes every night. We'll be cheering him on at that point. So we got to use this anthropic weapon quickly and eliminate this shit quickly.
Without
free the Iranian
any
people,
human contact beyond the brutal interrogations. Coming out of that, there was then some semblance, and maybe that's too strong a word. There was a mockery of a criminal process. Tell us about that. What was the...
So this is like, I swear to God, guys, if you are a Democrat, if you are voting no, here's the thing. Most of the people on YouTube are getting the mainstream propaganda. They are going no, okay? And I feel like a lot of those no's are not just at least being a normal person and staying with us. We're at 300 votes. If you are, just stay with us. I do not hate you. I was you. I do not want to convert you. I am here as a normal person just like you. Stay in the middle with me. Watch this, guys. This guy is going to walk through with this detainee. This guy was in prison in Iran. You can say he was in prison for a reason. You can say he was in prison because he was a hostage, okay? We're going to say detainee, which means he wasn't considered a hostage when he came home by U.S. journalistic standard, okay? So he was just a detainee. He technically deserved, apparently, the punishment he was getting. They're now walking through because he is now working for like nonprofits to try to make sure this shit doesn't happen to anyone in any country. This is the stuff that I'm in support of bombing. The way that they're going to explain to you how their court system works, bomb the shit out of it and replace it with whatever. When you guys get the hint and you do something that's okay, that represents the people, that doesn't suppress them in the ways that this is going to say, then we're going there. That's why we're watching this thing all the way through. This is the primary example of the night, guys. Why? Because this is the thing. This is the thing that's going to get us to the end of this war. And this is the reason why a lot of people, if you don't understand why a lot of people actually are in agreement of bombing people, and you're like, man, there's a lot of people that die. Like, this is fucking crazy. Watch this with us. Because the commentary and discussion and understanding it, and please take it as believing. This is a nonprofit. This is a direct source of American media. This is not propaganda in any fashion. This is a man that experienced this being interviewed today about it and how it compares to the strikes that are going on right now. We'll get his opinion. Maybe he doesn't support the war either. But watch what happened to him, and that's why I know I support what happened to the Ayatollah.
Quote, legal process they put you through, and how did you feel about that process as they took you through it?
Place with whatever, yeah.
I'm talking to a room full of lawyers, and I'm sure some of you have.
Well, that was what we've been discussing before, though, Miss Q, is that like it hasn't worked in the past, but that's because George H.W. Bush, George W. Bush, Clinton, Obama, Hillary, Kamala, Biden, anybody that's a politician across the board, left or right, their perspective on war is to like prop somebody up. To have like a forever war and prop them up. I think sick, deranged, crazy reality star Donald Trump is going to try to liberate the world in a weekend using AI. I truly believe it. And I'm telling you, if we're here in 30 days, I will be sad if we're still in the war. Maybe I'm wrong. But I think that's what's going on here. I think it's different. I think it's fuck around, find out. I think it's we're going to spank this motherfucker, and if they want another spanking, we'll give them another one. But whoever's in charge can be whoever's in charge. Then swipe them out again. Whoever's in charge, wipe them out again. And just keep going and going and going.
Ample trial experience. It's not like anything that any of you have ever worked on or probably ever will work on.
A few of you are sticking around now, and I really appreciate that. Stick around, guys. We are in a like I'm a little bit more right leaning than Tim Dillon. We're like in that edge. We are never devoted forever to a candidate, but we're having fun here. That's the number one perspective. Watching all of the content that is delivered to us directly from the source, the press source, not from the media themselves. Telling
interrogations under duress, blindfolded, with the threat of dismemberment, execution, disappearance of you and your loved ones in an effort to compel you to admit to things that you haven't done. And I always say, when they zigged, I zagged, right? And I just tried to confuse them. And one thing that was very, very fortunate in my case is that although they were treating me as an Iranian citizen, because I am
Supreme Leader wanted. It's literally a want ad, guys. It's just a want ad. It's like, hey, we need a new one. But again, don't say Supreme Leader, because that's what I don't want. I don't want a Supreme Leader. I don't want an oligarch. I don't want anybody that represents a king. I want them to be like, hey, guys, try this new thing. It's called a president. Even if it's somebody that's bought and paid for and you got it all established and it's cool, as long as you guys have normal laws, you don't. And that's what I was saying on night one. I was like, this is not like every other president. Every other president is like, we need to put down a McDonald's. We need to walk a soldier in on foot and talk to the girl that's 4 years old and treat them as a people. And then we can put in a McDonald's. And then in 20 years, we can blah, 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 blah. Like, no. This is carpet bomb, fuck around, find out. All right. You guys ready? Okay. No nuclear weapons. Okay. No hijabs. Okay. Do whatever the fuck else you want. I don't care. We're corrupt too. You think we're not corrupt too? You're allowed to do these things. You can't do these things. It's like unspoken word. You need to bring you in the back room and explain to you what you're allowed and not allowed to do and shady politics. That's fine. But none of this fucking cover your face shit.
They recognized quite early on that, one, I can't read and write in Persian. And that my verbal skill.
The Crown Prince, that guy. I'm like, again, it's the same thing as the Norway vice president in Venezuela. They are propped up figures, and in any politician's America, he chooses them. That's kind of prime example as to why Trump is kind of crazy, and he is doing it differently. In Venezuela, he was supposed to extradite that person from Norway and put her in charge of Venezuela. He was like, no. Whoever Venezuela wants to fucking put in charge of Venezuela is whoever they want to put in charge of Venezuela. There's one rule for Venezuela. One rule. Has nothing to do with cocaine. It is, you signed a deal with ExxonMobil and 3 other oil companies in the 70s to allow us to drill for oil. Then you became a socialist country and you demanded us get out within 5 years. You lost us a bunch of money and you're about to make us a bunch of money. Whoever wants to take charge and do that, you can do that. And of course, it was the vice president already there because it's like Maduro's person. And then all the Democrats don't get that. They're like, what? Huh? What? Like, you're just putting the same person in charge. Yeah, because there's one rule. Let us drill oil. They can do whatever they want now. There's like 2 rules in Iran. No scarves and no bombs. The no bombs part seems to be the hardest part for them to understand.
Although proficient, didn't have a grounding in legal terms and the like. So they matched me with an interrogator who spoke English. And the entire time that I lived in Iran, I wanted to force anybody that I was speaking with to speak Persian with me so I could practice. I realized really quickly that doing this in English was a huge advantage for me. So,
what?
You know, they would force me to write things down, and I am a writer with very bad handwriting. So, you know, once they were able to decipher my handwriting, then they would have to try and understand what it was that I was trying to say. At certain points later on in the judicial process, when I was on trial, they'd match me up with, they'd bring in a court-appointed translator, and I would refuse to speak Persian in the courtroom, although I understood perfectly the translations, and every time that they would make a mistake,
it might be.
What is this? You know, you brought an interrogator, a translator in who can't even translate what I'm saying. This process that you have.
That's another one people don't understand with me. Is I'm like, yes, I don't think Tyler Oliveira should be being canceled, and yes, I think we should bomb Iran. They're like, what? You can't choose politically just one side of the equation? Huh? How do these two connect? Bad guy and bad guy. People canceling people just because they do an investigation of a Jewish neighborhood in New Jersey that's scamming the fuck out of everybody, and you just like ban his Patreon? That is fucked up. That is fucked up. I know that's just going to happen to me. That's why I do all of my handles as my real name. Because I hope to fucking God that people follow me on multiple platforms so that I can keep the base wherever I catch it at. But like, yeah, anti-cancel culture through and through. That is probably my number one motive of like the last 5-6 years of politics. You just like, do not cancel. Like the second somebody starts to cancel somebody else, I'm like, no, don't do it. Don't make me. I even voted for Jasmine Crockett.
Created is, we're on C-SPAN. I'm not going to say the word, but you know, it starts with bull and ends with
Tell us about the Revolutionary Court and the judge who was assigned to your case. I can just tell you that from the other side of the world working on your case, it was a real challenge to find counsel for you. The regime refused to let us retain the counsel we wanted to retain. They refused to let our first choices appear. They refused to let those lawyers talk to us. And we were given a list. And
at the end of the day with the primaries, and this is who my audience is. If you want to understand who I want as my audience, it's people that are happy that both Al Green and Dan Crenshaw both lost. Al Green, Dan Crenshaw both lost. Ken Paxton, $2 million up against $70 million, a sitting senator. Almost beat him in a three-way race. In the runoff, hope to God he beats him. God, would that be amazing. Just, you know, even Jasmine Crockett, it's like I voted for her only because I didn't like Timu Obama. But, like, you know, good luck to Timu Obama. I don't think it's going to work out for him. The clip of him saying that we need transgender abortions, it's kind of like, uh-oh. I mean, even my grandpa brought that one up today. He was like, Alex, I got a political joke for you. He's like, did you hear this new Telluride fella or whatever, the T guy from Texas? And I go, yeah. He goes, yeah, did you hear? He said he wants a transgender abortion. What is that? And I'm like, exactly. Like, it's reaching the key audience. It's over. It's over. It's the same thing. Like, I said this also. I said, we should go, like, in the, like, whenever you go into, like, the Supreme Court, the Capitol building, or the White House, when you, upon entrance, you have to, like, do a touchpad where you go, what is a woman? And you have to just hit the simple definition of it in order to enter. And then we can live at that baseline of reality and just move forward from there in all of our debates and negotiations.
We interviewed.
If I had 108 boyfriends, they all were hitting me on some point of time, I would ask myself, is it about me?
People on the list. Those were fascinating interviews, as you might expect. Not a typical type of engagement you would see here in the United States. And we finally found someone who seemed like she cared And our main objective was to find someone who could communicate with you and ideally be aligned to you. Didn't work so well because the regime refused to cooperate. But from your
So again, anybody that's arguing like that they're innocent or that this is like a propped up situation, like we're looking at a nonprofit press conference right now between a guy that was detained, considered just a detainee, meaning he was arrested with merit in the country of Iran, and his lawyer or international litigation attorney. And he said that the Iranian regime denied 3 lawyers upon them. Like, so it's like, it's shit like this where you're like, bomb by Iran. Like, god damn it, I fucked it up. Bomb, Iran. Yeah. I should play it. But it's
perspective.
That's the life, man.
You have
That's
no
right
idea who your lawyer will
until
be.
Until they're done fucking
and
doing
you're
this dumb
assigned
shit.
to a judge who's notorious, known internationally and sanctioned internationally as the hanging judge. Tell us about him and that process from your perspective.
So yes,
Where are we at in our poll? We have 30 minutes left, guys. 33 minutes. Send your friends in. We are trying to get ourselves back on the support train. This might be the first night of not enough support for the war, guys. Last night we were at 48-48. 48-48, and we did the runoff, and then we did support the war at 58 in the late night poll. But it looks like tonight, we got 3% that said what still. I'm telling you, the 3%, the 3%, that's the crazy ones. Like, those are the ones you should have gotten yeses. If you would have gotten those, what would have been? 40, it would have been 45, even 46% with the Cubas. Even with the Cubas, only at 46%. Crazy. I cannot believe more people do not want to bomb Iran. Let me show you through this detainee why we should bomb Iran.
The judge in my case is a guy named Abul Qassem Salavati, and if you just look up Judge Salavati, I often do this when I'm, in a classroom or, discussing him. I'll pull up
House 100%.
a picture of him on my phone. You can do it right now. I encourage you to do so you have a mental image. But
Central casting for thug.
Yes. Salavati, judge. A total thug and responsible for death sentences of hundreds, if not thousands, of innocent people in a classroom or discussing him. I'll pull up a picture of him on my phone. You can do it right now. I encourage you to do so you have a mental image. But
Central casting for thug.
Yes, SALA.
SALA.
AVA. ATI.
Iran. Holy shit. Yikes. Bro. Judges of death, executors of criminals. Bro. Nah, it was over. Oh my God. Oh no. Propaganda says next. If you go on like Iranian Facebook, you're getting like the meme of him, and the meme of him is like next. So he's like the Donald Trump of judges, like the mean guy or whatever. The enemy even in his own Iranian propaganda. Wow. Okay. Back at it. What are we at? Still 54%. Guys, remember, this man, This man, listen to what he did. Vote.
Judge.
Vote correctly.
A total
Please.
thug and responsible for death sentences of hundreds, if not thousands, of innocent people over the years. When I say
The
responsible,
devil, for sure.
I realized very quickly that I had a better understanding of Iranian law than this person did. He's a rubber stamp, right? He is in this job as an enforcer. And once I realized that the whole process was, a sham, it made it a lot easier for me personally to engage in it. I still defended myself. I still answered the questions, but at every point I would point out that this is not how a court works. What you're doing is not justice. What you're doing, I'm not Muslim, but I know that this is not what Islam is about. I've lived in this country for years. I know a thing or two about this, and this isn't right. And, in terms of I haven't thought about this in quite a while, but the lawyer that y'all hired, she certainly cared. And I was never...
That was approved, because remember the guy he's getting the questions from in this panel is the international negotiation lawyer. So he's trying to get a lawyer that was able to work in Iran, and he had three denial requests of a lawyer, international litigation lawyer. Do you think in America, if an international litigation lawyer calls for a journalist from a different country, that we reject their lawyers and don't allow them to go and testify before our judges? Because those are the things that I'm saying. Keep carpet bombing until they understand you have to do these civil things. You have to do civility. This is not civility. This is the same shit as Russia.
Once
Allowed
to have a meeting with her without the prosecutor and the judge in the room. I don't think is that standard?
It's not how we do it.
And the first day went out to have the lawyer that y'all hired, she certainly cared. And I was never once allowed to have a meeting with her without the prosecutor and the judge in the room. I don't think is that standard?
Yo, what? A lot of sand there to make glass, I guess, at this point. That's what I'm saying. You guys want to keep doing it, you can. That's what I'm saying. And that's even what Pete Hegseth was saying, where he was saying their strategy right now is acting like our missiles are going to run out or something. That's not a good strategy. Attacking our other NATO allies, not a good strategy, because now they're all in it too, and now they're all helping us too. And it's Iranian state media, non-existent. Playing replay TV, as we can see now. Actually was blown up last night right after we went off stream. Can't even show it anymore. The regime itself is now a regime. It's no longer the government of Iran. And I am thankful for that, because it's just I would say Russia. Russia's the same. I've seen true crime court cases in Russia, and the fucking way that they handle court cases is the same fucking way. And it's that shit is nutso. We might have a little bit of corruption with if rich are able to get away with things and poors aren't and whatever, and you all get caught up in the system and shit. Yeah, but you also have a lot of advocacy against it too that's allowed to happen within the country. Imagine being in a country where advocacy isn't allowed, where you aren't even allowed to see your lawyer without the judge and prosecutioner present. Ada, hey, what's up? Welcome to the chat. And yeah, so that's crazy to me. Remember, we got 24 more minutes, guys. Tell me you will change your vote. Fight for the war in Iran, because we need to not allow court systems like this. Crazy. Can't see your lawyer without the judge and the prosecutioner present.
That's not how we do it.
And the first time I met her twice before we went to court. I had to go to the judge's office to, sign a document that said that she's my official counsel. And he said, "Why are we even doing this? You know I am going to sentence him to death."
Whoa!
Also not how we do it.
Oh my God. So again, like, if you're here, if you stayed in the chat when I begged you to stay in the chat, like, you're like one of these no's, because that's the thing, is like a lot of people will go past this show. I just want all of y'all that are actually in here tonight right now to check this out, okay? There are a lot of you that will scroll past and just hit no and be really mad about this and be very political and very divisive in American politics about this, okay? But the reason that I say yes, is we're not fucking around with this. We'll talk about that in a second. But there's a reason that I put those on there. There's a reason. And I'll explain that once we get to the final of the poll. But I would hope that we can get over 50% and continue to support it at least for 30 days. Give him a shot. Because this is what we're up against. Is this guy was in a meeting. He's not allowed to see his lawyer without the judge and prosecution or president in Iran. And in his meeting with the lawyer, before they actually went to judge him, the judge said out loud to his lawyer, "I don't even know why you're doing this. You know I'm going to sentence him to death." But we're worried about bombing the people in charge of this. Come on. Get past the Jew conspiracy land. It was fine. That was last year. We need to come into reality. America, war, freedom. Here we go.
Later, when there was, I'd gone through the trial, 4 sessions of the trial.
For real, right? It's fucking sad.
Did not plead guilty as my interrogators had hoped, and wanted to know when there would be a
survived
verdict,
though, didn't he?
Because we all understood that in these kinds of cases, in authoritarian states, you can't really do a deal with the bad guys until there's a verdict. He said very clearly that Secretary of State John Kerry has.
That's where the lobbying comes in. It's illegal by international law, of course. This guy is from America. But imagine being somebody that is from Iraq and did something wrong in Iran. If this is how the Iranian court system is conducting, it's conducting it against all prisoners this way. So that's why it's like, okay, well, carpet bomb the person in charge. I'm sorry. It's crazy that people are like so disillusioned by like the Israel tide of funding and anti-war propaganda bullshit. So they're just so hungry for the rage bait that they'll hold on to it. But we're in the internet age and shit fades fast. We've even seen the numbers plummet from Nick Fuentes from when he told us to vote Democrat last Saturday. It went from like almost 100,000 to 50,000 to last night he capped at 13,000. It's like, it's done. We're over it. It was fun when we were not in a practical war against a literal dictator.
Told our foreign minister Javad Zarif that if there's a verdict, it will make a swap more difficult.
Serbia illegally.
I mean,
but international law is only international law for the players. So of course, like he'll get benefits, but from John Kerry to be able to try to get him out. But like if he was in a lower end country, you just get fucked. I look at the representation of what we're watching right now as a representation of what Iran does to its prisoners. If Iran does this to prisoners, I want that not to be in Iran. I don't want that government to exist. I'm sorry. Same thing with Russia, because I feel like that's just the most deceitful one of all. I do not say the Russian people, though. I see a lot of good in that, and I see a lot of like right-wing politics that leans Putin, kind of like Trump on that. But when you look at their court system, it is so slanted, it's fucked. You can't have that, like, these like crazy, you're guilty no matter what, death sentence
Got to
shit.
see behind the curtain
The
of
fuck?
this.
It's 2026.
And, he's thuggish. Were you able to catch a glimpse of him? Yes. And sinister, but also ridiculous. And the whole thing was ridiculous.
Well, with that, what I want to do now
Guilty until
is...
proven innocent. Exactly. And also, if you guys are jumping into the chat right now, make sure that you hit that like button. If you're on mobile, you just double tap it. Boom! You get that like button. When you get that like button, we get people from all different political backgrounds and persuasions to get in on that poll so that we can check out what the result is. But again, the result we're going to reveal in 18 minutes now, when that poll ends. And every night that poll is going to be... do you support the war in Iran until the war in Iran is over? Because this is what we are focusing on as our main story. And it is very interesting how polarizing it is. Last night, we had 48-48, and then from the hours of 10 to midnight for another 2 hours, we ran it again with just two choices. And we ended up coming back with a 58% support of it. Tonight, last time we checked in, we were full-on blown no. But again, like the trend is the trend. But again, I'm just trying to get people to focus on a, post 9/11 nostalgic America first, and not this fucking corporate shill Jew ride, like, conspiracy theory thing they got going on. Like, I'm good. Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes and Sneeko, I'm good. The only one that you should even be paying attention to anymore is Asmongold, if you're focusing on any of those players. Brett Cooper is still killing it, but she's trying to stay out of it a little bit, it seems like. But she usually just comes down to, like, the common sense denominator. And I like her because she came from Daily Wire, but then, like, left, but still has a good relationship with them. So you can see how she can play both sides, and especially as you see deeper in the future with new media, she'll probably always stay independent and be able to, like, that's the thing. You always want the independence. And with that said, one last time, let's check in on Iran. What is going on? Mo News is the place to be, guys. Mo News is the place to be if you want war updates. No AI, no bullshit, no nonsense, nothing. I have no connection to this person at all. He is what were the credits? Executive producer, ex-CBS, Fox News, and Bloomberg. He went off on his own. His handle is MOSHEH. Let's see if we have any new news right now. We got a new update on satellite from him. Here we go. Latest evidence suggests U.S. strike hit Iran's school next to IRGC military base. Okay, wait, who? Fuck. It was us, guys. It was us. Latest evidence suggests the United States strike hit Iran's school next to IRGC military base. It was next to the base. I was never in that debate. But yeah, that's bold though for the military to come out and actually agree with the opening report on that. A military strike has destroyed a girls' school in southern Iran and killed scores of children last Saturday, was likely carried out by U.S. forces according to the U.S. military investigation and a separate analysis by the New York Times. The blast leveled an elementary school next to an Iranian military base, killing at least 175 inside. Military investigators tell Reuters it is, quote, likely that the strike was conducted by American forces, though the investigation is ongoing and no final conclusion has been reached. Satellite imagery, verified videos, and social media posts suggest that school was stricken by as multiple U.S. weapons hit a nearby Islamic Revolution Guard Corps naval base. Analytics say the most likely explanation is target misidentification. I'm going to pull this up now if I can, because this is very interesting. Because he has a great map here that we can see. Instagram /MOSHEH. Mosh. Boom. Come on, baby. Don't be retarded. Come on. Don't make me log in and stuff. Let me get to it. Come on, don't do it. Come on! Oh my god. Always. Always. Why are these social media sites like that? Alright, basically what is going on here is there are 3 large boxes. Maybe I can just search the city and get this up on here. MINAB Iran map. Just here we go. This is it. This is it. Right here. So guys, this is what happened according to the investigation. We struck this, and this. And that was where the school was, and we also struck it. They're claiming misidentification. When we go past it again, I'm going to try to see if I can pause it when it doesn't have it on there. Let's see if we can get it. Oh no. Can't. I don't know, guys. What do we think? Usual suspects, school on a Saturday, and when I say to them, do you cause corruption on earth? They say we are to be reformers, peacemakers, Quran 2:11, damn, Israel, America. Yeah, I mean, I feel like, goddamn, I don't know how I feel about this one. I'm trying to see it without it, like, maybe they didn't know it was a school, but they knew it was on that zone. Because I'm thinking, like, especially if this is the base, okay? I'm thinking that's part of the base. I'm thinking that's probably like that's what I mean, though. Like, how much time did we spend actually paying attention here to know if it was a school or not? And it is a school on a military base. It could even be a military school, but like we should investigate that to that part before we do this precision, especially if we're using Anthropic to eliminate the threat. There's no reason to shoot the school. Again, I go back to my original theory. I'm going to say it, guys. I'm going to say it. Please don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. Don't drop off now, guys. Ready? You ready? We pulled in episode 3. We did an Anakin Skywalker. We became Darth Vader. We saw the bloodline and we eliminated the added threat. And that is a morbid but more than likely conclusion. Is what I think. They don't have school on Saturday. There were still 175 dead inside that building. Let's draw the normal conclusions from the normal investigations here. They can claim it's a school. There's 175 dead. Maybe you're saying it's not a school. You can also go with that theory. I would say that too. That could be a theory as well, is that it's not really a school. They're saying it's a school. It looks like there's a flag on it or something like that. I would say it's a military school. My theory is it's an episode 3. It's an episode 3, and that like military school for 5-year-olds. That's what I'm saying. No, but if it could be a K through 12 for the military people. This could be like the royalty of the nation lives on this base, like kind of like the White House and shit. And then like their children, you think they go to normal school? You think JD Vance's children and shit go to normal school? No, they go to that kind of school. And then we do an episode 3. Pow! Anakin Skywalker their ass. That's the only conclusion that makes sense. That's the conclusion I'm going with. We're going back to the Iranian detainees so that I don't look crazy and y'all don't TOS me, because for real, I'm being for real, they kind of deserve an episode 3. Even if it was children, they kind of deserve the episode 3. I gotta agree. It's definitely not a racetrack. Oh my God. HUD coming in with the love. What's up, HUD? Killing it. Last time, we're going to do it. We're going to do it. Guys, HUD, please do not abuse the power here. But we are knighting you. HUD, welcome to the club. HUD, you are our new mod. Welcome. No spamming. Make sure that we check the chat. It's just no spamming, free speech, anything goes. If you see something hidden, you can unhide it for anything, even if they're swearing or whatever. It doesn't really matter. Unless they're doing like something derogatory and like attacking people or like calling somebody directly names and like fighting, spamming, or doxing, like putting out actual addresses, stupid stuff like that. Other than that, thank you so much, HUD, for continuing to join us on our adventures. Welcome to our little internal club. And again, remember, guys, $3 a month. You can join Big Bag of Pot 420 and others that have joined our members only. I think we're up to 8 or 9 members now. And it gets you an exclusive YouTube short that every single day. Today, we just dropped a short on Asmongold versus Sneeko, and the conclusion, part 2, is in our members-only access short for the day. Check all of that out. Hit subscribe. Hit the like button. And here we go again. You're welcome, HUD. Appreciate you. And we are back to the detainee.
Turn to your release and what happens in this world of wrongful detentions. I want to use it to talk about the changes that occurred after your case, the changes in how the U.S. government deals with these kinds of cases, and then talk about some of the tools in the toolkit to punish, to deter, to deal with this problem. So with that, maybe tell us briefly about the situation of the release and how you then, coming out of the release, involve yourself in these issues.
So in early January 2016, when the implementation of the JCPOA that you talked about was approaching, I understood that if I was going to get out, it was going to be now. And around that time, a week or so before I was released, my interrogators came to visit me and explain to me that I would be released in a swap between the U.S. and Iran. And although that tracked with the Islamic Republic's history, I've been lied to about so many things. From you're going to be released tonight, several days into the ordeal, to we're going to execute you in the morning. You'll forgive me for not putting a lot of faith in their words. And so I told them, I said, if this is true, I have a scheduled visit with my mom and my wife tomorrow. And when they're here, you will come back and walk through exact details. And I don't know where I got this confidence that I could dictate to these guys. But, I got a sense for the first time after 530-something days that things were shifting, right? I was a golden egg for these guys. And they did come back. They explained the same things to my mom and to my wife, both of whom reacted very angrily. And at one point, one of the interrogators said, just think of it as, Jason was doing his mandatory military service. All Iranian men over 18 have to do almost 2 years of military. Just think of it as that he was spending this time doing his military service. It was a very clear acknowledgement that the whole thing was a setup and a hostage situation. It almost all fell apart. And we talked earlier about my book. I'll give a plug to my podcast, 544 Days. That's how long this thing went on. And, the details of the release in the last 24 hours are pretty harrowing, because they attempted to keep my wife, who had been part of the negotiations from the earliest stages, which began in November of 2014. 14 months of secret negotiations went on to get to that point. And when we left Iran on January 17, 2016, I understood that this was the ending of a horrific chapter in our lives, but also the ending of Iran for us. And I hope that this would never happen to anyone else. As you all know, the taking of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran in 1979, hostage taking, is the signature move of the Islamic Republic.
Yo, hi!
They've leaned on this as a tactic.
Let me explain this really quick, guys. One more time. HUD just joined the membership, $3 a month. You get the little logo next to your name. It changes month to month as you stay in the club, all the way up to a year in the chat. But also you get the exclusive members short every single day, YouTube short every single day. I drop different YouTube shorts every single day on my channel, so make sure to hit subscribe and hit the like on all of those. If you hit the like button and double tap on this, if you're on mobile right now, you spawn more people into the chat for our poll. We're 3 minutes away from announcing the results of our first poll of the evening. And when you're a member like HUD over here for $3 a month, you also get an exclusive short every single day. And today's exclusive short is part 2 of that Sneeko Asmongold, proving kind of how Sneeko made himself look like quite the fool up against Asmongold. So you can see the first part where Asmongold has a rebuttal to Sneeko, and then Sneeko kind of rebuts and then counter says, sorry, a little bit in the members access only short as well. But thank you, HUD, for joining the club and also for getting mod access today and being our NASCAR pun guy over here. I love it. Thank you so much. Back to this guy for 1 minute while I eat my orange, and then we will go to our poll results.
And it's often something that weaker powers do, especially weaker authoritarian powers when it comes to democratic society.
If you have so much knowledge on high-profile people surgically stuck floor under building in residential areas, I'm pretty sure they would know if there were kids in there or not. I don't know. I'm kind of like on the and I know that's even a worse name, but like practically, I think maybe it's them. You know what I mean? Like maybe they knew they were getting the kids, and they were just kind of like, yeah, that was an accident. Sorry, and they knew. Nah, that's what I think. I don't know. I can still stay on their side. I don't need to make up a theory for myself.
Like the United States, we put a great
Episode
value
3
on life and liberty of our citizens. It's what differentiates us from almost every single other country in the world. Very quickly, I came back and saw that there was a massive public debate about whether or not we should do this kind of deal. And I'm sure all of you who have followed hostage cases, whether it was mine or whether it was Brittany Griner or Evan Gershkovich at the Wall Street Journal, or any number of other cases over the years, do we give concessions to bring someone home or not? And we can talk more about that, but I realized that it was very important to me personally to depoliticize the situation that people like I are in, right? At the moment, we have 6 Americans, at least, who are being held hostage in Iran in the middle of this war right now. We're all aware of the hundreds of people that were taken hostage by Hamas, of dozens of different nationalities. And, you know, as a survivor of something like that, I would argue that we have a responsibility to do anything we can to bring those people home as.
It could be an accident, or they use some of the 40K processor bodies. We don't know until their investigations. Well, here's the thing. We do know. The investigation happened. Based on the U.S. report, and the reporting confirmed. Like, that's kind of where I lie on that. Like, the way that I received that was through a U.S. DOJ send out. So, like, that was a confirmed source. Like, the photo that I showed you guys was from the New York Times. Like, so they were showing the visualization. Big win for them, I guess, today. since they're fighting against us for I don't know what reason. But as for that hitting a school, you can say it wasn't a school. You can say that but that one building that they're claiming is a school, there was 175 casualties confirmed by U.S. troop reporting. So there's that. So 175 bodies did die in that building that we're saying yes to. I didn't think that would be our result. I thought that we would say no, and then that would fuel more fire to like the Jewish conspiracy theory people and all that craziness. But instead, they were like, no, we did Anakin Skywalker them. We did fucking episode 3 them. Boom. Biatch. But, from our perspective, you can kind of mind melt it a little bit. You can go, okay, it wasn't all 5-year-olds. I'm going to tell myself it was a bunch of other bodies or other people or military officials, or it was actually an entrance and it wasn't a school. But at the end of the day, we say there's 175 casualties in that building. And tomorrow, whenever they start bending it in the media, it's just they're bending the phrasing of whatever they want to contort whatever they want. We're here for the source right here. He's a mean guy. But with that said, let's see. On night 6, do we support the war or not? Do we support the war or not? I feel like all the no's are going to say, I'm not going to be here, Alex. I hate you. You suck. And, that's not cool. That's not, that's not nice. All right. Here we go, guys. Poll has officially ended. Tonight is the first night. Tonight is the first night. You guys see it? It's happened. It's happened. It's happened. We no longer support the war. 430 votes in for that first debate. Our next question of the evening will be, do you think, or do you support the firing of Kristi Noem? I've just heard from people over there that they would probably use the bodies to be plans and that watch out for that. Yeah, they have done that before, and our military has confirmed that before. I think it's a sign of a little bit of honesty from our military that they came out and did that report that way. That they confirmed that the report was, real. I mean, they could have definitely just lied. I mean, I know George W. Bush would have. Do you support the firing of Kristi Noem? Okay? Ready? Yes? No? It wasn't a firing. She was our, quote, promotion. Okay? So all y'all Fox News dads can fight for that one. And then again, let's see, what would be something to help us out here with this one? Let me see. I'm gonna do a little search to help me out in my head because I'm losing it. It's taking forever. Why is that search taking forever? Movies? Yeah? No? Oh, okay. Yeah. We'll just do Scary Movie 6. Okay? So there you go. Our next poll, and the results will be told at midnight, is: do you support the firing of Kristi Noem? Yes, no, it wasn't a firing, quote, promotion, or Scary Movie 6. To be honest, I'd probably vote Scary Movie 6 on this one. To be honest, I vote Scary Movie 6 on this one, I feel like. But back to our Iranian detainee for a minute, and pretty soon we're going to be in the firing of Kristi Noem, so that's why that is there. The next 2 hours are mostly people in shock of that. We will start with Mr. Chuck Schumer when we get to that part of the equation here. But here we go. Back to this guy.
Quickly and safely
crazy story.
as possible. And sadly, on the heels of my release, there were a handful of other cases of Americans and Brits who were taken in Iran. 2 individuals who weren't released in the deal that brought me home, that ended up spending many, many more years in the same
Hey,
prison, one of whom inherited my bed in prison the day that I left.
Yeah,
And now
exactly.
we're buddies here in Washington,
That
D.C.
is
and
pure gold comment, Hud.
he's part of this community of hostage advocates as well. So, you know, my basic feeling about this scourge is that it's been a part of human history from the very beginning. Taking a member of an opposing tribe and using them as leverage works. And although it's exists.
Do you see his phrasing? That's why you know that this guy doesn't really have an agenda and he's telling the truth. His phrasing is like, anybody doing this kind of thing like should not be. He's like trying to illustrate the properties of the problem rather than illustrate a countrywide allegiance, which is why you should trust his like sourced like opinion of what he experienced. And also like what a crazy story, this guy, right? I don't know. Her firing at least shows accountability. Yeah, I agree with that as well. I would say like we could pin that as well there. But yeah, it's like for me. I was ready for it. I think that Donald Trump should have been the "you're fired" fucking Donald Trump a long fucking time ago. Because I don't know why it's taken so long. I thought after the first death in Minnesota, we should have had a replacement, a immediate firing, a replacement, and just do it the corporate way. Just be like, she's decided to move on to different things. And then you tell her she's fired and you say, that's the statement you have to go out to do. But this whole like nonsense where we're like, oh, I'll tweet out that you're actually doing a better job. And then we're going to like funnel a bunch of money to you. But like, we need you as a prop to stand down. Like, no, you sucked at the job, lady. You showed up and caked in makeup to Congress after 2 people died on your watch in Minnesota. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy to think that she did that yesterday and I said that, and then today it's like she's fired. And then to fucking do it the way they're doing, like, I just don't like that. I don't like the kissing ass to everybody, but at the same time, there's a lot of money at play with getting things to continue to work right on a daily basis in this, like, thing that he's trying to pull, and it's only been a year. And so it's like, I'm like, whatever he needs to do, like, I'm kind of on the puppet strings. I'm kind of the bootlicker. I'm kind of deep down a deep throat of Donald Trump right now since the State of the Union. It's kind of re-encapsulated me. Everything he's done and what he's shown, and that he's a reality star and he knows how to make fucking entertainment for us on it. People already have distrust in enforcement and the system in general. Yeah, exactly. If anyone made a catastrophic mistake in the job, they would be let go. Exactly.
Sense, biblical.
But I mean, we're still waiting on Pam Bondi and Kash Patel in that regard.
Times and maybe
right
further back.
I do want to finish this guy because this is really important. I mean, we got like 15 more minutes of this guy, but let's sit back and try to grasp what the fuck happened to him in Iran as a journalist.
I just think we can build skyscrapers
with no agenda,
put people on the moon. We can figure this out too.
Well, that's a good segue. What does need to be done to punish and deter this kind of behavior?
Many of you may know that hostage taking is considered an act of terror, right? Dave and I, along with other colleagues from WilmerHale and my family, took Iran to court. I had to testify in court here in the District of Columbia. My captors, who were the defendants in the case, didn't appear. They never appear. But was it 2 days testimony that we did? Was it 3? I can't even remember. There were long days.
The military
we had a
3-day
trial,
admitting to the school thing,
and it was not
but
easy.
Doesn't excuse the accident.
And the judge cross-examined our witnesses.
Yeah. Exactly.
And me longer than any of them. And rightfully so. I got no problem with that.
I mean, if you want to look at it that way, like there should be accountability on him too. Like I could, like I would say there's less of an argument to eliminate Pete Hegseth until you get rid of Kash Patel and Pam Bondi. But if you got rid of Kash Patel and Pam Bondi too, you could also say because of this military strike with this fucking Childs thing, and also the boat one, because they didn't really clean that up well, that you could get rid of him as well. And that's kind of how I feel. Like you gotta take your place. You gotta take the fucking step aside. You gotta move on. You gotta be willing to move on to yourself. Instead, there's like a lot of ass kissing and a lot of saving face, and I don't fucking like that. I don't understand why the brash, independent, fire starting, reality star Donald Trump wants to save face a lot of the time rather than just you fired.
But it was not.
Maybe we'll see a lot more later. Hopefully.
Procedure, but we made our case and proved it.
Yeah, exactly.
And
serious solution though.
And he ruled in our favor.
And it was not lost on any of us the contrast between what we were describing to the court in terms of how Jason was treated by one system and the system we were living through at the moment, and the contrast. Here, the party was not present because it chose not to be present. The defendants were not present. But the judge refused to enter a judgment against an absent defendant without putting us through all of our paces to prove our case. And to make certain we did it, he personally cross-examined every witness and stood in, effectively, for Iran. And we didn't know how the trial was going because he was so hard on us. But he was making a point, and he was fulfilling his constitutional responsibility to perform his function faithful to law.
But I want to put a fine point on it. At the time, this idea of a wrongful detention, which is a legal term at this point, didn't exist. My case, as far as the U.S. government was concerned, from 2014 July when I was arrested to 2016 January when I was released, was a consular matter. The U.S. government treated it as a consular matter, right? As they treat all of these sorts of cases.
Consular matter. Holy shit. So they were saying that the only way to negotiate any of this was to say he committed the crimes that they say that he committed. He can go through that system. And the only way for him to lobby against that is to go through the embassy through the country. Which again, Iran, embassy, America, what? Chancellor matter.
And when we went to court,
Consular matter.
We made the case, and the judge, the opinion is out there. It's a public.
Because now you see that all the time, wrongful detention. We don't have that law in your country. You can't detain our citizen because we don't have that law. Before, our policy was, oh, well, you broke their laws. If you can get a hold of us.
Record. Is this a clear example of hostage taking, right? And we have to do whatever we can to deter this practice. And so I think one thing that is necessary, vitally necessary, we talked a bit in the introduction about the shift from non-state actors to state actors doing this. We have to really reimagine how we think about these cases. We are playing catch-up. Iran is not the only country or government that does this. China does it. Venezuela has done it a lot.
Russia.
This is a serial crime with copycats, and we need to address it as such. And I think we've made huge progress. And a lot of credit goes to the Foley Foundation, Diane Foley, whose son Jim was murdered by ISIS several days after I was arrested, actually. And in the wake of that, she jumped into action, knowing that not only had she been let down by the U.S. government and their entire family had been let down, but that we could do better. And that's why we're here. And that's why this community of organizations has grown. But we're not at the finish line yet.
So I want to be sure that we leave time for discussion. And please tell me if we do have time for discussion.
Didn't hear North Korea. Yeah, I said this earlier. I was making a joke and I was saying it's kind of cute. It's like the Hall of Fame of like, oh, we just walk around and this is what it's like if it was perfect. If we just completely let it happen. And I'm like, yeah, if we liberate everywhere else, including Cuba, then you go for North Korea. But and also North Korea has just that China tie, and that's the problem, is that you need to have embedded sleeper cells that and uprisings in China and Russia. And if you do that as well, and you really have true global democracy, and world leading is by real populists, like a Donald Trump figure, like a fucking populist figure that everybody just is like, oh, do you know who that is? Yes, a Donald Trump. Everybody knows. Everybody all across the world. That's the populist you need for the person at the top of the control of that global democracy. And then everyone is kind of dictated by that person's legislation to allow for democracy to happen everywhere. And you pretty much have global democracy control, because right now you only have really 5 or 6 of them. You have Cuba. Let's be real. Let's not fuck around with Mexico is fine. You got the cartel shit, but we can handle with the cartels on our own. We created the cartels. But you have Venezuela. You have Cuba, Haiti. Haiti just needs economic support though too. And then you got Iran. Everything else will kind of stabilize off of Iran as long as there's a Middle Eastern agreement. You got China and Russia. And then after that, if China, then you get North Korea as well. And all the rest of the shit is just dicking around, right? North Korea is still considered a stalemate. Canada first, LOL. The first thing about China is the guns are made in China. Yeah. That's facts.
What needs to be said about the progress that has been made is that...
Are you sticking with us? Make sure you hit that like button so that you can get in on that poll. Poll people from every different political persuasion so we can get together and have that conversation. Earlier today, we found out that for the first time, day 6, we do not support the war anymore. We do not support the war anymore. And we got 54% on our war poll today. The rest of the days we have been yes. And this is the first day of no. And then for our secondary poll that's going until midnight tonight, that secondary poll is, do you believe Kristi Noem should be fired? The answers that you can have are yes, no, it was a promotion, or no, Scary Movie 6, which Scary Movie 6 I think might surprise. Scary Movie 6 might surprise, guys. So we will check in at 11 on that poll, and then we will have the final verdict at midnight for a poll. I think Scary Movie 6 might surprise, because Scary Movie 6 kind of relates to Kristi Noem as well, because she does have a scary face. Got a few. I want to let this guy finish up here, and then we will get to Kristi Noem.
In the aftermath of Jason's case, thanks to the community, many of whom are here, and thanks to Jason's work as an advocate in this space, Congress did pay attention. Congress did listen. The executive branch did seek to improve its own performance in this area. The Robert Levinson Act followed. There are factors for wrongful detentions to be designated by the State Department. That then triggers a whole of government approach to these cases, more contact with families, organization led by the FBI in an interagency process that includes the entire national security establishment. Many of you have worked in this space, worked on these cases, and so there is a sort of government scaffolding around these issues that functions a lot better. The issue now is punishment, deterrence. What we're seeing today as we speak with the war in Iran, it's terrifying for families who have loved ones in detention. I think everyone expects there will be more in detention before this war is over. And so maybe
I never
it's a
even
good
thought about
opportunity
that. That's crazy.
to turn it to today's situation, open the floor for questions, but to give you a moment to prepare your questions, just let Jason take the first one on, are we doing the right thing here? Is this a just war?
I think that.
Wow. Okay, so the guy that was in prison in Iran for over 500 days took a pretty deep pause before he even answers this question. But what a deep question, and respect to this man for even having the wherewithal as somebody that was in detention for over 500 days to even be able to come out and speak about this. Pretty crazy. I can't believe you people can't actually pretend to know what Trump was thinking. No, we're all just predicting and having fun and playing games here, bro. Let us know what you think. What do you think? What's next? Do you think that, I mean, there is the possibility. Also, Donald Trump is getting old. There's always that theory. He falls over. What happens then? How long is the war going to last? 60 days? 90 days? 3,000 days? Every day that the Democrats get to say it's a forever war. It's a forever war away from forever in the war.
It's really too early to say definitively whether this is a just war or not. My inclination is to say no, that it's not. But that the elimination.
Well, guys, you heard it here first, and this is what I was saying. I don't know how I'm going to feel in 60 days, but here is a man who was detained by the Iranian state government unfairly, put up on death row, 500 days in solitary confinement. He is standing in front of us right now as an advocate for negotiating things like this to happen, knows exactly who the enemy is, knows that China and Russia and the others are the enemy. And he just made this statement. It's too close to call. It's too early. It's too early. But he's itching towards no. Already. And tonight, day 6, we leaned no. We're already in the no. We are no longer for this war. It only took 5 days. But there we are in day 6. No.
Of the supreme leader and many layers of leadership in the Islamic Republic was.
Gonna need Dr. Phil.
But the
I don't think any
ongoing
of us here
bombing of Tehran and other cities, and now the possibility that we might arm other ethnic groups within Iran, it seems to me that as heinous a system as the Islamic Republic has always been and murdered thousands upon thousands of its own citizens already this year, that the cost of removing this system and potentially killing many times more people and decimating a country with a 2,500-year history, and a working infrastructure might not be the best use of American might.
Thank you. Are there questions from the group? Let me just hand my microphone
Well, the majority of us already are saying no.
Thank you so much.
And here we
Pedro
are.
Pisano from the McCain Institute.
We already went through Pete Hegseth and we already went through Trump, and both of their statements on the war so far I'm still leaning yes in the war. From now on my what's up next thing, as long as the war is still like predominantly the number one story, I'll put a little ticker as to where I feel on the war. But right now, I'm still yes at the moment. But with every inch, with every power, with everything like this that I see, the more that I'm like, all right, I'm about to switch up real quick here. Some link age with wisdom, yeah, some do. Hey, what's up, Ray Witt?
Two acronyms. I think you know what I'm going to ask. I always ask this question,
Hit that like
which
button,
is
y'all.
SSWD and FSIA. So for the first time ever, the U.S. government designated an entire country as a state sponsor of wrongful detention. It's supposed to create a bunch of sanctions and really create off-ramps. So how are you seeing that implemented right now? What more can we do to make sure that the 6 Americans get out, but also all the other ones? And then FSIA, Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act. You know what I'm going to ask, so if you can talk.
I think any measure like the state-sponsored designation of wrongful detention is positive, right? But we need more teeth. And Iran, as a country that's been doing this for a very long time, has sort of set the gold standard.
See, I think that's the thing. That's why he's already against it and knows that that's what's going to happen, is because he sees Iran. He's like, I don't think you guys get it. This isn't like a bunch of tents. This is an established country with infrastructure and people that are operating within it every day that are devoted to it. To eliminate its leaders just causes chaos, but it's chaos in the streets. Like, if you eliminated everyone in the, like, all of New York City and the president or something, or all the way down the line, or what, you know what I mean? Like, you eliminate 40 people down the whole line of it or whatever, and then it's like, yeah, but it has the infrastructure of the United States. Imagine if the top 40 of our leaders all just disappeared. It'd be like fucking crazy. But yeah, like that's kind of what he's saying here. Is he's like, I used to live in the country for forever. He can't get past that. I don't know. I'm not as experienced as him. I'm more willing to lean on this kind of guy than anything. Talk about PTSD. I mean, yeah, he definitely does have that. Iran had a doomsday clock that counted down till destruction of Israel. It was bombed. I know, but that's all. This is all stuff we're getting fed through the algorithms, guys. Like, this guy literally lived in there, got wrongfully detained as a Washington Post reporter for America for 500 days in solitary confinement. Just walked through for 30 minutes explaining how it was one of the most corrupt systems, how we need to get rid of those systems. And he's saying getting rid of the top 40 leaders in this kind of economic system of a country, which he lived in and was incarcerated in, is like insane. And if he's saying that, I can see that, because that's what I would say about America. If you eliminated the top 40 leaders in America, it would be insanity. You'd be like, what the fuck is going on? And he's like, that's what you just did now. Now there's going to be like 80 militia groups. There's a Tucker Carlson group. There's a Nick Fuentes group. Everybody has their little group. I go to the Asmongold group, but that's just me. Anyway, here we go.
Of what state hostage taking looks like. We already know what they do, right? And we know what those pressure points are. I do some work with the Center for Strategic and International Studies, and we put together a high-level commission on hostage-taking and wrongful detention, co-chaired by Senator Shaheen and former National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien.
Be back in 1
Very
second, and then we'll
bipartisan,
get into Kristi Noem.
look at this issue with people who've dealt with it from every angle. Other former hostages, family members, lawyers, law enforcement, intelligence, congressional staffers, and I encourage people to look at those recommendations. But I think anything that we can do to move the needle forward towards justice, to make it harder for people, but also call it out for what it is. wrongful detention, unjust detention, confuses people sometimes. What we're talking about here is hostage taking conducted by sovereign states. Is that something that's acceptable or not? I would argue not. On foreign sovereign immunity, Dave's the expert.
Yeah, just quickly on that, the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act does have, as you all know, an exception to sovereign immunity for designated state sponsors of terrorism that engage in hostage taking. That exception exists. Now, the state must be a designated state sponsor of terror. Iran is so designated, and therefore Jason's case could be brought consistent with sovereign immunity. There's an exception to sovereign immunity for a case like Jason's against Iran. The problem, and look, the judiciary did a beautiful job with the case as we described. The decision is well reasoned, it's sound, it's rooted in precedent, it's rooted in law, both US and international law. It's perfectly done. The gap is at the end. How does one enforce that judgment against the wrongdoer? Iran has no assets here in the United States. And it is very difficult for an individual like Jason or individuals like Jason's family to go out into the world and try to enforce this judgment against assets overseas. The US government has the power and the strength to do that. I think it might. I think it should. And I think this administration seems to be moving in that direction. Whether they get themselves all the way there, we'll see. But that is where enforcement is missing. And that would be, in my view, an easy way to punish and deter. It's why the courts do what they do. It's why the law requires the courts to impose punitive damages, to punish and deter, and to do it in a way that's proportionate to the benefit gained by the wrongdoer. And as we know, because Iran boasts publicly about what it gains its own prisoners in return, people who have violated the law and are real criminals, not hostages. It gains release of frozen assets, and in some cases, it gains geopolitical advantages. And those gains are responded to by US courts in the form of punitive damages, proportionate to those benefits. That has to be enforced if this behavior is to be deterred. That's, from a legal standpoint, what Congress had firmly in mind. We're missing that last enforcement piece. So other questions? Professor Cedarbaum. And thank you to Pedro at the McCain Institute for that good question.
Jonathan Cedarbaum from GW Law School. Dave, I wanted to see if you could just finish that thought. So how might the U.S. government go about enforcing? You, I thought a sentence or two ago said they could, but they have not. So what would enforcement actually look like?
Thank you, Professor. The
hey guys,
oil assets are frozen all over the world as a result of U.S. sanctions. Those assets are frozen in some unfriendly countries and frozen in some friendly countries. I suspect there could be an arrangement by which the United States could reach agreement with friendly countries on when it would be appropriate to seize those assets for purposes of judgment enforcement. In the private context,
it's like a matter of time.
Breaches, business against business, that happens all the time, every day. U.S. judgments are enforced around the world all the time. These judgments are not, and it shouldn't be so. And so I think the answer is the United States government may have the ability to arrange this on a bipartisan on a bilateral or multilateral basis. Good. One more. We have one more question. I'm sorry.
But we got to get to know him. We got to get to know him.
Yes, I have a question for each of you. About midway into his detention, you filed a petition with the UN Human Rights Committee. So my question is, how useful was that in terms of the process, both with respect to Iran and also with respect to having galvanizing support from other countries? And then my question to Jason is, how has your detention impacted on the Washington Post's ability to cover Iran?
I'll take that second part first. The Post, since I was detained, has had a presence in Iran for all of 3 days during these last 12 years. We've had an incredible
has your detention impacted on the Washington Post's ability to cover Iran?
I'll take that second part first. The Post, since I was detained, has had a presence in Iran for all of 3 days during these last 12 years.
Wow.
We've had an incredible run, both on the news and opinion side, for a very long time. We had a presence in Iran before I was there. Fortunately, I've been able to continue to contribute to various Washington Post reporting, mostly on the opinion side over the last several years. And we had a couple of staff members who were really excellent on Iran, who unfortunately were laid off in the recent cuts at the Washington Post. But we're still doing a great job because we're well sourced and we know people, and I have a policy of being a hopefully giving colleague. And so when people come to me with their Iran questions, I try to answer them. I want to take the first part as well, and then I'll let Dave talk about the working group on arbitrary detention. I don't think it didn't make a huge difference in my case because that opinion came out the day after I was released, if I remember.
3 weeks prior.
3 weeks prior, all right. But, you know, I encourage anybody who is going through one of these to get one of those opinions as quickly as possible. They don't have teeth, but they do sort of set the foundation for a conversation, because oftentimes when you go to anyone, whether it's an editor or a lawyer or a diplomat, and say, this person is being held against their will wrongfully, they're being held hostage, they say, what sort of proof do you have? Well, this working group at the UN says so.
Yeah, that's exactly right, in my view, what Jason has said. We did it for 3 reasons. One was to be able to use it in our advocacy, to go to all those member states who have an obligation to uphold and to help with, I won't call it enforcement, but to help with the response to that decision. And it's a decision that's issued by a UN working group on arbitrary detention that sits under the Human Rights Council in their special procedures area. And the decision was very well done in Jason's case. It can be found, it's online, it's a public document, it's very well reasoned, and we were able to use it in our advocacy, not just with the US government, but with many other governments who we were working with to try to put together a deal or to try to move the needle. The other reason to do it is that the Iranians care about it. And that's misunderstood. The assumption is a pariah state wouldn't care about something like that. That's not right. This is the only club they belong to. The UN is the only club they belong to, and they care about it. And they care about their standing there, they care what people say about them, and they care what positions they get within that organization. And we went to the UN and we said, you have said this, they should not be getting any positions until this is solved. And the UN, to its credit, did that. And the last thing I'll just say is it's a great piece of communications for the public campaign, and the National Press Club was terrific, had an event for us, the Post was there, and it helped with advocacy for Jason's release. We're glad you're free. It's been 10 years. You've done a tremendous amount to shed light on these issues, to move the needle on U.S. law, and to help the people who followed you into this terrible world of state-sponsored hostage-taking. You have helped them all. You've helped other families deal with the problem. And we'll see what current events do for this going forward.
Thank you. Thanks everybody for being here. I really appreciate it.
Well, guys, that did not give me any more optimism towards what's happening. If anything, it makes me think that we are like our government is admitting that we shot the school down, and now here we are. I mean, we're kind of like our thumbnail. We're kind of in the vibe of the thumbnail right now. That's what we're in the vibe of. Anyway, on to our next subject, which we can switch the imaging on in a second as well. I wanted to make sure that there wasn't any kind of exclusive pullback, because here's the thing: when C-SPAN or the government release an archive like they did with the Hillary Clinton stuff, yeah, like here's the Newsom one. I wonder if this was today or not. Sometimes they'll release something that was from a few days ago that they have archived. And so it's new to us, but it's not new to them. This is the 5th. You want to check this out, guys? No, we can do that. We'll do that when we do the Congress votes the war. Let's get into the Noems. Kristi Noem. Let's start off with her statement. Kristi Noem's statement herself. Goodbye, Kristi. My opinion on Kristi Noem, she wore way too much makeup to her hearing yesterday. She thinks this is all fucking joke. She's a fucking idiot. She should have been gone. So should Pam Bondi and Kash Patel. We need to bring back Donald Trump, the year fired Donald Trump. Enough of this fucking candy ass, kissing ass bullshit. Like, what is up with not firing anybody? We need to bring fucking firing people back. I thought competency was supposed to be the key to this administration, and instead we keep letting stuff happen. She should have been out after the first death, in my opinion. When they had the first death in Minnesota, she should have been out. And it probably would have prevented the second death from ever happening, because everybody would have had to take a week and recalibrate. There would have been a lot more composure to the situation. Instead, it was just like, go back out, do the same. Go back out, do the same. That's ignorance. That's ignorance. You're fired. Yes, absolutely. Let's pin that. You're fired. You are fired. Boom, done. Noem was truly tired of the position. She's amazingly attractive, though. Yeah, I mean, she is attractive, though. It was interesting. I thought that South Park did an okay job the first episode of the year, but then by the end of the year, they were kind of doing like a Democrat shill, like pandering thing. And then like their Noem, and I think their Pam Bondi was kind of spot on because she had like shit on her nose. It's like that was kind of what she did with the 500 in the Dow and all that shit, but like, it was just kind of cheeky, because I was like, Kristi Noem actually looks legit, honestly.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are you?
Good.
And Tony's doing a good job, isn't he? He's doing a fantastic job. Well, thank you for giving me the honor and the blessing of getting to come and spend some from the bottom of my heart and my family's heart. I want to say thank you. Thank you for all that you do to keep people safe and to uphold your oath to be out in our communities, protecting people from public safety threats, but also being an example to our next generation of Americans. Our kids and our grandkids are desperate for examples to look up to. And the way that you lead, the way that
you're just coming into the chat, make sure that you hit that like button. Send people in from all different political backgrounds and persuasions for our poll. Our first poll of the night was, for our night 6, was, do we support the war or not? And we said no for the first night tonight. Night 6 is when we shifted gears. We no longer have a majority supporting the war now. And our second poll of the evening that is revealed at midnight, but we will check in on in 15 minutes after a little bit of her speech here, is, should Kristi Noem be fired? Yes? No? She wasn't fired, she's promoted. Or Scary Movie 6.
You enforce the law and the way that you do it with compassion, but also firmness, sets an example for how we want all Americans to live their lives. So just thank you for that, and know that we pray for you, that God will have his hand on you and your families and continue to bless you as you do your work. Listen, I'd like to thank everybody who's hosted me today. I know we've got a host of leaders that are here. We just met with Vince backstage a little bit and talked with him a little bit. Tony obviously has been very helpful. Michael, who is from the New York State Chief of Department, Mark Ross, Craig Miller. We've got Craig Lally as well, and then the Chicago Fraternal Order of Police Recording Secretary Rob is here, and then Rochester Police Locust Club President Jeff is with us as well. But would you give all of those individuals who stepped up into a leadership position a round of applause for what they do to bring everybody together? Now, in his State of the Union address just last week, President Trump reminded us of what it is every American's duty to do, and that is to serve the American people. That's what the
if you're jumping in here, make sure you hit that like button. Send people from the left, send people from the right. Our newest poll right now is: should Kristi Noem get fired? Yes, no, or she got promoted, or Scary Movie 6. Send everybody in here, have a chat, throw down your opinions, both left and right. Here we are to have conversations, discussions. For $3 a month, there is memberships. You get a little logo next to your name and also an exclusive YouTube short for that evening. You can go and check out my latest YouTube shorts that's available to everybody. Asmongold versus Sneeko today. Asmongold kicking his ass, in my opinion. And part 2 kind of proves it for members only. And yeah, let's get it going. Kristi Noem getting fired. Getting fired. You're fired.
Government is to do, those elected officials and those that step up into public service, is to fulfill our duty to protect American citizens. That they should come first under our Constitution and our laws, and they should be prioritized, and especially over other people who are from other countries.
Is this Scary Movie 6? Is this the start to Scary Movie 6? Like, we drop the bomb and then Kristi Noem gets fired. This is Scary Movie 6.
The Constitution demands that we treat our citizens that way, and the men and women who serve at the Department of Homeland Security, they understand the importance of that, and we also understand the importance of all of our law enforcement officers and what they do across the country.
I might want to sniff Robert Kennedy Jr.'s shorts, and you will not know, because I have not said my opinions on RFK yet. But we will have my backstory of RFK when we get to RFK later tonight, which is around midnight, 1 a.m. So about 2.5 hours from now, we're going to check in on our poll on Kristi Noem in 11 minutes, and then we're going to check in on it again and clear it out. It ends at midnight. About an hour and 10 minutes left of that poll, so make sure you guys vote. Make sure you get that vote in.
To keep people safe.
Screw this.
The department was formed after the horrific events on 9/11, and just 2 years later, as Congress put the department together with the support of the president, 23 different agencies who had a nexus and a focus on defending the homeland were put in order to make sure that they were all following the same mission every single day. So it's a very diverse department. It not only has FLETC in it that trains over 130 different federal law enforcement agencies and officers from those agencies. It also includes CBP, ICE, CWMD, which is Countering Weapons of Mass Destruction. So some of you may have gone through some of those trainings to help us detect some of the threats here in our homeland, and also some of the trainings that it takes as far as responding to fires and 911 calls in different specific situations. We have intelligence agencies. We also cover FEMA. FEMA is a disaster response agency, but it also is the agency that's entrusted to run the government on our very worst day. If we had a tragedy in this country where we needed someone to step up because our leadership was not able to, that agency would be entrusted to do that and to maintain our critical infrastructure. So they...
Goodbye. It's like, you didn't need to spend this much time explaining who you are. Blip, 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 blip. Scary Movie 6. Get off the stage. Kristi Noem's new name to me is Scary Movie 6. I know this is the last time we're going to do this. You sucker. Exactly. Come on.
Ensure that they go forward and maintain our
You're getting
electrical
in here.
grid.
Make sure you hit that like button, because you hit that like button, you send people from the left, send people from the right to our poll. We're going to be checking that poll in 9 minutes, guys. 9 minutes. Yes, no, or she was promoted, or Scary Movie 6. I mean, I'm starting to believe Scary Movie 6 by the way that she's talking. 3 minutes in, I want her to stop yapping. I want her to just go away. It's time to walk off the stage, lady. But again, here we go. More clarification. We're going to all be okay by the person that is on her way out.
And our critical infrastructure such as water and systems that we rely on every day to help the American people be safe and to still have their way of life. We also have CISA, which some of you may have worked with them, which is our cybersecurity agency, which goes out and not only hunts down bad actors that would attack us on our cyber systems, but also gives us mitigation measures for how we can harden our systems. All of these entities work together to serve the American people and to make sure that we're prepared for any threats that we may face, but also respond to them in a way that honors what our ideals are.
Come in it. Let's have a conversation.
The sacred duty of our government truly is that people are entrusted
Her
to
face
secure
is
the
truly
rights
melting,
also
is it
of
not?
all the
Is it
American
not
people.
melting?
You know, the Declaration of
Her face
Independent
is truly
States,
melting.
the governments derive their powers from
She's going back to ranching here in South Dakota. If they'll let her.
from the consent of.
I've been against Kristi Noem since she shot a dog. One of my very first viral shorts on this channel, if you go look up my most popular shorts, back old school Alex doing his pod, was confirmed Kristi Noem shooting her dog and having that stance. I was like, why are we talking about this lady still? She shot her dog. Like, we're done. We're done. She's toast. Politically, she's toast after she shot her dog. And then she's like, no, I'm going to go out there and shoot 2 human beings as well. It's like, God damn, lady, when are you going to stop? When is Kristi Noem going to stop shooting things? That is the one part that South Park got right. The face melting, I will not. No. You're digging deep Democrat bullshit. This lady is hot as fuck. Like, if this was an asset, she should have been CIA. If she was doing Pete Hegseth and then she was like, I'm going to go undercover for all of us and infiltrate Iran myself, we would all be like, you know what, Donald Trump? I think you got a good idea here. I think Kristi Noem can do it. I think she could pull an Iranian. She could pull an Iranian as a spy. But walking around, letting her in charge of guns as the lady that shot her dog, all you get is more people shot. And then even after she shoots a person, you let her shoot another one. It's like, how many people can you shoot? I think, was it finally 3 strikes you're out? Was that what happened here? Scary Movie 6 continues.
The governed, which is the people. The people give us the right to do our jobs each and every day. And as long as this world is fractured and as long as human nature is fallen, we will need brave men and women who step up and serve and enforce our rights and our laws and our values. And that's what all of you do in this room with your colleagues. The heroism was on full display this last week when we saw the attack in Austin, Texas, and we saw that the first responders that helped protected people and more lives there were our law enforcement that responded immediately. Instead of running away, they ran to it. And though we lost 3 lives and saw many other people injured, they prevented so many other lives from being lost. We're very grateful that they are willing to do that and to serve in such a way. In fact, it reminded me of the...
Is this the punishment? She just has to continue to do the speech as though she wasn't just fired? She has to just give the speech anyway as though she wasn't just fired?
Quote that is often attributed to...
Or she mentioned it at the end. She's like, oh, by the way, guys, last time I'll be with you. See you later. Acts like a secretary on her way out. Like, true secretary fashion there.
George Orwell that states, people sleep peacefully in their beds at night only because rough men stand ready to do violence on their behalf. Which means you step up in order to protect people, and you do it in a way that other people often are never going to be required to. When tragedies like what we saw in Austin take place, it's your leadership and it's your decision making that make all the difference. You use judgment, and people entrust you with their lives. You're on the front lines of leadership.
Yo, if you're joining us right now, make sure you hit that like button. If you hit that like button, you spawn in more people. And when we spawn in more people, we get people left and right for our poll. Yes, no. It was a promotion or Scary Movie 6. I am very curious. We're going to check in on the poll in 5 minutes, and then we got the finale at midnight. 1 hour we left on this poll here, guys. This is the incredible one. This is the one I'm really curious about. I think we all kind of agree and have, like, I'm just, how many people are voting Scary Movie 6? That's all I really want to know at this point.
Responsibility of guiding and also shaping the next generation. So we thank you for that, and we thank you for what you do. I know that I've met many of you in the room. I've had the chance to visit with you. I appreciate your wisdom and your advice as we continue to develop.
I feel like there are Democrats in here, and they're fine, but a lot of them are quiet because they feel like overwhelmed by it all, but they actually are open to conversation, and that's great. Like last one, our poll showed that in our early poll, our first 3-hour poll every night is, do you support the war or no? And in that poll, we, for the first time ever tonight, were a no. So I was just hoping that the no's stick around. I know a lot of them are swiping away, or they think that I hate them, or they want to talk shit, or they're just like blah, 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 blabbling. But I like having different sides of both sides of it. And I think that there are them that in here. I just think that they just don't know really what to say in rebuttal, because a lot of what they're given is gobbledygook. But at least they're curious. I think that a lot of people of us are in the middle. I said that we define our audience by people that are excited that, Dan Crenshaw and Al Green and Jasmine Crockett all lost their primaries, and that Scary Movie 6 is finally getting fired here.
Trainings and insight into how leadership can work together to make good decisions and to break down the silos between agencies so that we can work together more different, better ways than we have in the past. And we're seeing challenges across the country from judges and courts that are working to stop some of our efforts, that are looking to take away some of the protections that you need in law to do your work. And then also we're seeing some challenges from sanctuary states.
Absolutely.
Sanctuary cities. In fact, after I get done sharing a few more words, I want to hear your questions on ways that we can help you do your jobs. If you're in a situation where the laws may be a little different than it is in other states, or you may have unique challenges that perhaps we could work together on to find ways to help you bring criminals to justice and to protect your community from public safety threats. America is the greatest country in the world, and it's the
it is, and that's why you're gone. See you later.
Greatest country in the world that has great cities and great communities, regardless of where people live. We need to make sure that they have an opportunity to go to work every day safely and to send their kids to school safely every day. Sanctuary cities do give us a challenge, because it makes it difficult at times for law enforcement to do their work. And we see that many times when a city cooperates with the federal government, cooperates with our federal officers, that it is safer. In fact, 7 of our top 10 safest countries in the nation are not sanctuary cities. They're cities where the local law enforcement partners with us. They partner with our federal agencies, with the FBI, DEA, ATF, CBP, ICE, and our operations. And we've also seen across
she didn't get fired. Oh, we got somebody that voted that way in the poll.
Most crime-ridden cities do not cooperate with us. Where those that are not cooperative with federal officers will see challenges on their streets. We've seen a lot of different situations from city to city. The one thing I would encourage you that no matter how frustrated you may be with some of that we can find a way to work together
you guys want to see my dog?
Do some good work for our people. In fact, even in Memphis, where we saw different leadership, we had different parties in the governorship and in the mayor, we still were able to arrest and bring to justice over 2,600 criminals, and in a way that significantly dropped their crime rate and significantly helped those communities continue to take those public safety threats off the streets. We got over 150 different illegal sex offenders off of the street.
Scary Movie 6 over
We saw one
here.
of those arrests included a criminal illegal alien from Venezuela that was convicted of aggravated criminal assault and abuse of a child. I'm thankful that that individual is no longer on the streets because of the cooperation of those local law enforcement. We have agreements across the country called 287G agreements. I'm sure you're familiar with them, but there is 3 different models that are available. One is a jail model that helps us with some detention. The other is a warrant service officer model that is extremely helpful for us to make sure that we can take jurisdiction or of an individual who's a criminal.
What did she do wrong?
Of an environment of a
She only
Courthouse.
shot her dog, then got a job, then had 2 other people get shot on that job. She only did that. She only did that part. As a public spokesperson, she only physically shot her own dog, wrote about it in a book, still got a cabinet position somehow, still got through the Senate somehow, and then on her watch as a public spokesperson of that department had 2 citizens get shot. Bam. Bam. Only.
Or jail. And
oh, it's time. It's time, guys. Are we ready? Here we go. Let's look at it. Oh, what? It's that close? Oh, it's because of all of the breakdowns. We want the breakdowns right now. Here we go. Do you support the firing of Kristi Noem? 61% yes. 21% no. Oh, okay, so we got some strong holdouts. We got some strong Trumpers in here. We got some strong, hard Trumpers in here. Or like strong, hard lovers of Kristi Noem. Maybe they just think she's really hot or something. And then we got no is 21%. I'm sorry, I just got distracted because it's showing me like the key stream of me from like way earlier. Got confusing. 21% no. 11% it wasn't a firing, promotion. Yep, there we go. That's 11% Fox News right there, DOTs. We got them. Or those are the Trumpers. Those are the Trump first, because that's what Trump said, right? Yeah, that's what Trump said. Trump said that. And so we got 11% are diehard Trumpers. 61% of us are just like, please make sure that there's a yes here. Got 21% no's, but again, 7%. Scary Movie 7. We got 1 hour left, guys. At midnight, we will check in and hit the end on this poll and have our final poll of the evening from midnight to 2 a.m. You can suggest it in the chat. Any poll suggestions in the chat. Let's check in on the chat right now. And we got wonderful job, my ass. Wonderful how she feels about cats. LOL. What did she do wrong? America's needs some POTUS, which isn't a PD file, I guess. Get some lab in him. Hello. And that's it right now. But yeah, let's get back to it. Kristi Noem's comments after she was fired. And then we'll get into Chuck Schumer's comments on Kristi Noem's firing and all that jazz. We're going to be covering this for another hour. The Kristi Noem firing. Oh, extravaganza. And we will end our poll at midnight. We're back at it.
they can be turned over to ICE so that we have the ability to return them back home. And the other model would be in the task force model, which I hope many of you
love my dog?
have the opportunity to cooperate with us in.
Not German Shepherd, it's a Chinook. He is kind of look like a German Shepherd though, because a Chinook is an Alaskan breed where they were a smaller version of a sled dog to do the luggage and stuff, and also to protect the tent because Huskies were too wild. And a Chinook is basically 50% Husky, 50% German Shepherd. So German Shepherd was close and pretty much right. Thank you for reading my stuff. I'm honored, of course. Anything, man. Let's have a conversation. Let's do this. I'll be back in a second.
Where we can use our different authorities
Scary
to go
Movie
out
6.
and go after the worst of the worst. Those targeted operations that go after violent offenders and criminal offenders, and that we can bring them to justice and get them out of your city and your state. We've seen that program go from before President Trump was in office to only 135 of those agreements across the country signed, to now we have over 1,400 of them in place. And it's been very beneficial to make sure that we've removed over 400,000 criminal offenders out of this country. We've seen 3 million people leave our country that were here illegally, but over 750,000 of them were arrested and detained and removed. We'd much rather prefer that they volunteer to go home, and that it can be a volunteer situation. But if not, if people are here illegally and committing crimes, we want to make sure we're able to detain them and get them out of your communities before we create more victims in the United States. I'm grateful for the work that you do, because it's made a difference across this country. This last year, we've seen our murder rate in the United States of America drop to the lowest level since it's ever been recorded. And we've recorded our murder rate across the country for 125 years, and this year we broke the record for the lowest
Continuing to climb,
in the country, and that's because of the work of individuals in this room and individuals that we've been able to partner with.
Also, his name is Jerry. My dog's name is Jerry. As I was saying, he is a Chinook. He's an amazing dog. I'm better than Kristi Noem, so I keep my dog safe. And he also is named Jerry because my last dog was named Elaine, and that was after Seinfeld. And then I moved to a street called Kramer Lane in Austin, Texas. And now I live with Jerry on Kramer Lane. Jerry of Kramer Lane. I love you so much.
We've also taken 1.7 billion lethal doses of drugs off our streets and stopped them from coming into the United States. That means 1.7 billion people will still be with us because of the work that our agencies and our work has done.
Send us
our
a
Coast
chat.
Guard
Hit
is an
that like
important
button. Get
asset
yourself
in the
in there on
Department
the
of Homeland
poll.
Security, and they've
Be
worked
checking
with
in on
us,
our
and maybe have
final-
worked with some of you in the
final on
room
the
as well to
poll
help
in
interdict
the,
those drugs and stop them from coming
50
into
minutes.
our country. You know, President Trump has been working hard to make sure that he's delivering on what he promised the American people, and that's to make America safe again. In doing so, we have gone out and found over 1,500 known and suspected terrorists that were let into this country over the open border invasion that we saw during the last administration. Those 1,500...
Ooh, I wonder how... Let's see what... I'm going to check it on the poll one last time before we're going to close it later on tonight. But okay, so right now... 143 votes. We got 60% yes, 22% no, 11% fire, 11% it wasn't a firing promotion, and 7% scary movie still right now. But if we add those up together, that's 22, 32, 33 plus 7. She's got a 40% approval rating here. If you give her the scary movies, if we give her all of it, she's got 40% of us.
Individuals who are already on our known and suspected terrorist watch list have been brought to justice and removed. We know there's many more, but we're going to still continue to look for them, to find them, and to do all that we can to make sure that this country is safe. Beyond that, we've also arrested and removed over 7,700 gang members, TDA members, MS-13, Sinaloa cartel. The president is extremely focused on fighting cartels and recognize them as a foreign terrorist organization so that we can have new authorities to go after them. And we'll be working throughout the Western Hemisphere with all the countries to make sure that we're biting the snake off, cutting its head off with fighting the cartel.
Making sure that we are biting, cutting, making its... Just leave! You were already fired. Why are you continuing the speech? I don't think that was part of his, what he needed you to do. I think he needed you to disappear into the night, not fumble the last speech. Ouch.
Cartels
I'm sorry
before they ever reach the United States, stopping the drug flow, stopping the guns and ammunition from getting here.
Thank you guys for tuning in. Make sure to hit that like button.
We'll continue to work together to make sure that we have the opportunity to do that.
Get that
To everybody in the room that puts on a uniform, that wears a badge, that steps out every single day and does something that so few others do, put your life on the line for your brothers and your sisters and your families, and you do it in your home community, I want to say thank you. And I also want to let you know that I believe that if there's something that you need for your families, that you need to let us know. I've found many times people can't do their job with excellence if there's a crisis at home. I've been working to get raises and better salaries and
home state isn't
retirements
too
for
damn
all of our
happy
law
with it.
enforcement
Exactly.
officers that are at the Department of Homeland Security, because I recognize that if you're having challenges at home financially, providing for your family, working overtime to make ends meet, trying to buy a house and put food on the table, it's very difficult to focus on your job and to do it with excellence. We want to take care of our families. So all of your suggestions and ideas, bring them forward. I will continue to push for that.
TM100,
I'm
I
a strong
appreciate
believer
that.
that we
That's a
need
good
you at the
comment.
top of your
That's a good
game
comment.
every day. And that means that your family needs to be right beside you, happy, healthy, and whole, and that God can continue to protect you and
Come on,
protect them and
Kristi.
make sure that you
We're
have
done.
a chance at the American dream too. So with
Take
that, why
questions.
don't we open it up to some questions? I know some
Yeah.
of
Why
you
don't
may
we
have
take
some
the-
prepared.
Why don't we take the first line of questioning and the "you're fired" roast? Man, they set her up on this one, didn't they? I wish you a good time and keep your beautiful dog safe. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I love him. He's a spoiled little brat.
And some of you may
I subscribe.
just thought, hey,
woo woo!
I've always
Thank
wanted
you.
to ask her.
Remember, guys, if you subscribe, you get we do like YouTube shorts like every single day. Usually about 10 of them every single day. I did about 5 today, including the Asmongold versus Sneeko fiasco. And then there's a part 2 in our members only section. $3 a month gets you different logos in the chat. And you support me as much as loving it. And I do this every single night, 7 p.m. all the way to 2 a.m. Central Time. Let's do this. Here we go. Back to Kristi Noem. Scary Movie 7 or 6.
This. You sure can.
Sorry.
Yes, sir. Yes. Oh, thank you.
He's going to break the news to her. Given the current state in Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
See you. Appreciate you.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate all you that are staying with us, watching us. The purpose of a show. I know we're dropping off because of this question, because of the quietness of the questions. I will try to repeat some of the quietness of the questions or talk over it, but the whole purpose of these this show is to just kind of watch the raw news all the way through, not cover it right and left, not just watch the little clip from CNN and watch it on repeat 8 times throughout the day. If you've ever watched the news for 2 straight hours, you'll see the same story twice. It's because they only just produce one model and then repeat it unless there's an update to the story. They take one clip out of this whole thing. Instead, let's just sit here 7 p.m. all the way to the 2 a.m. at night and cover everything that the government, that our lives, that they give us. And I've been here since the first day of the war, and we're going to keep on rolling on. Appreciate y'all. Here we go. He was asking something about Chicago. They didn't mic any of the questionnaires at the other one either. And it's kind of upsetting. So we might just take a few of these questions, maybe 1 or 2 of her responding to it.
Yep.
And then we'll move on, because I don't like the dead air.
No, I think that's great advice. I don't know if you guys heard that question, but he talked about targeted enforcement, and Rob was saying how it's much more effective in a lot of, especially these sanctuary cities, where we can work on targeting those individuals who have a criminal history besides their legal status that may be in violation of their visa or work permit, but that we work on those and make sure we're going out and doing that with the local law enforcement as much as we possibly can.
Those of you sticking with it, I
that is
appreciate
something
you.
that we are going to continue to do, and make sure that we're focusing and prioritizing those individuals and make sure that we're addressing the public safety threats there. Thank you. Yes, sir.
All right, this is going to be the last one, guys, because we can't hear the questions, and I don't like the dead air between
Okay,
the questions.
let me visit with him
and
about it.
response.
That'd be great. Well, we're
it just
talking
seems
about
that they're
doing some
discussing,
other
okay.
tax benefits.
Why are we doing this little
for
chit
other-
chat? Anyway, she was fired today, so let's go to Chuck Schumer, where he had a celebratory speech. He's popping champagne. He's having a good fucking time. Watch. Here we go. We want somebody with a smile, right? And somebody with a smile. Wait, former President Obama, Clinton, and Biden. Ooh, we got to get to that. Oh no, that's tomorrow. That'll be tomorrow. Okay. I always love when they do that to me. Let's get to Chucky Schumer. Chucky Schumer here. Chucky Schumer. He and Mr. Shifty Shift. Mr. Shifty Shift and Chucky Schumer are having a celebratory night. Getting excited about the Kristi Noem firing. They're probably like, we're never going to sign anybody else in, so he can't get anybody. Well, little did you know, Donald Trump has created World War III, so he can do whatever he wants now. New game.
Person being in charge of this agency as long as Trump is president, given the
Why always the
policies
shit
he's
mic,
espoused, given how ICE has been structured. The rot is deep.
Does that mean the Democrats are going to block any nominee from getting through?
As I said, he's got to change the whole policies in ICE. It transcends, it's not a personnel issue. So I wouldn't focus on that.
666? Why? That's a weird one, bro. Full belly. I don't know. I'm a little too superstitious to go into that shit.
Is that what you think, Mark?
It's too direct. Too direct. Too direct.
Let's be positioned. Thank you. This is a big shot.
They upload the wrong clip? Oh, okay, here we go.
No worries.
He found Markwayne, so someone dumber and more of a sycophant than Noem. I mean, maybe more of a sycophant, and I think if they're more of a sycophant, then they're going to listen to aggressive, independent, crazy Trump. And that's all I kind of want. I just want, like, 4 years. Let's go, balls to the wall, see what happens. Let's hear it. We're here for it.
Give us 1 second.
No worries. No worries. So you're the most important. We are. You're the ones who are going to make me look like Ryan Gosling, right?
Make you look like Brian Gosling? What the fuck?
You got to be really skilled to pull that off.
Bro, quit trying to kiss ass. We're at a war, I thought. Watch him put his face on. Watch him put his face on.
Okay.
Because he knows that this is clipped for the media. Nobody else is supposed to be watching this.
So look, I think it's positive news that Kristi Noem is being essentially
Look at
fired.
that.
She should have been fired a long time ago. It is telling and at the same time distressing that what seems to have gotten her fired was her PR campaign, because she acknowledged that the president was aware and supportive of this PR campaign, this $220 million boondoggle, this waste of taxpayer resources that largely promoted Kristi Noem. That was a sweetheart contract given to the husband of one of her staff, also someone who did her PR back in South Dakota. That was a horrible waste
Man
of
reminds
taxpayer
me of
resources.
God.
But this was what ended up apparently reportedly getting her fired. When her leadership at the agency resulted in American
Got Kristi Noem and Gardner.
in
Gardner
Minneapolis
beat
and
out
elsewhere,
Kristi Noem.
and the kind of chaos we've seen throughout the country says a lot about the priorities and the concerns of this administration. But look, I'm glad she's going, and soon I hope gone.
I am the ultimate Noem king.
Pray that there's a new chapter for DHS, but I will believe it when I see it.
Senator, do you? Some Democrats have said
that is the
perhaps
Noem
this could
king.
help with the DHS negotiation. What do you think?
I don't know. It couldn't hurt, but I suspect that the White House is really running the DHS negotiations. They're going to call the shots when it comes to what kind of reforms they're going to support. So I don't see it immediately changing the dynamic, but look, I think it's an unmitigated positive to see her leave the administration. There really has been almost no accountability for any of the overwhelming malfeasance in the administration. So finally, there is at least some accountability.
Senator, are you a yes on Markwayne Mullin? And do you think there's anything he can do or should be doing if he gets another?
I'm going to reserve judgment on Senator Mullin. We'll hear what he has to say.
Yeah, it's the talking point, though. They're gonna have to. No, they're reserving judgment to see how the polls feel. They're like, if we hold out at first, everybody's gonna be on our side, and that's gonna be cool. But then in a little bit, everybody will be mad at us that we didn't put a new Homeland Security person in during a wartime. So we're gonna have to weigh our options here a little bit.
I start out with a great deal of skepticism.
We have Worthington, the Clubathon,
that he or anyone else is
we
prepared
all
to
have
change
the
the policies of that department.
The best
because I think the policies of the department come from the president, and the president is okay with chaos in our streets. We're now seeing chaos around the world. He is very much the chaos president.
$220 million to an 8-day
leadership,
old company, and Noem admitted that Trump knew.
Style, for lack of a better description.
I don't care. I'm like, ding dong, the witch is dead, man. I'm
change
good.
that, but I will wait to hear what he has to say.
But Noem King being excited over here.
Elected by the American people, he's clear about his policy. So if your judgment,
I am the last standing Noem.
I'm not sure how that works.
Well, I think you're right. I would agree that the fish rots from the head. And the real problem that we have with the chaos in our streets is coming from the White House and from the Oval Office. But I evaluate each of the nominees for cabinet positions and other positions on their merits. We'll hear what he has to say and whether he's going to try to lead this department in a different way. So I'm not going to
keep voting for these people over and over again.
I'm going to go into this.
I hope that the primary was the start of it, and that we're just going to vote out and be like, all new cast.
Thank you.
Swipe the cast. Cast out. New cast in. Season 2. All new cast. Boring. All right. All right, let's listen to this guy as he gets nominated. I saw him on the way to get reporters, and I don't know if this is what we're going to get here, but when the reporters swarmed this car, he was like, guys, I just heard. Can I please get a second? And he's like, ran up the stairs and away from him. He had no idea what to say. Let's see here what we got on these comments. Anthony Bourdain was the only going to court and to testify against Schiff. Oh, I believe it. Wonder what the next big thing is going to be. LOL. Booted exiles in boycotted from 109 locations throughout Europe. How is the PR battle going there? Exactly.
Intended to nominate the Oklahoma Republican senator to lead the Department of Homeland Security. Senator Mullin spoke to...
It's just like when it cuts to him, he's just like in shock, like shell shock. He's just like, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Like the SpongeBob, I'm ready. I feel like this is what he's gonna look like. He's gonna look like this. I mean, that's my guess. That's my guess. We'll see. We'll see. Here we go.
To reporters outside of the U.S. Capitol.
Listen, I am super excited about this opportunity. It came at not a complete surprise, but it came at a little bit of surprise for us. And so
it's close. It's close, guys.
We're great friends, and we get along great. I look forward to working with him in his cabinet. Of course, we still got to go do this little thing called confirmation, and we're going to get started on it right away.
Little thing called confirmation.
What did he call you?
You guys have been with me long enough, asked me enough questions. You know I don't share private conversations.
Are you? Tell me your reaction. Tell me your reaction. Are you going to the White House today?
I don't think I'm going today. I think I need to talk to my wife first.
Can you tell us your reaction when you got the phone call from him?
I was excited. I mean,
when you saw his name calling.
Well, it came from the White House, so it came from the switchboard. But I was excited. The president, first of all, the president and I have a really good relationship. We talk all the time.
That's interesting.
Anyway. I've got to be honest with you, I wasn't expecting the call today, but super excited. And I'm more excited about just ready to get started. There's a lot of work we can do to get the Department of Homeland.
He's trying to politically play down his own excitement, because if he looks too excited, then he actually looks really bad towards Kristi Noem. It looks like he's gleeful that Kristi Noem got fired. But for reality, we are all gleeful that Kristi Noem got fired. And Donald Trump needs to not text weird shit out on Truth Social and make people believe weird shit in our poll, and instead just say, like Donald Trump should say, you're fired. We know who wears the pants. Yeah.
Security working, working for the American people. The Department of Homeland Security has a very broad jurisdiction, and I think there's a lot of work that we need to do, and I'm excited about it.
Senator Fetterman says he's going to vote for you. Do you expect other Democrats to vote for you?
John already texted me, and of course, you guys know John and I are friends too, and so I don't know. We're going to try to earn everybody's vote. I want people to understand. When I go into this position, yes, I'm a Republican, yes, I'm conservative, but Department of Homeland Security is to keep everybody, regardless if you support me, if you don't support me, regardless of what your thoughts are. I'm here to enforce the policies that Congress passed, and right now I'm part of it, but once I make that transition, my focus is to keep the homeland secure. That's going to be my focus, and
that's scary. I wanted him to use the word safe. I was gonna say, wow, this guy's actually a pretty good replacement. I know that he's the shill and he's the easiest vote in the Senate for them to be able to get the pass through. He's got like the Rubio style because he'll just listen and do, and he does got a squeaky clean background. But the fact that he is even walking around the word safety and instead saying security because he doesn't want to look at the negative things that have happened with DHS as safety issues, which they are, and that the replacement is coming in to reassure us on our own citizens' safety. I don't know, man. I don't know. If you're going to walk around that and you're going to say security instead,
we're super
that's scary.
Any lessons learned from the past?
Senator Schumer said that the rot is throughout the agency and that changing the head at the top may not necessarily change the culture at the agency. What do you tell Democrats who
I'm going to have
be...
a conversation with, if Mr. Schumer wants to sit down and talk to me, I'm going to sit down and talk to him. I want to try to earn their support, and I'm going to be very open and honest with them. And at the end of the day, all I can do is do my
DHS was
job.
created to respond to 9/11,
and so I don't.
As such. Yeah, exactly. Time to disband. Sounds good, Wither. That's where I'm going on. Now can Trump... I guess I see... if you're saying, like, because of security, they need access... I can see that as well, but then they shouldn't be interacting with the citizenry. You need the pro-safety PR right now more than anything. Maybe after he gets his briefing, he'll remember that, but... It seemed like he was kind of worried about even saying that. Now, can Trump appoint him or doesn't he go through the Senate? He has to go through the Senate. He has to be voted through. And the Democrats right now are even choosing on the Senate side to not even do full session because they want to defund DHS. So they're not going to open up the Senate right now. So everything that we see with Nancy Mace and Epstein and releasing all those files and stuff, she's doing it through committees that are doing interviews for like scandals like Tim Walz and Kristi Noem, which is funny. Go testify in front of Congress about what you did wrong when somebody got shot, and then the next day you go and get fired.
Not going to get.
Thank
Thank
fucking God, man. Thank God for
I'm going to
Trump.
listen.
Thank God for
I'm going to see if it's practical. But nothing's going to prevent me from doing my job. I'm going to enforce the policies and the laws that Congress has passed, and we're going to protect our homeland.
Just looking at some of the...
I'm going to take one more. Okay. I need to go.
Thank you, Senator. Just looking at some of the criticism that Noem has...
And maybe he's worried about using the word the optics of using the word safety, because safety is the ploy that a lot of the Democrat people that are on the ground that are like causing a lot of the mayhem use. They go, "It's not safe for you to be here," and all that shit. So he might be already in that lane. We'll see. If we have public hearings for this guy and it isn't some kind of war effort, push him in anyway thing, I think that we'll hear through the public Senate hearings. Hopefully, we'll at least get a few senators on each side that will ask some decent questions to him to get some substance on who he really is. DEI hire Noem was fired. Yeah, absolutely. Then don't try to either them other. Markwayne can still act if nomination is pending. Yeah, that is true. That is true, HUD, too. Like, you do want to walk
Is there any
tiptoe
learning
until
lessons that you
get
have
into those
picked up
hearings
from
and
Noem in
really
ways in which you want to lead the agency a little bit differently?
You don't want to, like,
friend, and I haven't.
Because that's at the end of the day, we're not the ones voting. The senators are. So it's like, why would you not want to just wait until your public hearings where everybody can ask questions? Why do you really want to give away your game plan to the reporters? It's almost like as tight-lipped as you possibly can be.
I had time to call Kristi yet, and our Secretary Noem, and our families are friends.
Called her.
She was tasked with a very difficult job, and I think she has performed the best she can do.
Yeah, and the best she can do was not good enough. We get it. Okay. Let's stop tiptoe around the fucking end result.
Is there always lessons that can be learned? Listen, my wife and I, we have, over the years, we have been fortunate enough to purchase companies and grow our companies, and every day there's something you can do better.
House Democratic leader.
All right. Let's see what else we got here now. So that was him. I think Speaker Johnson is going to be more about the war than anything else. The House news conference, Minority Leader news conference, that's going to be war effort stuff. Politics, primaries, we already went through. Kennedy's later. Witness testify. We already went through that guy. Defense Secretary. Former Iran. Capital Planning Commission hirings. Trump, British. Let's go to the police hearing here. I want to see about this real quick. This is a update to the Austin shooting. I am in Austin, Texas, by the way. But this was the shooting that was the guy that had the Quran and the Iranian shirt and all of that. So this is an update on all of that.
Peter responding units. I cannot stress this enough. You guys need to keep the street clear. Shut it down if you have to.
This thing is the DHS. Police radio, traffic, and audio is what we're listening to inside of the investigation room right now. Right before that, I just want to read a few comments. The thing is, the DHS is 8 giant wings. Yeah, exactly. Which means it's a spokesperson, but a spokesperson, like Kristi Noem, is not like she's not doing well as the spokesperson for that. I feel like this guy will be a better. He already is being a better spokesperson, but again, you can't really judge him yet until the hearings because he's going to be as tight-lipped as he possibly can be. Trump needs to get his head out of Netanyahu's butt. I would have said yes last year. I think we're less on the gravy train of Jew hate Jew bullshit. You know what? You made me remember we should check in on our little boy that's becoming a dried up shill, just like SpongeBob over here, Mr. Nick Fuentes. Well, how many viewers do we even have anymore here? 38,000. So
candidate Donald Trump came out during a rally and read from a piece of paper. He said Donald Trump is calling for a total shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until we can figure out what is going on.
Yeah, okay.
That was 10 years ago. The official policy of the Trump campaign was we're going to ban Muslims from coming to America.
Oh my God, he's white fucking Candace Owens, guys. Oh my God, I'm not even gonna. He's leading clap after clap to get people to stay inside retard lane of trying to draw everything to Israel. Everything's Israel. He's like, he did a Muslim ban. Saudi Arabia are the Saudis and the Minnesotans, they wear hijabs and they're Muslim. It's all attacks against Muslim because he is a poor of Jew. Like, stop it, guys. We're gonna live in reality. We're gonna look at stuff. I'll give you a little peek. We got 27 minutes left of our poll, but right now, do you support the firing of Kristi Noem? Yes, 61%. No, 22%. It wasn't a firing, it was a promotion, 11%. And 6%, Scary Movie 6. Let's see what we got here on the comments real quick. Trump needs to... Okay. Markwayne will prove to be even less popular than Kristi Noem. I don't know. He sounded fumbling, but we'll see what he does in his hearings. If he gets out of the hearings alive in a war zone right now of all this bullshit that we got going on, that's pretty fucking good, man. LOL, not the gay Mexican DEI hire Noem was a disaster. I was getting tired of watching Kristi Noem clamp herself into the damn push-up bra. Yeah, exactly. It's so one-dimensional. DEI hire Noem wasn't qualified. 61%, guys. So even with the other percentage, only 39% of you are outside of that. Personally, I'm Scary Movie 6. I'm the 6%. I'm Scary Movie 6. But we are not there yet. We are going to continue this to go right now. We have 26 minutes left. 26 minutes left until the Kristi Noem poll is done. Let's check in. We're going to check in on this Austin shooting, though. Austin shooting, Iran, wearing the Iran t-shirt. They have an update to the investigation.
Pretty much got the city coming to you. You want them to stage at the main and dispatch from there? What do you guys need?
American is also the assembled cast of the Muppet Show.
That was to the west. That was to the west. The shots were on the on West Avenue. You said 8 on 15. 8 on 15 to the west.
Thank you for the like. When you send a like, you spawn people into that poll. Finish that poll in 25 minutes.
Now we're going to listen to, or we're going to look at video, and this first video is from a parked vehicle that picked this video up.
A video from a parked vehicle. Oh, so this is it's from a Tesla. It's from a Tesla. So it's like if I park, I have a Tesla. So if you park, yeah, if I parked, I'll be like, oh shit, there's what I saw. Look right there. You see him with the gun. There he is. He has the gun in one hand. And they said that he had the Quran in the other hand, and that he was wearing that sweatshirt, but then underneath it he had a t-shirt of the Iranian flag. I think he might just be on his own, but like we're gonna see what the full update is, and then we'll start drawing our conclusions. These are the Muppets, and then the Deprecates are the Looney Tunes. Yeah, you know what? That's a pinnable comment. Absolutely. Whoa. Whoa. This is okay. I was gonna say this is TOS. Yeah, this is C-SPAN. We're C-SPAN. We're TOS. We're TOS. We will stay TOS.
And this is throughout downtown, at least that 6th Street area. We were able to capture this. And the red circle there is going to be, this is after he parked the vehicle, and as he's walking east.
I don't know if you guys can see this part of it, this is what that's going to show. But it's like right at the corner. Yeah, he's leaning in there. Democrats do an inverse Trump Democrat leader. Also. Okay, and so then he walked down into that corner, right into that bar. They're pretty much just blurring out the entire interaction, but that's what it's doing here. Oh, you guys are able to see it. Okay. As an independent, I try to figure out who's going to screw me the least. Exactly. That's why I like that everybody lost their primary. This cop here is doing a good job, though. Or is that just a person? I think that's a cop. Yeah, I think the cop with the gun already there. The Democrats are hinged directly on Trump instead of having logistical policies. Looney Tunes, LOL. This kind of stuff is sad. One of the victims in this was 21 years old. The other two were like 27 and 28. I'm just like, and they were just on a bar on a Sunday night too, just chilling. So it was probably like half empty. Kristi got fired and a seat in Texas turned blue today.
This video will be body-worn camera.
Yep. Well, not a seat in Texas did not turn blue today. Not that I know. No, because it's primaries, guys. Gotta wait until the midterms for that. All right, body cam. Here we go, body cam.
Hey, I'm with you.
We will stay TOS, guys. Don't worry. There's nothing that we ever see here. This is C-SPAN. So they will blur everything out for us, but we're just watching this for evidence to what's going on in Iran and the terrorist attack that happened in Austin. This is how first responders respond. Scary. It's terrifying. God. That's crazy. Again, we're going to stay TOS. Everything is blurred. It's a C-SPAN. Public footage of it. But this is the mass shooting. This is the first responders. This is a first responders. That is brave as fuck. I'm sorry. That is brave as fuck. That is incredible. Incredible bravery. Oh my God. Oh, they got him right at the corner. They got him right at the corner. That's crazy. Kristi got fired. Okay, yeah.
I'm going to be showing you today. I want to again recognize the bravery of our officers. You saw that firsthand.
Yes, that was brave as fuck. Wow, guys.
That they saved multiple lives, and also to the people, the brave people that were around.
We just got through that too. That's the scary stuff. I hate watching footage like that and stuff. I'm glad we could stop him when we identified him and stopped him right on the corner. He never even got in the building. That's pretty crazy.
And rendering first aid immediately to victims.
Yeah.
As you can see, this was a chaotic
awesome
scene.
PD, wow.
That was overwhelming.
Congratulations.
And it's overwhelming to watch it.
That's the kind of update you want on something like this.
Our PIO office.
That's the kind of update you want on something like this.
And it is hard. And
to see how people respond correctly and how we prevented further tragedy. We did. We truly did. Congratulations to this police chief. Wow.
Our hearts are with them.
I was skeptical of her when it came in, but we came in with the evidence after here. This one, the end of this story, this is incredible.
An investigation that is
continuing. They did their job. They did it well.
I also want to thank
as for what the tie into the world event is, probably just Looney Tunes. They don't pay these folks enough. Exactly, they definitely do not pay these folks enough. That is for sure.
Here in APD, we have 52 counselors. We're very fortunate here. But anyone who is having any trauma or any issues or questions about this can call them at 512-974-5037. Also, if anyone has evidence that they would like to send, I know a lot of people capture.
You see a lot about police corruption and
this
stuff,
QR
but you don't
code,
really
if they
see a
want to
lot
hit
of
that,
things like
they
that
can send
where
and upload that information,
kill
and that
it.
will go to a detective.
And they are killing it with
And
this
again,
one.
if you see, the amazing thing is when we look at all of these 911 calls, it's about calling as soon as possible. Anyone who sees something, hears something, please call 911 immediately.
So the number one thing was calling as soon as possible. So remember that, guys. If you're in a tragedy like that, if you're in something that's going to happen like that, that you wanna just call as soon as possible. We don't need to hear the follow up on the question. She nailed that. That was it. That's the key to success on that one. Let's see what else we got going on with Mrs. Noem. Got about 17 minutes left with Mrs. Noem, and we will see at the end what that poll says. Hi. Hee-haw, how you doing, man? They don't pay, yeah, okay. Let's see the question. We got those done. It's the DHS ones that we're looking for too. Capitol Hill Ballroom. We got a little update on the ballroom. Are we ready for the update on the ballroom? Fun. As a cook, you may not like blue cheese, but sometimes you have to make a Cobb salad. I hate that one.
Sizes and configurations for the project. The environmental assessment prepared by the National Park Service also notes
this is 3 hours long.
Not views the Pennsylvania Avenue looking south. Creation of the driveway loop to reestablish symmetry may impact additional trees and landscaping, right there, and therefore would not be preferred. Use of temporary perimeter security, which could be improved and which has been highlighted in the recommendations. Through all the recommendations, I have already read through all the recommendations, so I'm not going to repeat.
You can see pretty clearly how the cornice height of our building, of the addition, matches the cornice and balustrade of the White House. This shows to show.
We'll be replanting 4 of the topiary holly trees that have been preserved. They're quite strong.
I think that's part of it too with the White House. I was saying this earlier that Dana White will be announcing the White House card this Saturday on Paramount Plus. I will be doing a live feed where I do a We do a pick-em where we pick our fights and we do the polls live as the fight is going on. We won't be showing the fight, but we'll be live reacting to it, and we'll be also watching any coverage of our Saturday news and all of that shit going on. But culturally speaking, we'll be paying attention to that UFC numbered event on Paramount Plus. And if you're watching on Paramount Plus, you'll be able to follow along with us on that. Again, like I think it's $7 or $8 a month. Pretty fucking awesome for UFC numbered events moving forward.
Thank you.
Let's see what else we got here.
Also,
this is just
land.
Yeah, we don't need to go through all that. That's just some boring ass shit. Woo! Sorry. DHS Aviation Work holds news conference on PID. Oh, okay. So this is because of a DHS shutdown. Let's get ready to rumble. So this is aviation workers hold news conference on pay amid partial DHS shutdown. Now the shutdown, they're blaming the shutdown on the Democrats. And the Democrats. So let's see what they say. Remember, 14 minutes till we end that second poll. If Kristi Noem is guilty, is she a witch?
Good morning, everyone.
I say Scary Movie 6.
The U.S. Travel Association. I'm pleased to be joined by Governor Sununu and Todd Hopley. We're grateful to have the support of the Airlines for America and the American
Oh,
Association.
come on. Can we never get good audio on anything, guys?
The American Hotel Lodging Association who
No,
couldn't be with us today, but as a strong
hold on.
partner in this
Let's
effort.
see if we can do that.
Last week, America's transportation security workforce received only a partial paycheck. Soon, if Congress does not act,
It's okay.
that becomes no
We'll listen a
paycheck
little
at
bit.
all. The men and women screening more than 2 million passengers every single day. The people
Like Obama,
standing
Trump
in
didn't
between
ask Congress their
are
opinion in
consistent
acting
with those who
Iran.
do it harm.
Do you people
They're
actually
showing
know
up.
how to use
They're doing
the
their
internet?
job, and they're not.
Wait, what? What was that? Like Obama, Trump didn't ask Congress their opinion on attacking Iran. Do you people actually know how to use the internet? What are your thoughts, Blaine? What do you think I am? Am I a Republican, a Democrat? Am I a homie? Am I a Shiite? What am I? Label me, please.
It's not just unfair, it's reckless. You can't run an industry with $3 trillion in economic impact on IOUs.
Congress has the right to declare war, not a president. Yeah, of course. But today in Congress, the House of Representatives voted on a war bill, and only 50 of them voted to stop executive action on the war. So explain that one. 4th of July is going to be wild. I can't hardly even perceive 4 months at this point exactly. Sounds like he's got a turd in his mouth. Okay, yeah, pretty much he does. We're just going to try to get a little bit of this, though. He's just a union rep guy.
What happens when you do? We know what this costs because, unfortunately, we've just been through it. The last shutdown cost the U.S. economy.
Well, that's what Congress declared was World War II. Exactly. That is the argument on the other side. That's the talking point on the other side.
5 million trips disrupted. $200 million in delays alone. And those are just the numbers we can measure. What's harder to measure, but just as real, is what happens to the workforce itself. The average TSA officer earns about $35,000 per year. These are not workers who can shrug off a missed paycheck. These are paychecks that cover groceries.
Yo, if you're hitting that like button, hit that like button. You're spawning people in for that poll on Kristi Noem. Yes, no. Or Scary Movie 6.
And the entire aviation system becomes less reliable.
Do you know how to read the Constitution? The president doesn't have the right to declare war. 22 years in the USMC here. We defended the Constitution, not a king. Brah. Okay. There's this book called The Power of Now, and I want you to go and read it. It's about talking about relevant things that matter in order to produce better future moments. What you are speaking in is past political tense. We already struck them. What do we do now is a better and more productive debate. So please tell me productively what I'm lobbying for, what I'm doing, or cheering for that's wrong and why your other theory might be right. That's how we can be good scholars of communication. But having a fucking conversation about something that already happened, it's completely irrelevant. Congress should only have control of a draft. Yeah, I mean, they have the authorization to do a draft. I think that they should be the only ones that have authorization to do a draft. I think there should be some maybe checks and balances on some stuff. But again, they're not even voting for insider trading on themselves. But yet they're all standing at the State of the Union for it. Pretty weird, huh?
For every single traveler who passes through.
Remember, 10 minutes till that Kristi Noem poll is done.
An overwhelming percentage of Americans across both parties support guaranteeing pay for TSA.
You're so boring. You know what? You just lost the money for TSA. Now we don't care. As constituents, we're not calling up our Congress people telling them to open up the government. We're like, just keep it closed. That guy's pretty boring. Guy's too boring. Guy's too boring. You know who's not going to be too boring, though? Let's see who has the DHS funding, wherewithal. Do we want Murray? Do we want Bill? Do we want... Oh, wait, is Bill... Yeah, Bill is our guy. Let's see what's really going on here. Bill is the legit guy. Remember, we learned about Bill a while ago. Bill is pretty legit, and Bill's going to let us know what he thinks about losing this DHS funding, so we can actually figure out.
I'm a retired lieutenant colonel, and
now remember, it might be something that we really actually do want to get refunded on or something pretty soon, or maybe you're like, please don't be insane Democrats or something. There's something, but this guy's going to let us know. He's a legitter. Ours isn't questioning and why is the do or die. God bless Donald Trump. Congress should only have control of the draft, yeah. Wait, that was the wrong clipping. Let's see here. So where was his was then speaker. Oh, I don't know. Why is it? No. It shouldn't have been on the floor. Senate highlights. John, okay, right? No. Bill Hegarty. That's who the guy is. Okay. Let's get into Bill Hegarty. Mr. Bill. No, it just shows theme. It just shows theme. 10. It just says theme. It just says theme. All right. Well, let's move on then. Enough at the Senate highlights. Was there a press conference or something that happened there? No, that was Hegseth there. She already spoke there. Championship there. What's young man in a hurry? What's young man in a hurry? Oh, Mr. Gavin Newsom. Here we go. Oh, boy. Oh boy! Did you guys see the virality of the things with Gavin Newsom, where he's like telling you can't read and he's dyslexic and he's one of us and all this crazy stuff? Whoa, this is deep. This is long. Okay, let's see. Mr. Gavin Newsom. 7 minutes. In 7 minutes, guys. 7 minutes. We're gonna be revealing that poll on Kristi Noem, and then we have our last poll of the night. Maybe our last poll of the night might be on Gavin Newsom. I'm Gavin Newsom, but we will check out the war stuff, and we still got some RFK and Nancy variety hour going up here too.
How are we doing tonight, Portsmouth? But how are we doing tonight knowing that Kristi Noem was fired just a couple hours?
Oh! These are our people. They're probably not, but I appreciate it. This guy is... What a way to warm up a crowd.
Keep your pets safe tonight, okay? It's gonna be a mess. But it is not just that sad state of affairs at DHS that I think is important to talk about tonight. Before we bring out a man who has fought maybe like no other in this country, I want to talk about the fight that's been happening here. Because recently, we saw Donald Trump attempting to set up another one of his many disgusting, depraved, immoral concentration camps here, and y'all booted the fuck out of the state. So I just want to give yourselves a round of applause.
God bless Donald Trump.
There is so much people power right now, having so much success across the country. It is the reason why I'm able to be here tonight. I know some of y'all
They act like they get a choice of the successor. Yeah, that's
watch
true.
the show and tune in. If you do, I love you and you're amazing. But there is no person who has taken on that mantle and shown what it means to fight. He talked about it in his book that I'm very excited for y'all to read, and we're going to talk about it a lot tonight. But he has shown it in every aspect of a very multifaceted career. Held a lot of titles. This guy that I'm about to bring out on stage, Lieutenant Governor, Mayor of San Francisco, Governor. He's about to be unemployed. And then I think y'all might have a hand in figuring out what he does next. But I will save that for later in our conversation. Let's bring out the man, Governor Gavin Newsom.
Oh, I just want to break in to let everybody know that if you had the odds on Kelchi of Kristi Noem going first, Pam Bondi and Kash Patel both had higher odds than Kristi Noem, meaning that you outright won on a 3-on-1 bet. So basically like a 3-for-1. So take your bet and then multiply it by 3. That would be the outcome if you landed your money on Kristi Noem being the first to be fired from the administration. Dude could be 10 times worse. JD Vance and little Marco Rubio have no chance in hell. We got 4 minutes left until we reveal that should Kristi Noem be fired poll. 4 minutes.
Thanks for being
here. Here is the King of California, the man that can't read. He's one of us. He's one of us. He's down to earth. He is the alien, the cyborg, Gavin Newsom.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
And since he's part of Cherokee
Unemployed, huh? Damn. Good to see you.
No Democrat has a chance to win the White House.
This is nice. This place is nice.
It's a good setup. I think we're gonna have a little bit of fun tonight.
Well, you mean you already began? I do have a sell-by date. I will acknowledge I'm a carton of milk.
Not done yet. We got a little time.
10 months.
We'll have a lot to talk about on that. But before we get into the Noem news and have a little fun,
never left, did
this thing's a bestseller. 100,000 copies. Almost seems to move.
Knock on wood.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
There you go.
Thank you all very much. Yeah, you do something like this. By the way, this was I'm embarrassed to say this took me about 5 years to write this book. And you put all your heart and soul in it. You really try to stress test it. You try to be as honest and forthcoming as you possibly can. You have a few selected people read it. They say nice things. You say, read it again. Are you sure? And then you put it out and you just can't control the third thing, which is how everybody reacts, whether they buy it or not. And so I've never experienced anything like this, and it's been an extraordinarily humbling week in terms of those sales and in terms of some reaction that we've gotten from the book, which I appreciate.
And I've got a lot of reactions. We're going to be getting into those tonight. We have a lot to talk about throughout your life. But of course, there's always breaking news. Usually it is bad tonight.
Yeah, that's it.
Today,
they're glowed, man.
I'm sorry, it just made me so happy. Can we just applaud the fact that Kristi Noem is out of a job one more time?
I'm with you. I'm with you.
But let's be honest here. The dark heart of this administration is not Noem. It's Stephen Miller, and he needs to be next. And it's really true. In so many ways, she's just a scapegoat in all this. Everything she was doing was designed by Miller.
1 minute, guys.
And I don't think I know it. Remember where I come from, California.
Send people like you into the algorithm. Remember, we got send people like you into the algorithm. Hit that like button right now if you're in this right now. You send people like you into the algorithm for the poll. We're about to reveal the poll in less than a minute now to see Kristi Noem. Yes, she should have been fired. No, she shouldn't have been fired. She wasn't fired. She was promoted. Or Scary Movie 6. And then we will reveal our last poll of the evening for the last 2 hours of our show. But right now we are watching Gavin Newsom and everything. What does everybody think? He's not. Rand Paul was the best shot we had at a good president. Rand Paul sucks. He's trans Italian. This guy is trans everything. He's an amazing trans Italian human being. He's definitely a human being. Gavin Newsom is absolutely, no matter what, a human being. Remember, guys, you can subscribe for $3 a month. We have about 12 members now, we drop a exclusive YouTube short every single day for members. Right now, you can see the first part of that, which is Asmongold versus Sneeko today. And to see the victory that Asmongold performs on Sneeko, you can check out the members only short by subscribing for $3 a month. And it also gives you little logos that change every month that you stay subscribed on here. Thank you guys. This community is amazing what we're building here. Again, the whole perspective of this is the new way to cover the news. You don't just do the news by going and taking a clip of the different things and then replaying the same hour over and over and over again for 8 hours and changing things if something changes and giving people just your opinion. No, you sit down, you give all the raw information that the press has, and you have unfeathered access to all of it, and you comment with your fucking community and have a conversation back and forth and discuss where America is going next. And with that said, does America agree? Now remember, our first poll of the evening said that for the first time ever, after day 6 of the war, we no longer support the war. We are no on supporting the war now. And for our second poll of the evening, do we support the firing of Kristi Noem? Yes. 61%. Wait, I'm going to count it down. We're getting like a lot of votes coming in right now. That was like 4 or 5 right there. Okay, I'm going to count it down in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. And I'm going to hit the end on the number 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there it is. Yes, 62%. No, 19%. It was a promotion is 13%. And Scary Movie 6 was 6%. Yes, so here we have yes are all the people that are excited Kristi Noem is finally fired. They were like, you shoot your dog, you shoot 2 human beings, enough's enough. The no's are people that are like, hey, come on. Can we just be real here? It wasn't really all her fault. It was just like, come on. And she wasn't fired, it was a promotion, are people that only read Truth Social or are devout Trump supporters, and we still respect them too in the chat here. And then, of course, the correct answer, though, was Scary Movie 6. Just so everybody knows, the correct answer there was Scary Movie 6. Now that we're watching Gavin Newsom over here, though, now, I think that the last poll of the night has to be what everybody has been wanting and thinking about on their mind. It might even spark more debate in the chat, which I hope it does, because then we can read them out loud, have these conversations, and figure this out. But who do you think will be the next president of the United States of America? And I say this way on purpose, guys, because you've got to remember that there is still a potential up advantage if something happens to Trump, J.D. Vance, by default. Okay? Marco Rubio is on that ladder, but I think he's like number 4 or 5. So here we go, and we're also only doing Kelchi odds, the top Kelchi odds for it right now. The prediction market states the first one, and we're going to put these in backwards because we're fair on our voting system. Just so you guys know, when you vote locally, the person that is at the top of the ticket closest to the question, that is the corporate chill. That is the person that negotiated to get their name right there. The person that's probably at the bottom of the ticket or harder to see, that's the person you should always vote for. They're usually not paid for or bought for by anybody. Here we go. Our first option is going to be AOC coming in with a potential 6% odds on Kelchi today. Number 3 is Marco Rubio. Okay, we got Marco Rubio. And Marco Rubio today on Kelchi has an 11% shot of being the next president. Then we have Gavin Newsom, which is the interview that we're watching right now. Gavin Newsom. And that he has an 18% shot. And then finally, our boy with the double advantage, the Trump Daddy Supreme, Vance baby, the boy, J.D. Vance, 22%. Now, people that are also on the prediction market here, okay? Josh Shapiro, 4% shot. Kamala Harris, 4% shot. I don't know how that's even possible right now, guys. Donald Trump, 3% shot. I think Donald Trump has a better shot than Kamala Harris, honestly. John Ossoff, which is the guy from, I believe, Georgia, the new Georgia senator. J.D. Pickster, which is the governor of my home state of Chicago, Illinois. But the thing is, you got to say Chicago because right now he can't keep the Chicago Bears in Illinois. And if J.D. Pickster can't keep the Chicago Bears in Illinois, then he cannot be president. So he's got his own troubles. And then we have Pete Buttigieg has 3%. But do you want to see more? Because there are more. Then we have Ron DeSantis with 3% shot. Andy Bashar with 2% shot. Now think about these people as they're saying it. Because think about putting a betting on one of these people and actually winning the bet because nobody sees them coming and they end up becoming the president of the United States of America. Okay? The next one, Donald J. Trump Jr., 2% odds on Kelchi. Gretchen Whitmer, 2% odds on Kelchi. Glenn Youngkin, 2% odds on Kelchi. Mark Kelly, 2% odds on Kelchi. Stephen A. Smith from ESPN, 1% odd on Kelchi. Wes Moore, which was the guy that just lost in the primary race in Senate in Texas, 2% on Kelchi. Greg Abbott, the governor of Texas, 1%. He's also in a wheelchair, so we go full FDR on that one. 1% on Kelchi. Jamie Dimon, which is the owner of Chase Bank. So let's hope that doesn't happen. Let's hope we don't ever live in that hell. Nikki Haley, that would be ultimate comeback story. Or Tulsi Gabbard, that's ultimate comeback story too. I like that one too. Oh no, not the ultimates of the ultimates though. The ultimates of the ultimates we can't have. Tim Walz and Vivek Ramaswamy are the ultimates of the ultimates, coming in with a 0.5% shot right now on Kelchi. I would put my superhero one, like my Michael Jordan, like let's come back and let's do it all, would be Tulsi Gabbard. She comes out of nowhere. She gets like a bunch of funding from RFK. They go third party. They're like, fuck the system. They blow the whole fucking thing up. Let's see here. The Democrats are very anti-Semitic party. Impeach Trump, Epstein, Blackwater, free America, free Israel. Everything is anti-Semitic to you. Trump's not getting impeached. Keep crying, Democrats. Newsom will not win. Impeach Trump in third time. How did the last two work? 38 trillion deficit from Iraq to Iran. California is being investigated right now and is not going to look good for him. I voted for Trump, not a vote to impeach. America has bonds to pay most of the deficits off. Minutes 38 trillion. Trump is implicit. Trying to impeach Trump only makes his army stronger. Haha, you didn't vote for Trump. Stop fucking lying. Okay. And here we are. Right now, the top contender in our new poll is J.D. Vance. With 13 votes in right now, we have J.D. Vance, 38, Gavin Newsom, 23, Marco Rubio, 23, and AOC, 15%. Now, if you want to vote and you're not being able to get your vote in because you were in the stream already, you can just kind of swipe off your app, cancel your app out, and then open your app back up fully on our screen using like your early watch time, and there you go. But Israel army defeated Allah's. I did. And here we go, back to Gavin Newsom.
In this respect, happened in California first. We got a guy named Bovino. Greg Bovino, the guy dresses up in, like 1930s garb. And, we got to know him during the transition with Trump, where he went into the Central Valley and he specifically targeted Home Depots. And there were some aggressive operations. He was auditioning for Stephen Miller. Within a few months of the new administration coming in, you may recall that I got a call from Donald Trump, 17-minute phone call, where he alleged he read me the Riot Act, where he was actually wanting to discuss how many mega hats he sold and trying to convince me he actually won the debate against Kamala Harris. And the next morning I wake up and he's federalized 4,000 National Guard. A few days later, he sends 700 active duty Marines, not overseas, but the second largest city in the United States. We said it at the time, this is a preview of things to come. A few weeks later, we started to see more of Greg Bovino. We started to see these folks dressed up, in masks with no identification. We started seeing people quite literally disappearing from the streets of Los Angeles. We saw what happened in the shadow docket with the Supreme Court, where they basically gave permission, license to racially profile, not just on the basis of your skin color, not just on the basis of language you speak, but where you congregate. We said that was a preview of things to come. Kristi Noem's fingerprints on all of that, but notably Stephen Miller's playbook. And we have got to call that out, and he needs to be next.
And
Tulsi Gabbard for president?
It's a refrain you've returned to is
I gotta
the
pin you then,
weakness masquerading as strength of this administration that plays out in so many different ways.
I don't know why they're so far zoomed out on that. That's pretty fucking crazy. All right, let's see what these comments say. Not on Jack Wang Independence, did Jay-Z and JD and Rubio. Stephen Miller for president. You're not winning 2028. Tulsi is going to uncover a lot of dirt on Newsom. Tulsi Gabbard for president. Donald Trump just yesterday that it would be easy to fight a forever war with the number of militants that we are currently sitting on. His words, not mine. Trump only won his first election because who wanted Hillary in the first desk Monica Lewinsky sat under. Trump 2028, if it will happen to keep crying, you gender-confused Democrats, HUD. Then why would you win the last two elections? I would only prefer Tulsi to. She doesn't deserve to. They are gender-confused Democrats. Exactly. So Stephen Miller is the only one of a few Democrats I would vote for. Looks like Gavin Newsom crossing his legs trying to hold in a tampon in. Stop it. All right, let's do like 5 more minutes of him, and then let's jump back into the news. Let's get these last two subjects out of the way, and we'll come back to Newsom at the end of the night. Got an hour and 45 minutes till the end of our last poll, the end of our show. Thanks for sticking with us. Appreciate you all. Such a fucking awesome crew. You guys are. I gotta go get more water.
And we certainly see it from those right now beating the war drum in this administration with no regard for the Americans who have lost
support with one or two decisions. And it actually, Trump was confronted for the first time with the Constitution.
And we're getting that check soon from you, right?
And we're going to get that. We're going to get that reimbursement check of $1,701, which you all are owed as it relates to the illegal tariffs. But look, the one thing all this has in common, I think the whole Trump story is really a corruption story at the core. I mean, even on the tariffs, let's not forget what the tariffs were about. One of the things that was so self-evident when he was in there on that Friday press conference, and even by Trump standards, it was a low moment as he was condemning and attacking personally the Supreme Court justices in that decision. It's his personal portfolio. I mean, he reduced by 26% the tariffs in Vietnam after he got the golf course deal. $1.5 billion deal, fast-tracked and approved. You saw the $2 billion, the Witkoff family, the Trump family, World Liberty Financial. And in return, the UAE got from you, without any consideration of national security, the American people, they got high-valued computer chips. It's a corruption story, the most corrupt administration in modern American history, perhaps in the history of this country. And it's not just the $400 million planes. It's across the spectrum, jaw-dropping. And I guess that's the great challenge we all have, because it relates to your question, sort of the meta, is, this guy, it's flood the zone, just dominating the narrative. He's got a propaganda network 24/7, working full-time for him. And if you think I'm overstating, just consider Laura Ingraham herself is a business partner with Donald Trump Jr. They started a SPAC together with, interesting, this guy Chamath, whose partner is the head of, runs the AI and crypto policy for the Trump administration. It's a corruption story aided and abetted by the propaganda network of Fox and Sinclair and One American News and Newsmax. So we are up against something profound, consequential. And I think for us, particularly on behalf of our kids and grandkids, in the spirit of your question in this book, it's why I'm here in many respects, that we cannot lose our focus. We cannot lose our momentum. Donald Trump is in retreat. Today is a perfect example of that, with first firing of a high-profile cabinet member. He's in retreat places like Minnesota, because the steel spine of citizens that stood up, real patriots in this country, pushed back against all that. You know, and you're seeing it globally, and it's, again, you're exactly right. That's why Trump is acting out as he always does. Weakness masquerading as strength. That's Donald Trump.
Well, and you talk about the weakness also of those around, like Mike Johnson, John Thune. These are spineless guys who have ceded everything. They don't care about the Congress. You also talk about, kind of at the end of the book, teeing this up, make sure you read all of it. It was fantastic. Some weakness of someone who has profited massively. I always think it's kind of funny that, do you notice how like the media always refers to like Don Jr. and Eric and Kushner too as like the Trump kids? Like these aren't like fully grown adults who should be prosecuted for their like financial crimes. But did you see the interview? It was on CNBC with Don Jr. And Eric, and they were kind of talking about like, well, it's our right to profit massively off the presidency because you kicked us off of Twitter after we did an insurrection. I'm like, I don't really think that these things are balanced. But Jared Kushner is like this as well. And he's done it a little quietly, but at the end of the book, you talk about Kushner kind of getting made fun of a little bit. Jared is having some fun poked at him at the expense of Trump. Do you think there is a certain individual, because you talked about this kind of the subtle flattery, but the put downs of Trump. It's all a big show when you see him in person. You talk about him as a very different guy. Do you think that's contributed to some of what we see from a Mike Johnson, from a John Thune, from any of these Republicans in Congress who should just say, there is a madman in the White House sending us to war, killing Americans in the streets, spending trillions of dollars, 25th Amendment time, but they just don't do it? Do you think that there's something about those people or something about Trump that leads them to this place where they have given it all up for him?
Well, I love that question, and I try to answer it by creating my own Patriot site. I have a website. You can go on there. And it's a Patriot site where I sell knee pads.
Sold out, correct?
Yeah, well, no, yeah. Well, we have a new Trump Signature Series knee pads that just came in. Because the first knee pads all did sell out, just like our law firms sold out, just like our universities were selling out, just like CEOs were selling out, members of the media were selling out, not just those elected officials that you're referencing. And they have to be called out, all of them. I even had to go, last minute I was invited because they didn't want Trump to dominate and flood the zone over there in Zurich, in Davos. I brought the knee pads with me. I'm not going to get invited back. I started handing it out to folks out there. They're all complicit at this moment. Society becomes how we behave. We are our behaviors. This is happening on our watch.
He's made it impossible to do.
For things to change, we need to change. And that was my mindset after last June when we saw the federalization of the National Guard. I said, I got to step things up. I'm not a bystander. I have agency. We all have agency. I've got to do more. I've got to do better. And we've got to punch back. And so it's right to call all these guys out. We have to call them all out.
Yeah,
we have to. We'll lose this country. It's the 200.
It's not like he's hating
it doesn't feel like the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. You know, and we should be celebrating the best of the Roman Republic and best of Greek democracy, co-equal branches of government, popular sovereignty, the rule of law, not the rule of Don. And I think it's dawning on all of us. We're starting to wake up now. Our immune system has been woken up. You're waking up, not just here in New Hampshire. We're seeing it all across the country. We're seeing it at the No Kings rallies. We're seeing people finally stand up again.
Yeah,
because
no
people are expressing
rallies,
a deeper understanding of what's at stake. And so, from my perspective,
Trump will show Redley.
this notion of weakness.
Newsom's going to win.
has marked a lot of my frustration. And
you guys think that he's going to win? You think he's going to win?
I'm not trying to bash my party.
Everyone who thinks JDH is electable
this time,
sometimes it's necessary.
But this time last year,
but remember, he also has the advantage of possibly winning our poll still.
You may have said we got
because what if Donald Trump dies?
But I didn't feel that
then JD becomes
this time last year. I did, Jack, right after Trump was elected, I got a lot of criticism from members of my own party because I did a special session of the legislature to prepare. They referred to in the press as Trump-proofing California. And that wasn't the frame I used, but I understood that frame in the context of having understood Trump and Trumpism 1.0.
To read Arguing with Idiots.
I was there. We write about it in the epilogue briefly. This is not a book about my governorship. But in the epilogue, I write about a story that Jack was referring to and a little bit about Trump and how I met him during my transition.
I also feel like J.D. Vance is a workable bullshitter because he's Silicon Valley. I would prefer Marco Rubio because I think he's the best workable bullshitter and he's actually a genuine human being that cares. I think that like Marco Rubio and like John Fetterman both like care a lot. So does Rand Paul. So does Ron Paul. His dad, the starter of the caring about actual human beings. You just got to look at each person. I like that guy from Tennessee, the guy that's been here for Tennessee the last few days. If you watch the show with us, you just stare and you watch the source media, you start to realize, like, I can make my own opinions about each and every person without it being a fucking little clip that I fucking see every day. I get to see what these people actually say. Trump will take Rubio and Vance down with him. Yeah. I also think that Trump is going to stay out of it in 2028. I think that it's going to be an open primary. I think it's going to be an open primary. And on both sides. And it's going to be all chaos. But I think that everybody's going to be fighting for the Republican primary because whoever gets it gets his endorsement. However, after 2028, 2032, I think Donald Trump is going to have one of his kids or him or somebody with him try to run again. And it's going to look tacky and cheesy, just like all of the Donald Trump products that have come out before it. Because that's how Donald Trump will end this thing. I really do. I feel like that. I think Rubio is going to end up bringing us into the future, and he's going to be like, Elon Musk, you're our overlord, and now here's Mars.
For the first time, I was on Marine One, Air Force One. By the way, there's some good stories here.
Oh, yeah, there's good stories. Why don't we buy that book, right? Yeah, shut up, bro. All right, we'll get back to Mr. Gavin Newsom or who's gonna come at some point, but do we want to? I don't want to make fun of it, so let's not make fun of it, guys, all right? Because it is a memoriam. And I'm gonna make fun of it. I can't do it. Oh, it's tomorrow anyway. It's not today. It's tomorrow. Let's see what else we got here. Remember, our last poll of the night at 2 a.m. is going to be who is president. Do we want to check in on it right now? No, let's check in at 12:30. No, this is Friday. They always do that to me. They always send me in the next day. We can, what we can do? We can do everything except for RFK Nancy Mace Variety Hour, which will happen at least 1 a.m. And we will switch our image now to our final image of RFK by himself. Because we're going to just cover all the rest of the war shit and stupid shit and see what happens here. House Republican News Conference on Homeland Security funding. Oh, I don't care about that. That's stupid. House Minority Leader holds news conference. All right, there we go. We'll take that one. Who's this guy? Oh, yeah, here we go. Mr. Hakeem Jeffrey. A lot of experts are saying U.S. will lose in Iran. A lot of experts are who, bro? We watch the source. We don't watch the experts. And guess what? I'm pretty sure that Iranian state media isn't part of our sourcing anymore for a reason. I will say that. I'll just say that. If you've been sticking with us, you saw how that show disappeared. Do we want to go back to it? Do we want to try it? Let's give him a second of it. Let's give them a little taste. All these people that are so defensive that we're going to lose the war. Let's give them a little taste of what Iran is giving their contents right now.
Do that. Right, indeed, that we cannot allow them to do that. So, Mariam, lots of things.
They got somebody new in the studio.
What's going on this morning, because there's a lot of pressure, seems like, coming from the United States and trying to get this ceasefire. So this is being talked about.
You notice how the people that were doing the show before are not doing the show now?
The war minister, or Secretary of War, saying that this is basically the end of the World War, that they have to fight this war. It's as if it's the Crusades all over again. On the other hand, we have them asking for a ceasefire and then asking for any country
90 million population is true.
Help. I mean, again, it is quite mind-boggling. This is day 7. This is day 7 of this war. They seem they were absolutely not prepared and not thinking at all that Iran would hit back in the way it did, and yet they chose the first
We believe in it, guys?
war to
We believe in it?
assassinate the
Believe in the
top
propaganda?
person in the country without expecting these type of
Half of them are
ramifications. It's
Xylons.
Really,
Trump,
from an
Donald Trump tried to
analytical
butter up
perspective,
Hillary
it's
Clinton
quite
by saying all
amazing
kinds of
that
flattering
they would
things.
take this on right now.
I mean, it seems as though they actually believe that the entire country is run. I mean, again, they believe their own propaganda was that the entire country was together. The entire so-called what they call regime was together because of Imam Khamenei, and of course.
Hey, we gave you the stats. We said 175. Now they're saying 181 children. Give me a break. Give me a break, guys. This is why you gotta. At least our government admitted to 175 casualties in the building. Come on.
How many millions they are? So we have
181 children, and they're all children. There was no other people but children.
It's interesting that they did not learn their lesson, because during the 12-day war, they murdered some of Iran's top commanders, and they were hit back within a few hours. They did not expect.
All right, this is Iran's point of view. Just so you know, this is Iran's point of view. This is Iranian state media is what we're watching right now. So you are watching the Iranian perspective.
And
it's live.
Iran uses, according to the
building they produced this in was blown up. They're in a different building now. I don't know what this is. I don't know if they pre-recorded it or what.
Had used less than 25% of its missile capabilities.
This is a parody stream? No, it's literally Iranian state propaganda.
And so they miscalculated
Iranian state media live.
They believe that perhaps with the coup, and this is very significant, because the reason they believed they had the upper hand was because they thought they had the people on their side.
You're right.
And it's very important that they agree that it's the people protecting the Islamic Republic. That they have said, of course, before, that the way to bring the Islamic down to its knees was to through economic sanctions, cause pain on the people. Nancy Pelosi directly said, causing pain.
What next country is next to Iran? China.
To do this in order
Kristi
to
Noem still working with Trump,
to try to
and they have no border wall.
That tells a lot. That tells that they understand it is not a dictatorial regime. They understand that it has the people's support. And so with the coups, they believe that, well, the people inside the country are no longer supporting the Islamic Republic, so we take out the main individual that is known as the head of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and then the system will fall apart. And again, as Trump was told, within 48 hours, they're going to destroy everything. Well, they definitely caused a lot of destruction, and they completely eradicated the myth.
Yeah, I know. I'm fake. I'm sorry. Thank you, Robo, for initiating me being fake. It's Afghanistan. I can't stand this Muslim. I'm sorry.
The hearts of people, trying to tell them that they have
look at it this way. She's clearly a prisoner being forced to do this telecast. Because the building blew up earlier today, and now they're back on the air.
It also, as with the live stream genocide.
Pam Gowdy is going anywhere she is locked into the seal.
That was a very important destruction, because you see,
you guys are hopping over the border.
Across the world that we have organizations.
Let's see who we pull under the algorithm with Iranian state media. I'll be back in 1 second, guys.
Of the people, the human rights, children's rights, women's rights. The places that should not be. Then we have the Geneva Convention, and all of these tools they had supposedly put in place for the protection of people. Now the people of the world have realized All of it is nonsense. All you need to do is to actually have your own military power, is to build strength, like Imam Khamenei had told Muslims, had told Iranians, that they need to build strength in order to protect yourself. In fact, we even have, we have UN experts now saying they're deeply concerned about the health centers being targeted in Iran. And of course, they can take their deep concern and shove it where it belongs, because people have realized that that deep concern does not mean anything. Not only that, the deep concern is the euphemism for what they call de-escalation, which is euphemism with Iran disarming itself, with Iran putting its guns down. And when Iran puts its guns down, the Iranian people will suffer the fate of the people in Gaza. Tens of thousands of children murdered, thousands of women murdered, and hundreds of thousands of people murdered or missing, and a complete takeover of their land. And once that is done, the UN will no longer express deep concern. They will probably hold a day for the victims, and they'll have an annual UN Remembrance Day, which
a few moments of quiet, probably. That would be about the best that they would do. What about that, Mimi? I mean, let's talk about the whole international order, as Mariam has just brought up. Do you see a change on the horizon? Because basically, people know now that, or a lot of people have become a lot more aware of the reality of, as she said, talking about the UN and how they did not come to the help of Gazans, of Palestinians, and of so many other people. I mean, we saw the UN playing a role all of a sudden with Muammar Gaddafi, and then to create a no-fly zone. The Security Council comes in, but when it comes to Gaza, of course, we have never seen that. And people seem to be becoming more aware of the reality of that these international, the international order was set up not as to really help the oppressed or bring more equality and justice to those in need, but to protect the entities that won World War II, to give power to those 5 nations. I mean, do you see the end of that and a new order on the horizon because of all of this, Mimi?
As I said, I think it's not enough to bank on public opinion. I think that the power structures that the Zionist entity has developed go beyond just controlling public opinion. Of course, they do that by owning the media, which, now, thanks to the internet, they have diminished. However, they are struggling to regain control of that by buying TikTok and the like. But we also have to consider the business infrastructure that they have developed. They have billionaires like the mega group that ran the Epstein operation. You have Rothschild, who funded Epstein and his operation. You have like the blackmail part of this. All of those things need to be addressed before we can see their influence diminished in these nations. I think that public opinion has turned on Israel, but it hasn't translated to extracting them necessarily out of power yet. It may have that effect in the future as the younger generation become more into positions of power. But unless we address the other aspects of this, the financial control that they have, the intelligence control that they have, we're not going to be able to achieve full liberation from Zionist occupation worldwide. However, I do want to reiterate what you said. I think Iran is currently fighting on behalf of the world against the Zionist occupation that we're all suffering under.
Yes, indeed, that seems to be the case. Well, thanks so much for being with us. Mimi Laham out of Australia, appreciate you being with us. And thank you, viewers, for continuing to stay with us here at Press TV. We're going to show a short video, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. So stay tuned, please.
امام حسین علیه السلام فرمود مثلی لا یبایع یزید کسی مثل من با کسی مثل یزید بیعت نمیکنه. ملت ایران در واقع میگن مثل ما، ملتی با این فرهنگ، با این سابقه، با این معارف عالی به سردمدارانی مثل افراد فاسدی که امروز بر سر کارند در آمریکا بیعت نخواهد کرد.
All right, guys, enough of this.
On the morning of Saturday,
let's check out what else we got left for the night. All right. Woo. Thank you guys for tuning in. Well, we did kind of surge there. We got a bunch of new guys. Just so you guys know, hit that like button. If you hit the like button, you spawn people in of all different political persuasions. We see what. Let's take a look in on our voting right now. J.D. Vance 39%, Newsom 29%. Marco Rubio, 21%, AOC, 10%, for who's going to be the next president of the United States of America. We were watching some Gavin Newsom, and then we got, did we get to Mr. Jeffries? No, we didn't, did we? We got distracted by Iranian state media propaganda. Anyway, here we go. Back to Mr. Hakeem Jeffries and his comments on the Noem firing.
Customs Enforcement Division also needed to change before his caucus would consider voting to end the partial shutdown. His comments are about 20 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone.
This is the butt of everybody's joke on world stage. I don't know. I think you might get more votes.
The management of public money. How do the people who are entrusted with serving in the House, in the Senate, and within an administration prioritize the expenditure of taxpayer dollars? And our view as Democrats is that taxpayer dollars should be used to make life more affordable for the American people. In an environment where the cost of living is way too high, which is why Democrats are going to continue to focus on driving down the high cost of living, fixing our broken healthcare system, and making sure that people in this country who work hard and play by the rules aren't simply surviving, but they can thrive. Because far too many people in this country are struggling to live paycheck to paycheck. One of the challenges that we have in this country is that Republicans have decided to manage the public's money recklessly. Taxpayer dollars should be used to make your life more affordable. Instead, Republicans have decided
international meetings, exactly,
to actually use it to enact massive tax breaks for their billionaire donors. That's what the one big ugly bill was all about. Republicans have decided to use taxpayer dollars,
honestly, you know what?
to create a $75 billion slush fund to unleash mass and poorly trained, out-of-control ICE agents on American communities, brutalizing and in some cases killing American citizens and violently targeting law-abiding immigrant families. That's how Republicans have chosen to use the taxpayer dollars of the American people to manage public money. And now, of course, we've seen Republicans, led by Donald Trump, plunging America into another endless conflict in the Middle East, spending billions of dollars to bomb Iran. But they can't find a dime to make it more affordable for the American people to go see a doctor when they need one. Can't find a dime to make it easier for Americans who are working hard to purchase their first home. And they can't find a dime to lower the grocery bills of the American people. And instead, of course, the reckless Trump tariffs have increased costs on everyday Americans by thousands of dollars per year. Democrats are committed. This is the fundamental fight at this moment.
Does Hakeem prefer KFC or
that
McDonald's?
We jealously guard the resources of the American people and we use it to make life better for everyday Americans. not actually make things worse, which is what Donald Trump and the Republicans have done. Questions?
Mr. Leader.
Hi, Kristi Noem.
Hey now!
You served with Markwayne Mullin in the House of Representatives. He's been in the Senate for a couple of years now.
Not calling you racist.
Somebody who's hyped the president. Is this an upgrade, in your opinion?
Let's cross that bridge when we get to it, and we'll see what he has to say when and if there is.
What was your impression of serving with him in the House?
I don't have any comment right now on what's to come. Let's focus on what's taking place right now. Kristi Noem is gone. Good riddance. She was a disaster, and House Democrats made something very clear.
Good riddance.
Several weeks ago, we said either Kristi Noem is fired or she's going to be impeached.
Does that change the ICE conversation?
Yeah, there we go.
And Kristi Noem has been
going to
fired.
get impeached. Yeah.
Consistent with what we have demanded on behalf of the American people.
Right, which is why they act
but
like
let me also make clear.
You didn't do it.
A change in personnel is not sufficient. We need a change in policy.
Stop giving
and that has to be bold,
folks
dramatic, transformational, and meaningful.
I mean, I feel that.
And we've laid out 10 different demands.
We're talking like people that
standing
are
on the
here,
side of the American people, including but
Gotta
not
have the
limited
paperwork.
to judicial warrants, a ban on racial profiling, a prohibition on ICE targeting sensitive locations like schools, hospitals, polling sites, and houses of worship. A requirement that ICE agents are actually vetted through criminal background checks and actually trained. The implementation of a prohibition on the excessive use of force, which we've seen horrifically been unleashed on the American people. And of course, a requirement that ICE agents who break the law
Chat, we just hit 1,000
criminally
chats.
investigated
Throw your chat in
by
the
state
chat.
and local authorities. These are the type of policy changes
far better president than
that are going to be necessary to move us forward to ensure
frankly, that
ICE actually conducts itself like every other law enforcement agency in the country. That's our fundamental demand. Every other law enforcement agency in the country. So, of course, this change in personnel is welcome. Kristi Noem is a disgrace. And we made clear what was going to happen.
Facts.
One way or the other.
A Democrat impeached Trump
It happened the easy way or the hard way. He's chosen the easy way.
He would win the
But
next
now we
election.
still have
Pretty
work
much.
that needs to be done in terms of the policy
Right?
changes.
Good point, Wither. Good point.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Congressman Tony Gonzalez said yesterday on a podcast that he did have an affair with a late staffer who later died by suicide. At this point, would you support expulsion for Congressman Gonzalez now that he's admitted that?
He's violated the laws. If an expulsion resolution were presented before the House of Representatives, I would, of course, support it.
Would House Democrats investigate Kristi Noem as an ex-cabinet secretary?
We haven't had that conversation yet. But what we do know, as was gloriously exposed by Congressman Joe Neguse, she's a living, breathing article of impeachment in terms of the abuse of power and the corruption that Kristi Noem has engaged in. And we need to make sure that every single taxpayer dollar is accounted for, that she was allowed to brazenly abuse, if not personally benefit from. And so,
to be honest,
there will be continuing efforts led by Benny Thompson and Robert Garcia and Jamie Raskin and members of those committees to make sure that we are looking out for the appropriate expenditure of taxpayer dollars. And wherever that leads,
the appropriate expenditure of taxpayer dollars is definitely not investigating somebody that was already fired. It's not. It's just not.
It leads.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. After votes today, you all will go on a week-long recess. Can you provide any visibility to the American people about where the negotiation stands? Republicans and the White House continue to say that they've moved on some of the demands that you have made. However, right now it just seems to be a debate between you say that they haven't moved enough, they say we're moving in their direction. What can you say to the American people over the next week or so, what they can expect while you all are out?
Well, it's unfortunate that the Trump administration and Republicans have decided that they would rather shut down FEMA, shut down the Coast Guard, and shut down TSA than dramatically reform ICE and get ICE under control, which is what the American people want to see happen. And this is a step in the direction of acknowledging that things at the Department of Homeland Security were broken. They had a corrupt political hack who was running DHS. Shame on every Republican senator who put her in that position when they knew she was unqualified. Now, in terms of the negotiation, we remain ready, willing, and able to talk with anyone, anytime, any place in a position of significance within the administration if they are prepared to make sure that ICE conducts itself like every other law enforcement agency in the country and stops brutalizing and killing American citizens and law-abiding immigrant families.
They're gonna vote this. They're gonna vote this guy in by party line vote. They're not gonna give them a single vote in the Senate. I guarantee you for this new guy. But this new guy is definitely still gonna get in, and then they're gonna act like they're doing new things and new reforms, and the Democrats are gonna act like they didn't do anything at all.
Really quickly,
Rinse and repeat.
last time,
Shame on the
few weeks
Democrat
ago, the
administration
took action, on TSA, global entry, and what some say was an attempt to put pressure on Democrats to move in their direction. Do you expect, if the shutdown continues to go on, that the administration will again try different ways to exert leverage and bring you all to the table to end the shutdown?
Trump administration is deeply unpopular.
As long as they do whatever
They failed again and again and again, and they're on the run. Governmentally and electorally. And our view is simple. Abandon your my way or the highway approach. You're not intimidating anybody. They tried to break America within the first 100 days.
Don't negotiate with them.
And they failed to do it because the American people have held firm. And as Democrats in the Congress, we got to continue to forcefully push back. We'll do that in the courts, and we certainly
it's just
will do
such
that in
corporate
communities all
blah
across
blah blah
the
blah
nation,
blah,
and
blah,
we're winning
blah,
the hearts
blah,
and minds of the American
blah,
people. We
blah,
just
blah,
saw that again in
blah,
Texas
blah,
and in Arkansas. And we'll continue to see that all the way through November. Any normal administration would dramatically change course. But these extremists, continue to try to hang on to whatever mandate they claim that they had in the aftermath of the general election, even though the American people view them as a complete and total failure. But as long as they approach things with a my way or the highway mentality, then we're not going to be able to make any meaningful progress in a bipartisan manner on behalf of the American people.
Thank you. Markwayne Mullin is one of Trump's most loyal allies in the Senate. Do you think, how can you work with someone like him as you're still doing negotiations on DHS funding? And further, what do you want to see from the next DHS Secretary to be able to work with them?
But what we have to do right now is deal with what's in front of us, which is DHS has been shut down by Republicans because of their refusal to actually agree to a set of bold and meaningful but common sense demands that are designed to get ICE
Interpreter, please.
The Senate's going to handle their process. And we'll see what happens in terms of the confirmation hearings, in terms of the individual meetings that Senator Markwayne Mullin has with the senators who are going to be making a decision as to whether they should confirm.
This guy is like a real life chat GPT. He's just like, you ask him like the simple question, you're like, okay, I just need to know like how much money do I need to save with this? You're like, you just forgot to open up the calculator. You're used to Googling everything. You go to ChatGPT, and then they give you fucking like 8 paragraph answer.
Confirm him or not, and then we'll have more to say once that unfolds. But at the moment, it's not like Kristi Noem was the one who was involved in negotiating anything. She was a corrupt lackey. So we were dealing with the White House before, and we're going to continue to deal with the White House at this point in terms of whether there's going to be movement or not. I will tell you that Pam Bondi, she's got to go. Miller's got to go.
We should be
and we're going to approach those two toxic individuals with the same intensity that has now led to the termination
oh my God.
of Kristi Noem.
You're saying with Mullin.
Sir, what are you eating for lunch? I was thinking that I would open the door after this meeting and I would leave and I would walk down the hallway and I would probably meet my assistant who is sitting at the black bench that we produced last week when we did a anniversary for January 6th. And then on that occasion for that anniversary, I one time met her mother who once told me that we should eat at Quiznos Subs. So the Quiznos Subs made me think that I should possibly go to Subway because there wasn't a Quiznos near me. But then I thought the best thing to do is get McDonald's at the Pentagon. And I was like, what? McDonald's at the Pentagon? What could McDonald's at the Pentagon be? Well, McDonald's at the Pentagon is the greatest satire song of the Trump generation by Silly Sue. Here you go. McDonald's at the Pentagon. McDonald's at the Pentagon.
That you're saying with Mullin though that he has to get confirmed. Can't he just work on an acting capacity, and that would mean that you have to work with him in the meantime?
No.
Thank you. Obviously, there are two votes this afternoon on the War Powers resolution. Some of your members are seemingly wavering. How do you expect it to go? And if it does not move forward, will you then support the alternate that was also brought up?
Well, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Right now, we're focused on
God damn, bro, just
strong
keep going
democratic
too.
support for this War Powers resolution. We believe that Donald Trump needed to get authorization for engaging in a war. He admits it's a war. The so-called Secretary of Defense, the most unqualified.
We will call it war if we want to call it war. That doesn't make it not a war. I mean, it's not a war because you didn't declare war. That's what you're saying. It's not a war. We haven't declared war since World War II, so we haven't declared
Person
war.
to ever hold that position as well.
War is war. War is not
He
war.
acknowledges that it's a war.
Huh?
And the Constitution is not ambiguous on this subject. And there's a reason. The framers were very clear. They wanted to make sure that the people's house, that the most direct representatives of the American people were the ones who could weigh in on issues of war and peace so that we could press an administration as to whether they have a plan. What's the justification for sending American men and women into a theater of war, risking their lives?
Special
as we've seen, we've already tragically lost 6 heroic servicemen and women. And we mourn for them and we pray for their families. And we don't want to see any more American lives lost in Trump's war of choice. And so we're going to continue to engage with members over the next few hours in advance of the vote. There is going to be strong Democratic support and bipartisan support.
Obama bombed 8 countries, yeah.
And we're hoping
He
that
did
just
it
a
8
handful
times.
of additional Republicans beyond the 2 who have publicly said they're with us
or whatever the hell they were.
will do the right thing on
He's
behalf
worst.
of the
He's an
people
idiot. He is an idiot.
that they are
He's always been
privileged
an idiot.
to represent. So we can
He's one of those
enact
ones that I'm just
this
like,
War
can we
Powers
stop?
resolution.
He's Brooklyn,
George
too.
Washington said
So he's just like
in
bought
his
paid for
farewell
guy.
speech to the nation, and I've never forgotten this. Upon
They
reading
said
it,
that
I
if they
wasn't there
take
at the
over
time,
if the Democrats take over the House, though, that he'll be the new Speaker of the House.
that the Constitution is
Get ready for
sacredly obligatory upon
the
all. That was
nobody
his
in, all
farewell
the
message, final public speech to this new nation. The Constitution is sacredly obligatory upon all. That means everybody.
Okay.
There's no Trump exclusion. There's no wannabe king exclusion. There's no autocratic exclusion in the Constitution. It's sacredly obligatory upon all.
Trying to read this sign language.
And we just need our Republican colleagues to get some guts at this moment
He's doing a lot of that.
as Rand Paul said
Democrats trying to act like they care
yesterday,
about our military and constitution.
get some guts and start acting like you're part of a separate and co-equal branch of government.
On the subject of Iran, the administration and Republicans have said there may be a need for a supplemental funding request. What is House Democratic leadership position on a potential supplemental request?
Yeah, we haven't had any conversation about the possibility of a supplemental funding request because at the moment, the administration can't even provide a justification for why we're in this massive conflict and war.
I know. That's what I mean.
They've not bothered to make that case to the American people.
He's just like blind.
And their explanations are
he's
all
just
over the place.
ChatGPTing all over the place.
In terms of what prompted Donald Trump's decision. In fact, most recently, the White House has said Donald Trump had a feeling. Can you believe that? A feeling. You send American men and women into war with a high likelihood of them dying based on Donald Trump's feeling?
Oh, yeah, you
That's
tell
insanity.
I really
There's
believe
no
you
evidence
care.
that there was an imminent threat to the United States of America. No evidence that they had reconstituted their nuclear program. No evidence
Kim
that
is
they have
thinking about his
intercontinental
boyfriend,
ballistic
P.
missiles
Diddy.
that can reach
He's not
our
even-
shores.
yeah, okay.
And so, before we even get to the consideration of a supplemental
We're
request,
almost done, guys.
let's have the debate about how taxpayer dollars are being wasted
What
right
was
now.
supposed to be
billions
a
spent
5-minute
to bomb
briefing was
the Middle East,
18 minutes
triggering
because
an
of this
all-out
guy.
war that now involves more than a dozen countries,
Yeah,
as opposed to actually Republicans bothering
Trump do or die.
to
Trump
find
right
a
or
dime
wrong. Position of Trump
to lower
is
grocery prices.
Trade is now down
or
to
make
about
life better for the
31%.
American
Good luck, Trump.
Thank you, everyone.
Close. Well, we're gonna look at our poll here in a minute. We got 2 minutes till our poll.
Just
Remember to hit
days
that
before
like button.
President.
If you hit the like button, you send people into the portal. You spawn them into the chat. So hit that like button so we can spawn some new people into the chat. And make sure to vote in our new poll here. We got 1 minute until we look at that new poll. And we're here every night, 7 p.m. to 2 a.m. Central Time. We cover all of the news. We look at all of the raw press materials. We don't pay attention to the news the way that other people do and comment on it and send a right or left slant. We just watch all the news as Americans and mostly make fun of everybody and laugh. I said, our audience is mostly like somebody that would be like, yes, damn Crimshaw, Jessica Crockett or whatever the fuck her name is. I even forgot and I voted for her. And Al Green, like they all lost. We're like, good, clean house, new set of characters for season 2. You can look at me as like I'm like the Bravo channel for political footage. Or some shit like that. $3 a month. Got a subscription. You get a little cool logo next to your name. It changes every month that you stay here, all the way up to a year. You also get an exclusive YouTube short every single day that's just for members. And then I also drop YouTube shorts every single day for everybody. So make sure to hit that subscribe button and check out those YouTube shorts. Today we did a Sneeko versus Asmongold on the war in the Middle East. And that part 2 is the member exclusive. So if you want that shout out tonight, make sure to join as a member. $3 a month. You really help out me doing this, covering this, having this community, all of that. We got about, I think, 9 members now total. So pretty fucking awesome. And then let's head back in now and let's see what the end of, or no, that's not the end of the poll. This is our last poll of the evening. Wow, I can't believe it's already won. Got 1 hour left of the broadcast. And our final poll right now, J.D. Vance is going to be the next president, guys. J.D. Vance right now has 39%. Gavin Newsom, 33%. 19% Marco Rubio. 9% AOC. Here is your chance. We have 197 votes. I will not close the ballot until we get at least 300 or at least 200 votes. So it's just 3 more votes. If you hit that like button or just tap your phone, it gives the like button and sends it out. The more likes that we get right now, the more people we flood the zone with. I might potentially stay for those 5 seconds and then get this poll. We have 2 votes left. And again, if you want to flood people with the people that are on your side for this, you want to flood that in here because then we're going to do a 10% countdown after the 200. We're going to do a 10, Second countdown. Here we go. Ready? Okay, we're at 2:01 now. So here we go. And 10, 9. Poll closes in 8. Poll closes in 7. Oh, no, it doesn't close. It's 1 a.m. What am I thinking? We have one more full hour of this poll. But right now, 202 votes. I'm sorry about that. J.D. Vance, even though I put him at the bottom, still winning. 39%. Gavin Newsom, 33%. Marco Rubio, 19%. And AOC, 9%. We are 50 people away from 30,000 captions, 97 in the concurrent views. Let's keep the chat rolling. Anything is allowed. Let's have a conversation. Here is the day. We got to figure out what we're looking at next. So, woof, what a day it has been with the firing of Kristi Noem. But we can just roll through stuff now, except for that RFK Nancy Mace hour, which will be that last part of it. So let's see what else we have left for Thursday. Thursday, March 5th. Speaker Johnson's comments. We have not seen that yet. We're going to Speaker Johnson's comments today. How's everybody doing? Say hello. Give us a chat. LOL. Maryland and the president are awesome. Newsom can run to Tim McBride. LOL. Tim Kaine, Tim Waltz, and the Tim McBride. Poll who will be the Democrats' next VP. I think the Democrats' next VP will be somebody that nobody knows the name of right now. Guarantee that almost. Here we go. Mike Johnson.
Well, we just had an important series of votes on the House floor. As you know, the War Powers Resolution failed. That is the right result. We are not at war. We have no intention of being at war. The President and the Department of Defense have made this very clear. The Department of War has made it very clear. This is a limited operation. It's an operation that's limited in its scope and duration. It has a very clear mission, and that mission is nearly accomplished by all estimates. We are taking down Iran's ballistic missile capability, its stockpile, and its ability to produce more. They were doing that at a scale and a speed that was more than our regional allies could keep up with, and it was a serious and imminent threat to the United States. We don't need to relitigate all that today. But also we wanted to take down the capability of their Navy, and all of that has been very successful. So this needs to continue. It would have been a very dangerous gambit to take the Commander-in-Chief's ability away to complete this mission. It would have been a very serious misstep by Congress, and I'm grateful that that resolution failed. But also, the real big headline here is that every Democrat except 4 in the House just voted to keep the Department of Homeland Security unfunded. They do not want to fund the agencies whose job it is to keep Americans safe at this time of this heightened threat environment that we're all living in. And you're talking about FEMA because of the natural disasters and storms that we're dealing with. You're talking about Secret Service. You're talking about the Coast Guard, and of course TSA that keeps.
We don't care. We're dropping bombs.
And so it really is rather stunning to us that they whipped a no vote on the funding of the department that keeps the homeland safe. We're concerned about rogue terrorist acts. We're concerned about sleeper cells in the country. We're concerned about the safety of every American.
That's
and
why
Democrats are playing
it with
politics
Austin.
here. They've shown once again they're placing the interest of illegal aliens over the safety of the homeland.
Well, we can learn from Austin and making sure that it happened right. Wow, look like a creepy ass face. This man is. Let's hope that it doesn't go down the line. This man never becomes because he's one of these gnomes. He's going for King Noem as well.
They have a lot to answer for, and it's a shameful result.
You saw the meme
we
of
did
the
our job, though.
shaving
Republicans have
McBride's
delivered
beard.
yet again. We'll send that
was
bill to
funny.
the Senate, and we certainly
I'll have
hope
to check that
they'll
out
do the
tonight.
right thing and get our
GOP is so
Department of
sad.
Homeland Security funded.
Okay, Dillard, what are you babbling about?
Why did you call for Mr. Gonzalez to not seek re-election rather than to resign directly?
We put out a statement. It speaks for itself. We'll see how all that plays out. Representative Gonzalez is now the subject of an investigation in the House Ethics Committee, and the Office of Congressional Conduct has released a report that was, well, it was leaked
But that's out there. We've encouraged him to address that with his constituents and his colleagues, and I think the leadership team, we put out the statement. It speaks for itself. Yep.
SGP know that chicks don't have dicks. That is true, I guess. If you're going to stand on that so far.
Well, that's certainly not the case. I mean, they have an element of due process. They do investigations as quickly and efficiently and effectively as they can. We have good leadership there. I'm convinced that they'll do this as rapidly as possible. There is
Look, here's the problem with this guy that clearly made this lady kill herself by sleeping with him and forcing like sex and asking for forced sex favors when she was working for him as a senator or House rep or whatever he is. He's not backing down. He's from Texas and he's not backing down. So everyone's in a really tough position on this one. It's kind of like that guy from New York. I forgot what his name is. The one that lied about everything. If somebody wants to drop that in the chat. But the guy that was lying about everything in New York, it took forever to get him out because he refused. And that's what we're seeing with this guy as well. And it's like, we're all disgusted. But fortunately, it's going to take a while. So everybody's kind of tiptoeing around it. But I think nobody's really in harm with it. Everybody's ready to take him out, kick him out. I mean, the lady ended up dying. So, I mean, it's like, come on. And you had forced, and she was working for you. So, there you go.
60-day window before an election that applies.
I don't know how you're not
a
in
couple
prison
of weeks
for that,
there.
but,
I think my understanding is they'll be naming the subcommittee of members that will work on this matter, maybe as early as next week. So you'll see a real fervency for that to get the job done, and I think we can trust that committee. Thank you.
All right, so that was Mike Johnson. Let's see what else we got in here. Already covered him. Witness testifies traumatic brain injury in veterans. Is this a long one? If it's a long one, we might have to highlight it. I should also look and see if there's any highlights from the archive that got pulled yet. How's everybody doing? Dan Crenshaw gone? Yeah. Yes, exactly right. Yeah, it's a 2-hour committee. I don't need to do that. There's a 2-hour committee on brain trauma with veterans. I mean, no disrespect to them, but they don't have highlights for me. I can't get my own. We already did both of those guys. We can go Gavin Newsom, back at Gavin Newsom. We were like 10 minutes into Gavin Newsom, but I do want to make sure that we can cover everything else. Oh, we still got to get the RFK Nancy hour if there is anything. The one thing with the Nancy Mace, I don't know if there is any update on that yet. That's why we're trying to just scour everything, really. Defense strategy was another House committee. We watched that already. National Capital Plan Commission hearing on White House ballroom. That was really boring and long. Oh, British Prime Minister news conference on the Middle East. Here we go. Let's see what the Brits got to say.
Update now from British Prime Minister Keir Starmer on the United Kingdom's involvement in the conflict in the Middle East. He announced that the UK was sending 4 additional fighter jets to Qatar, along with other military support to Cyprus, to help allies in defending against attacks from Iran.
This morning I chaired another COBRA meeting as we continue to coordinate our response to the situation in Iran and the Middle East. I know that people are worried sick about their family and friends who are caught up in this, about the impact on our lives and our economy, and about the potential for even greater escalation. Yet again, we're seeing missiles and drones falling, and civilians in the firing line across the region. So I want to reassure the British public about the action that we're taking. While the region has been plunged into chaos, my focus is providing calm, level-headed leadership in the national interest. That means deploying our military and diplomatic strength to protect our people. And it means having the strength to stand firm by our values and our principles, no matter the pressure to do otherwise. The long-standing British position is that the best way forward for the regime and the world is a negotiated settlement with Iran where they give up their nuclear ambitions. Now, that's why I took the decision that the UK would not join the initial strikes on Iran by the US and Israel. Now, that decision was deliberate. It was in the national interest. And I stand by it. But when Iran started attacking countries around the Gulf...
Exactly. This is exactly what Pete Hegseth was saying earlier, which is like, when they started attacking everyone else in all of the military bases in all of these countries, they gave open access for retaliatory behavior and protection. They have all of the world's most elite American allies pinned all together against them because they all were accessed war. The U.S. didn't go and bomb Russia and China, so Russia and China don't want to get involved, and they don't need to. Nor do we even fight Pakistan, but Pakistan's still fighting Afghanistan. It's like, we're not even touching Afghanistan. They're not even an ally anymore. They're more of a Russian asset now. So it's just like, all of this was on Iran pushing a bunch of bombs, and probably because they were on their last limb already. Because they were a ideological, like, regime for, like, a religion in a 21st century. It was time to be out with the old anyway. But I am a little bit more reserved now in my war thoughts after watching that Detainee. We saw a 500-day detainee of an Iranian journalist, and he said that after everything he's been through and everything, he's worried that what we've done, that we've started something that's like has too high of a cost. And that's what the Iranian state media is saying and everything. But at the same time, I believe in America. So I'm kind of like, is this bullshit or isn't it bullshit? I don't know if it's bullshit or not bullshit. If you just joined in the chat, make sure you're hitting that like button. You spawn more people into the chat. We have our last poll of the evening, which is going to end at the end of our broadcast once we get through all the rest of the news here. We got a few more things to deal with the war. And then we get to our RFK Nancy Mace Variety Hour, which is basically anything to do with health and sexual harassment in Congress.
And the wider region. The situation changed. Iran has now fired drones and missiles at 10 countries that did not attack them. These are allies of the UK, where we have hundreds of thousands of British people, as well as British military personnel. Our number one priority is protecting our people. And that's why, long before the US and Israeli action last weekend, we had already deployed additional military capabilities to the region to defend our interests. And I want to pay tribute to our brilliant armed forces. Throughout January and February, we were moving defensive assets to Cyprus and Qatar. Fighter jets, air defense missiles, advanced radar, and systems to take down drones, to ensure we were in a heightened state of readiness in advance of any conflict beginning. When the strikes began on Saturday, we immediately put those jets into the sky on a mission to protect our people and our allies in the region.
Of this crown.
And that is what they have done, flying over Cyprus and the wider region.
They did just piss everybody off. That's what happened. Is like, it was the dumbest move ever. It was like you had Israel and America, and Trump would have gotten in trouble because like nobody wanted us to be doing something with Israel. The whole like Nick Fuentes, Sneeko, like the whole element against them, all that stuff. Like we would have believed that if it wasn't for the fact that when we went and did this, immediately they shot missiles at all kinds of different countries, including like UK bases and France bases and so everyone just immediately swarmed them. We did not go, oh, okay, well, if you're going to hit us, then we're going to hit all of your allies. You don't see the initial attack, which was Israel and America. You don't see our countries now attacking other allies of theirs. No, because that's a dumb move. You're setting off a crazy response. It was, I don't know, it's so desperate. It doesn't make any sense. I feel like they were nothing to begin with. I think they were falling.
Was heading towards a base housing British military personnel. Our jets were in the sky again last night.
France waved the white flag
over
also.
Jordan, Qatar,
Schumer is an
and
embarrassment
other
to the Great
partners,
Britain.
refueling in the air to prolong their mission. And we're
Bro, but he did the right thing with this. He did the right thing with this. Like, he initially stayed out of it. He wasn't involved. Trump did the wrong thing with this. Trump went with Israel for no damn reason. There wasn't a reason. The reason he has is nuclear weapons, blah, blah, blah. I agree that there is no reason. But then once we dropped the bomb on them, Iran was like, okay, and now we bomb Oman, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, French bases, UK bases, Libya. Like, they just went hog wild on everyone. And then it's like, okay, well, now it's our turn. We're playing Risk, right? So it's our turn. And the people that were the perpetrators initially from Iran were America and Israel. So we get to choose again. And so are we going to now go, okay, we're going to also attack Russia and China and whatever? No. They're establishing peace. They're saying peace, 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 peace. As Iran is shooting the missiles off still. That's crazy. And now their propaganda tonight, did you see their propaganda saying we will stand as a regime? It's because they know that the government is now unstable. There isn't probably a regime that's ready to topple them. There probably isn't like a really, really fundamentalist thing. It's like, it's just trying to get past the oppression. And that's what these protests were and everything. So it kind of sucks because it's like, you really kind of want the prop up a little bit. But at the same time, like, yeah, leave them on their own. If they got a civil war, if they got to do all kinds of crazy shit, they got to do all kinds of shit. But you can't have what that was. You can't have a religious tyrant government in the 21st century.
Constantly resupplying our
Cause
jets
8 guys to 2
and
guys
missile
allies,
stores.
nuke weapons are generated.
And we are responding to requests from allies in the region for further help.
This is where Iran.
I can announce today that we're sending 4 additional Typhoon jets to join our squadron in Qatar, to strengthen our defensive operations in Qatar and across the region. Wildcat helicopters with anti-drone capabilities are arriving in Cyprus tomorrow.
But as for like our 6 casualties in America, our 6 casualties were all from night 1. They just were reported as 3 the first time, and then they were reported as 6 total, but it was all from night 1. All from a Kuwaiti airbase that we had in Kuwait, and we liberated Kuwait when? In a 4-day war in 1991 against Iraq. We've had that airbase there since 1991. Those ground troops were in Kuwait since 1991. They're just working at that base, just having a normal time, and then boom, Iran throws a bomb there. Nobody's expecting that. If you want to retaliate against Israel, retaliate against America. That's fair. That makes sense. Retaliating against the neighbors so that they all fucking shoot you down, bro. This shit is over pretty soon, and I'm pretty sad because there's probably a lot of death.
The Defense Secretary is on the ground in Cyprus right now, coordinating.
It pretty much is a giant glass factory
and meeting our brave servicemen.
Hypersonic missile pose a great threat.
We're deploying HMS Dragon
none of the
to the Mediterranean.
Better than having
and we have allowed the US to use British bases to conduct defensive operations to take out Iranian missiles before they're fired at our people and our allies. We will maintain this shield over British people in the region and our allies. We are working to strengthen it every day. And we're working as fast as possible to get our people out. As of today, over 140,000 individuals in the region have registered their presence, enabling us to get them the information and the support that they need. We have rapid deployment teams on the ground in Oman, and Saudi Arabia. And our consular teams are helping hundreds of the most vulnerable individuals. Despite airspace closures, we're working around the clock with airlines, travel companies and governments to open safe routes home. More than 4,000 people have now arrived back in the United Kingdom on commercial flights from the UAE, including vulnerable Brits identified by our teams. A further 7 flights are due to leave the UAE for the UK today. And I can report that our first charter flight from Oman took off a few minutes ago. We will lay on additional charter flights.
I've went over this before, but I don't think it's going to escalate at all. I think that this is kind of just like they really fucked up, and then everybody kind of had to stomp down on them. And, you know, in the 21st century, they would have almost gotten okay with it. There's a famous Marco Rubio speech where he was saying, if we don't do this now in the next 10 years, they're going to be diplomatically allowed to have nuclear weapons as a religious tyrannical state, because we'll feel too bad to actually go and invade such a modernized country. And so we were just like, okay, yeah, we had to do this fucking shit soon. So
British
we
Airways
got rid of the
is putting on daily flights
religious
from Oman,
thing
and we
of
will
it
keep
all.
working with all of our partners to increase the
Should have been like
speed
Saudi
and
Arabia.
capacity
Should have opened it
of
up.
this airlift.
Should have had a comedy festival.
I want to be very clear. This is a huge undertaking. It's one of the biggest operations of its kind, many times bigger than the evacuation
What
from
happens in next?
Afghanistan.
What about Zionist nukes?
It's not going to happen overnight, but we will.
The Zionist nukes were on our side already. If you look at this on its face, what it really is, Zionism is the belief in Israel. Well, America believes in Israel because it was funding Israel. So that's why Trump, I guess, decided he was going to do it with Israel because he said they're their greatest ally. He also said that it was because Iran wanted nukes. Iran then responds, but when Iran responds, it responded to like 15 different countries, bro. And so then all those countries declared war on Iran as well. And so then Iran just kept using all its shit, and it's gonna fucking be done now. Because now, like, that's not how these countries work. You can't, what, oh, poor us, oh, poor us. No, it's not Palestine. We're not genociding this thing to death. We're just, you're not doing this.
Will not stop until our people.
We'll see what militias occur, but militias have to occur.
Safe.
You know?
I also want to say a word about.
You got to put yourself practically in the position of like what would you do? Think of the top 50 people that run our country. So every single person in Congress. So that, yeah, think about that. Every single person in Congress and the president and the entire Supreme Court all disappeared. Now, the cops didn't disappear. The infrastructure, everything else doesn't disappear. Everybody starts to choose his sides. But that's what we're looking at right now. Is if all of a sudden, overnight, the entire government pretty much disappeared in a modernized country. We learned that earlier today. That's pretty crazy. Geospace lasers were promised to them 3,000 years ago. Yeah. China was received oil for Venezuela and Iran. Now China is cut off. Yeah. All right. Here we go. Keep going on this guy.
Iran is targeting oil and gas facilities in the Gulf and tankers in the Straits of Hormuz, trying to inflict economic pain around the world. So we will continue to work with the industries affected and our allies to respond to any impact. And this is where the long-term changes that we're delivering for the British people are paying off. We have the right plan for defence, delivering the biggest increase in defence spending since the Cold War to strengthen our armed forces and keep people safe. We have the right plan for our economy. As the Chancellor said on Tuesday, we're sticking to that plan so we can cut energy bills and help keeping families with the cost of living and helping them. We also have the right plan for our energy supplies, building up clean British energy like never before, decreasing our dependence on volatile international markets and creating the energy security and independence that we need. Faced with this new geopolitical crisis, the sad fact is that some will try to use it to divide us. That's why the government is reaching out to communities across the United Kingdom, Jewish and Muslim alike, making sure that communities and places of worship have appropriate protective security in place. But look, as a nation, we should come together in this moment. Those citizens that are stuck in the region, scared and in need of help, come from all backgrounds. The armed forces who protect them come from all backgrounds too. We are united by our common humanity and our love of this country. This conflict could continue for some time. So I want you to know that your government is resolute in our response, at home and abroad. We will do everything we can to protect British lives, uphold British values, and safeguard the national interest. Thank you. And now I'll take some questions. And I've got Chris, BBC first, please.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Chris Waiton at BBC News. Can you address directly those at home and abroad who see your response and see indecision, prevarication and a lack of preparedness? Thank you.
Yes, let me address that, because, as I said a moment ago, we started pre-deploying to the region in January and February, particularly to Cyprus and Qatar, and that was fighter jets, air defence missiles, advanced radar and anti-drone systems. Now, we did that during the course of 8 or so weeks. We did that in conjunction with the US and with our allies, and we continue to bolster the capability that we have there to keep our people safe. So there's been a lot of pre-planning gone into this, a lot of pre-deployment that's gone into this, and I'm satisfied that we can keep our people safe, and we're working very hard to make sure that wherever people have registered their presence, we can help them with the information that they need and the support they need, and get them back to the United Kingdom as quickly and as safely as possible. Thank you, Chris. Robert Peston, ITV.
Yeah, Robert Peston, ITV. Prime Minister, I was very struck by your choice of words. You said that you stand by what you called your initial decision not to join the offensive operations of Israel and America against Iran. Does that mean that decision is subject to review? You're concentrating at the moment on defensive military activity, but could it turn into offensive activity?
Well, as you will understand, we're working with our allies and with the US on this. We've been doing that for some time. The pre-deployment was done in conjunction and in discussion with our allies and with the US. And we have that capacity in the region that we pre-deploy to the region, and we're bolstering that in the way that I've set out today. The US are using the basis to do these strikes into Iran to take out the capability to launch the strikes in the first place. So that is the configuration, that is the understanding and arrangements that we've got in place. Thank you, Robert. Beth, can I come to you?
Oh, thank you. Prime Minister, this escalating war is really frightening people that are watching today. President Trump says it will go on for 4 to 5 weeks. You've just said it will be some time. Do you have any sense of how long it could go on for? Do you agree with President Trump? What's your message to the British people worried about how it's going to affect their lives? Can you give them any reassurance that you'll help them on energy prices? And just secondly, on military operations, there's much unhappiness that military personnel and their families were left unprotected on the Cyprus airbase that was struck at the weekend. What went wrong, and do you apologise to them? Thank you.
Well, Beth, let me set out my number one message, which is that our absolute priority is the safety of our citizens, and that is the focus for all the decisions that I have taken. taken, including the decisions to pre-deploy in the way that I've described, and the decisions we're taking every day in order to deal with the situation on the ground in the region, the consular work to get people safely back home, and also what we're doing within the country, obviously, in relation to the division that can arise in situations like this. In relation to Cyprus, we've obviously had an airbase there for a very long time. There are protective measures in place, have always been in place. It's always been a protected airbase. It's not something new to protect the airbase. We pre-deployed further assets to Cyprus in January and February for that purpose. And we're bolstering that. So I want to be really clear to everybody in Cyprus that we're taking every measure that is needed to protect them, to protect the airbase.
But also just wanted to point out a great comment that I pinned here from Wither is, you know it's possible to hate Israel and also hate regime in Iran more. Okay? Just wanna have that one out there as a thought, people.
Along with the other places in the region. Thank you very much, Beth.
I think it will go on.
Oh, I'm sorry. In relation to how long it will go on, I do know people are worried. They are going to be worried about any escalation. I think they can see what's unfolding on their television screens. That will cause them anxiety, understandably. They will be worried about the impact
We'll just
on
see
their
how
own
deep it
lives,
gets, though, right?
that this could have.
We're
And
ready for
those
it.
with
We're all
family and friends
we're all
in the
angsty.
region
We all kind of want to fucking
will be
watch
extremely
the
worried
world fall
about their
apart,
family and
don't we?
friends in the region. I absolutely understand that. We are doing everything we can to de-escalate this. I can't give you a time base for this. I don't think anybody can. My strong view is that we need to de-escalate, and ultimately this
for
will
real,
have
bro.
to be a matter of negotiation when it comes to some of
CIA
the...
provided a false flag in Iran when movie theater was ignited when people inside under Shah rule because he took hold of Iran oil from Brits. Probably. I mean, there's all kinds of
like
ways
nuclear
that
capability. Thank you, Beth. Paul McNamara, Channel 4. Paul.
Afternoon, Prime Minister. There are reports that you walked into a meeting, the National Security Council on Friday, with one opinion and had your mind changed by Ed Miliband and others in your cabinet. So is it true that you wanted on Friday to give Americans a precautionary permission in the event of Iranian reprisals to use British bases for defensive action, but had your mind changed by Ed Miliband and other members of your cabinet?
Let me be...
Just so you guys know, we might push a little bit further past to 2 a.m. So right now we were about to close down about 25 minutes from now, but we will cover this, and then we'll get into the RFK Nancy Mace Variety Hour, our final hour of the show. We can check back in on our poll. Remember, $3 a month gets you a subscription with a little logo that changes every month that you stay with us in the chat, and also an exclusive YouTube short for members only every single day. And I also post like 5 to 10 other YouTube shorts every single day about the news and pop culture, so make sure to subscribe and check those out. We just did an Asmongold versus Sneeko in the Middle East, and part 2 of that, with the verdict of Asmongold destroying Sneeko, is in that members only reel or short, YouTube short today. We just hit over 30,000 views total, guys, today. Thank you so much. And here we are on our poll results so far. Who do you think will be the next president of the United States? J.D. Vance, 41%. Gavin Newsom, 31%. Marco Rubio, 20%. And AOC, 8%. That is very interesting how much Marco Rubio's got over an AOC. The AOC's only got an 8% shot. That, like, a lot more people are willing to back a Gavin Newsom than an AOC. A lot more people are willing to jab out for a Marco Rubio than an AOC or a J.D. Vance. I don't know. Do you guys tell me, which are the floods? Like, which ones would you pick? Which ones wouldn't you pick? Like, what would you do? Here we go. We're going to keep on rolling back with Miss Sturmer, and his press
really
conference.
Clear
only like 5
about
minutes left.
this.
Five more.
No request from the US came in the specific terms that we acceded.
The UK isn't far from a dictatorship at this point. It's wild.
Saturday after.
Yeah,
well, just
pretty much.
And
all
therefore,
that shit, man.
on Friday there was no concrete decision to be made. The decision had to be made when we had the request. That came in on Saturday during the course of the afternoon. We're already taking measures in relation to our own capability. That came in on Saturday afternoon, late in the afternoon. We then, as you would have expected, went through the details with the US over the next day and ultimately reached a decision on Sunday, which I announced then on Sunday evening about 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. But actually on Friday, we didn't have a request from the United States and therefore no decision fell to be made. The decision fell to be made when we had the request. That was Saturday afternoon. We then worked it through. Decision on Sunday, which was a decision of all ministers, unanimous, that we should take the action that I then announced. Thank you very much indeed. Catherine from GB News.
Thank you, Catherine Forster, GB News. Prime Minister, Cyprus, Bahrain, United Arab Emirates and others are being critical of the speed of our response. Have we let our allies and our own people down in the Middle East? We've still got a warship sitting in Portsmouth. And also, you said yesterday how in Munich you said we need to go further and faster on defence spending, but getting to 3%, let alone 3.5%, seems to have been kicked way into the long grass. When is your rhetoric actually going to be matched by the reality of when you're putting money into defence?
Yeah, thank you, Catherine. I know you'll have heard me say a moment ago, we started pre-deploying in January and February our assets to the region to make sure that we had the capability that we needed there. That wasn't an isolated set of decisions. It was done in conjunction with the US, in conjunction with our allies, and we're bolstering that again. And therefore, I can say we're doing everything and have done everything we can at speed to make...
That's legislative bureaucracy, and that happens in every country with that woke kind of shit, and it's very dangerous. So I'm glad to see that there's so much viral sensation of the stuff that's happening in the UK, especially like the kid like getting arrested for saying yeet in public and stuff. It's like it's getting very, very scary out there with that. And so hopefully pretty soon that will make its way back through the legislative process through votes and constituents and the other dynamic that will push it back, because I don't think that that's anything anybody really likes. It's just it's a result of like over polishing your fucking nothing candidate. I don't know, like do you really think that anybody is like for that they really want to arrest a kid for like saying the word yeet in a chant from across the street on like, or you know, just like walking around saying something like I get the political ones maybe, but I don't know.
Which was my number one concern, and that's why it's very important that I set out the pre-deployment measures that we took. Can I also say on defence spend, we've obviously already increased our defence spend with the highest spending now on defence since the Cold War, and I've set out when I was at NATO summit last year and at Munich this year, that we need to go further and faster, and that's what we'll do. Thank you very much, Catherine. I've got Stephen from The Times. Stephen.
Prime Minister, Donald Trump has suggested that you've ruined the special relationship, that you are no Churchill. On the special relationship, is he right on that? Have you ruined the special relationship?
Look, the special relationship is in operation right now. We're working with the Americans in the deployment from our bases. We are working together in the region, the US and the British working together to protect both the US and the British in joint bases where we're jointly located, and we're sharing intelligence on a 24/7 basis in the usual way. That is the special relationship. That is a special relationship in operation. And clearly it's for the President to take decisions that he considers in the national interest, the right decisions for the US. I understand that, I respect that. But equally, it's for me, as the British Prime Minister, to take decisions that I consider to be in the best interest of the United Kingdom. There's nothing controversial about that. The special relationship is operating right here at an important point. Thank you very much, Stephen. Pippa from Guardian.
Yes, Prime Minister. Obviously, you said a lot of people are very concerned about this conflict escalating. Has Donald Trump given you any insight into what his plan is for what comes next after the initial bombing phase? And are you convinced he has a plan? And if I can just push on the defence spending point, because increasing in defence spending to 3% of GDP by 2030 would take up all real terms growth, unless, of course, you're raising money elsewhere to pay for it. Are you going to raise money to pay for it, or are you going to make cuts elsewhere?
Firstly, on the risk of escalation, clearly that is a concern for everybody. It will be a concern for everybody who is watching and across the country, and that's why
it's going to be a concern for
been
all of
absolutely
us,
clear that we
right?
need to de-escalate. In relation to discussions with the Americans, obviously they're happening at all levels. I've had discussions with President Trump, but all of my team are having discussions all the time with the Americans about the operation.
War, so, like,
in relation,
the war's gonna
in relation to defence spending, we've set out our plans for the increase that we've already put in place. I've made commitments at the NATO summit last year and at the Munich conference, and I was clear then that we will need to go further and faster. Thank you very much, Pippa, and Sophie from the Mirror.
The Epstein blackmail.
So the current situation in the Middle East could potentially lead to the displacement of millions of people in the region. Are you expecting this to play out in more asylum claims, including small boat arrivals from the region? And are you concerned that cuts to the international aid budget could impact the UK's ability to handle situations exactly like this? And if I can also just ask, have you spoken to Donald Trump since his criticism of you?
In relation to the situation that's developed, obviously, we don't yet know how long this will last. We don't know what the full impact will be, and therefore we'll have to address those considerations as we get to them. And we will, because we are planning both the immediate day-to-day response, but also looking at the further scenarios into the future. In relation to Donald Trump, I spoke to him on Saturday evening. This last weekend. Thank you all very much indeed. Thank you.
That's the last time you spoke to the president, so you're not involved in this. You're just doing some dumb shit. Doing some dumb shit. What was I doing? I'm just doing some dumb shit. Just real quick, gonna do some dumb shit. Just sorry, guys. Just needed to do some dumb shit. We don't need to look at any more of the okay. Senate highlights. No, those are all DHS funding bullshits. Ongoing. Boom, 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 boom. Nope, I think it's it. We're here. We are here. It's time for the RFK Nancy Mace Variety Hour. I have to move the thing around. Here we go. So we got to see if Nancy Mace said anything today. I'm pretty sure she didn't, actually, now that I'm looking at all this. But there was some kind of sexual harassment thing with that guy. I thought that somebody spoke on that. Or is that tomorrow? Are they speaking tomorrow on that? Is that what that is? Budget testify admins. No. So I think that's. I want to make sure that there was nothing to do with the sexual assault allegations claim. The essay from the Republican ladies. No, it looks like it was just Senate was in session. Looks like the House just did standard session. Did they do stuff in here and did they just not highlight it? Hold on. Let's see. Just want to make sure. Let's see. I just want to make sure they didn't close it out. Night, y'all. Michael, peace. Has France surrendered yet? I don't know. Sweet hat. Let's go Bucks. Woo woo. Yeah. If you're still here, we are looking at our poll here, looking at closing our poll in about 14 minutes probably. Well, we got some more coverage. We want to cover the end of that Gavin Newsom at least. I think the House is going to be the House. Yeah, the House is just. Was there anything? No, there was no highlight from the House, and that wasn't her anyway. She would have been the Senate. It was just the DHS funding shit. So they didn't do anything to do with Nancy Mason and her bill again. So they tabled it and then they didn't do anything with it. That's interesting. Anyway, on to our final moment. RFK and Linda McMahon over here doing some health stuff. And then we might look at a little bit of Gavin Newsom. And then we will close our poll. And that will be all she wrote. Tonight, for the rewind, on March 6th tomorrow, which this feed will go all the way through the day because this is incredible. Rand Paul did a 11-hour filibuster, or no, a 13-hour filibuster in 2013 to try to stop the FBI director from being sworn in. And so we will be doing a live rebroadcast of that comes on the air on my channel, this channel. Hit subscribe right now. And that'll come on the air right after this. And that'll go all day, all night until I come back on at 7 p.m. again tomorrow night with everything that's happening. Here we go.
Today we mark an historic announcement delivering the solution to a problem the American Medical Association first identified 60 years ago when my uncle was president. Together with the Department of Education Secretary Linda McMahon, I'm pleased to announce a transformative breakthrough in medical education that will reshape as the way that we train doctors in our country and deliver on President Trump's promise to end the chronic disease epidemic in America. 53 medical schools across 31 states are driving the national movement to champion nutrition education and reshape
looks like a
the future of medical training.
He's a terrible person.
Beginning this fall, these schools will require every medical student to complete 40 hours of comprehensive nutrition education or competency equivalent before graduating. More than 30,000 physicians each year will now graduate equipped with nutrition education to help prevent, treat, and reverse chronic disease. This is how we implement the MAHA agenda. This is how we make America healthy again. I want to give a special thanks to Florida Congressman Vern Buchanan for being a champion for nutrition. He told me this morning that he spent 40 years advocating for this. I'm very, very grateful for all of your work and your leadership. And he authored a letter to the accreditors last fall supporting our nutrition efforts. I also want to thank Indiana Senator Jim Banks, Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson, North Dakota Senator Kevin Kramer, and South Carolina Congressman Sherry Biggs, and Florida Congressman Aaron Bean. And I also want to thank three people in the audience. Marty McCary, our extraordinary FDA commissioner, Dr. Oz. Dr. Oz ran for president successfully of his medical school on this issue, on getting more nutrition education in the school. And Jay Bhattacharya is doing an amazing job, both as NIH administrator.
Yeah, I was going to vote for RFK, and that's how they ended up getting a vote for Trump on this last one. But what's interesting is that I think that if you see this press conference and how they ended up on our ticket, it's like this, as well as Linda McMahon speaking, it's like the second to worst and then the worst of the cabinets of like, what do you even care about or whatever? And that's what's sad. But he is able to do something with it because it is third party, it's independent, and he's like throwing him a wrench. But Trump's MO could have been like, well, if RFK and the third party fuck up the healthcare, then we just fucking tank the healthcare as well. As for Linda McMahon, they're definitely just trying to tank the education. I mean, I don't even know what she's going to say because that's been their MO the whole time, is to like pretty much just disband it.
And recently, as a CDC's acting administrator, he really wanted to burnish his curriculum vitae. I want to acknowledge the support and partnership of this initiative from President of the American Medical Association.
I'm a moron? Why am I a moron?
Abhi Mukawa, Abhi. and the President and CEO of the Association of the American Medical Colleges, Dr. David Skorton, and the President of the American Association of Colleges and Osteopathic Medicine, Dr. Robert Kane. And special thanks to the University of Nebraska President Jeffrey Gold, who played a key role in guiding our efforts in assuring that this was a school-led, consensus-based project. Florida State University President Richard McCulloch and Dean Alma Littles, who along with Dr. Gold were the first to encourage and embrace this tremendous initiative. Thanks to the deans and senior officials representing 53 medical schools, as well as leaders in medical accreditation who have been working on this exciting announcement that we're going to unveil later in the day. And special thanks to Dr. Travis Smith and Sam Waters for their relentless work to make this a reality. Thank you all for being with us today. We know why we are here. Chronic disease is overwhelming our country, and it is accelerating. We spent when my uncle was president, we spent zero on chronic disease in this country. Today, we spend $4.5 trillion a year on healthcare, and 90% of it goes to managing chronic disease. Poor nutrition is often at its core. 6 in 10 American adults live with at least one chronic disease. 4 in 10 live with 2 or more. 38% of our teens are pre-diabetic or diabetic. Nearly 40% are overweight or obese. Almost 1 in 5 adults has non-alcoholic fatty liver cancer. When I was growing up, doctors rarely saw any of these conditions in children.
Has a deep test.
Now they are commonplace.
Brown folks.
The AMA, the AAMC, and ACOM.
All right, fine. I see what you guys. You didn't have to convince me. We'll go back to Mr. Newsom. We'll go back to Mr. Gavin Newsom, since you guys love him so much. Since what you want to watch anyway. Since we only have a few minutes left. They're the almost 100 dynasty exactly. Since there really wasn't anything important left to be said, more people bickering. Here we go. Let's dive deep, because we're only going to grab like 5-6 minutes of this. So we're just going to jump right in on it. Let's see.
And so back to the mask and how you overcompensate for that.
The mask.
And so this whole book,
right there,
it's kind of like the social media last year. It's like, and it's back to my opening comments on a sell-by date. And that's a memento mori. It's life, too. I don't want to dream of regretting the coulda, shoulda, woulda. And one of the great things about being able to write your own story,
who's going to be the president?
which we all
6
should do,
minutes left on that poll, guys.
allows you to just let go. Deep breath.
And remember, you can the $3 a month. You can be a member, get that little cool logo next to your name,
and it's okay.
Really help out the channel.
All the
really
mistakes, that process of becoming,
started.
Discovery, your
Building
strengths, your weaknesses.
Give me your recommendations.
Just let it go.
Too, guys.
And other people can judge you.
Impartial and give you guys
and again, that's the third
fun.
thing. I can't control that. And so it's been a really extraordinary journey, and it's really helped me shape shift what I'm trying to do in this role as governor of California, and the role that I think we all have as citizens to really meet this moment of Trump and Trumpism head on.
If he becomes president, I'll jump in the ocean. All right.
You talk about
whoever wins our poll, whoever wins our poll is going to. And Newsom was in a close second the last time we checked in. We have 5 minutes left until we reveal that poll. So if you're jumping into the chat right now, remember, if you want people like you, double tap that screen on the phone. Make sure that you get that like in, because the like spawns more people of more political persuasions in. Hopefully they last more than a few seconds. It'll spawn up that poll for them. They'll get it in, because we got 4 minutes until we reveal who wins that poll. And with Wither over here, he's going to jump in the ocean if Newsom becomes president. And Newsom was very, very close second. to J.D. Vance the last time that we checked in. So get your votes in now. Hit that like button now. Here we go. You seem to be quite the asshole. Did you serve our country? No, I did not serve our country. Am I quite the asshole? Yes, I'm an asshole. I don't think supporting you is worthwhile. Okay, well, just be a little sassy bitch then. That's fine. And live on a log. Wow, okay. Well, yeah, okay. I'm a little sassy bitch. I'm a little sassy bitch. All right, well, back to Gavin Newsom. Let's listen to this little sassy bitch now.
And I'm going to have to do a little moment of rehashing some of the early Gavin years journalism here. This may be, Jesse Waters may bring this up later tonight, so I may get you in trouble with this, because there's one part of the book. Or are you just a because you talked dictator about overcoming.
That's not how you spell dictator. And I win.
Dyslexia, working through that, kind of what helped you find yourself.
Oh, you're right. You
talked about how baseball saved you, basketball certainly being part of that. And I came to, I think it was page 74.
Well, I served.
And so once you get the book, go to page 74. I don't know if, don't.
Went through this in my reel. If you look at my latest reel that is public right now, or not reel, YouTube short. If you look at my latest YouTube short that is public right now on this profile, and you subscribe or you can watch it, because we do a bunch of news reels. We respect everybody, both sides. But all I'm saying is that when saying, well, I served, there is pushback to that, because like Asmongold said, just because you served doesn't mean that you couldn't be a baby murderer or something worse. And if you want to see Asmongold destroy Sneeko, members only YouTube short today, and we drop a members only YouTube short every single day, $3 a month to become part of our fucking awesome club. And like when we get like, I think like 20 members, I think we're at like 11 right now. When we get to like 20, I'm probably going to get like something that I can like send out to them, like a t-shirt or a hat or something. So get in the club now while you can. What is your last? Those who don't serve are little bitches. All right, okay, cool. Well, go check out my last YouTube short, and I'm going to continue to enjoy sitting on this couch. Respect.
Call me out anytime. We'll find it out. He was talking about your basketball career, and I am a guy who played a little basketball, and I just have to bring up the fact that there's one thing in this book that I really don't trust. You said your senior year, you averaged 19 points and 14 rebounds.
Talking about 14 rebounds.
And I don't know how you're governor and then not in the league.
I'm telling you.
Those who don't serve are little.
Come on.
You got some size, you got a frame, a little Moses Malone, some Charles Barkley. What's going on, man?
What's this, huh?
Marin County Athletic League. So let's put it in perspective for anyone that knows. A little soft.
Look at his legs the way he is.
Plumbers, is that what it was?
No, he just, I think... what's that old French poem?
Are you guys ready for your next president?
Eminent because of the flatness of the surrounding terrain. That may be best to describe my basketball career, but
well, then on that, I played.
Oh, we got one more like. We're gonna sponsor people in for that.
I kind of want to see this rebounding technique.
Make sure you guys hit that like button.
I need to see.
That's just you got to use whatever. Are you serious? Is this like what? Are you like working some viral? That's like Jimmy Kimmel the other night. I got this Peace Prize. What do you got?
So
that's just like that. You got to use it. You got to know. You got to get the. Come on, man.
I play basketball just like you. He said so.
Well, you knock the hell out of your opponents. What you do. Sharp elbows. We need more of that in the Democratic Party. Yeah. But no, it was sports.
This guy was a cyborg built in a lab to become president. How can you blame him?
But that's what ultimately got me out of my shell. And
How can you blame him?
Just got a little better every single year and worked my way from right field.
It pulled him out.
Those little league right field. And eventually made it to first base. Huge metamorphosis. But it ultimately led me to get a miniature partial scholarship that got me into a 4-year.
A miniature partial scholarship that got me into a 4-year school. What the fuck is a miniature partial scholarship?
College. Again, SAT score was not my ticket into a 4-year college. My academic career, you don't have to do op research on me, folks. I put it all out there.
Is it 1520? Right, is what you landed with?
I think it's 960, trust me. And which my sister always reminds me. And so it literally, you're able to do, that's why, I know some people dismiss sports and that's not, but I love it because the one last thing that unifies us, except Trump, is just try to take it all over. You saw today, by the way, he's building a 100,000 seat.
Are you ready?
State.
No, we don't. Oh, you see, he's building 100,000. Shut up! It's over, people. We're here. Oh man, less than 40%. It is JD Vance right now, guys. We are going to pull a countdown on this to see if that stays that way. If you don't want JD Vance to win this thing, you must hit that like button right now and deliver people just like you to potentially get the poll before we let this go. We are very close here to the end of the broadcast for the night. Who is going to be the next president of the United States? I'm counting it down in 10. We have 363 votes. I don't know if we will receive any more. Counting it down in 10. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there's the poll, guys. Barely. And I think that tomorrow we're going to have the late night poll be a poll with a runoff here between Gavin Newsom and JD Vance and that late night poll. What do you guys think? I think that that's what we're going to have to do in the late night poll tomorrow night with JD Vance. Tomorrow as well, we will, let's see what we will be covering. Why don't we check out really quickly, just so you guys can see the poll results and stuff if you want to stay live with me for a minute. Let's check back in on Iranian propaganda. The Iranian propaganda right now. Crack pipe countdown, nice.
Look at it. She said three things about Iran's nuclear program. The first thing was that Iran
JD Vance barely wins it.
The second thing was that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon program. And the third thing
you pegged for 3 pints of Fireball.
Iranian leaders have not decided to have a nuclear weapon program.
We're just chilling here.
She's presenting the consensus of the U.S. intelligence community. And when they asked Trump before the June, this is before the June attacks, when they asked Trump why he wouldn't take his own intelligence.
It's just the same old bullshit, people. That's about the end of it today. Let's do a real quick recap for those of you that want to with me. We can close the window, pull me up. So I'm going to go offline in about 5-6 minutes here, and then I will be back online with our live rebroadcast, which was 13 years ago today, which is will go all the way into tomorrow. It'll go all the way into tomorrow. But 13 years ago today, Rand Paul stood 13 hours and did a filibuster to try to stop the head of the CIA in 2013. So look out for that rebroadcast that will be going on all the way until I am live tomorrow night. I'm live every night at 7 p.m. Central Time, and we're live until 2 a.m. in the morning. And we keep it going if something interesting is happening. But right now, this was the end of the night. So to recap what's going to happen tomorrow, to see if we got what we got on deck for tomorrow. I just want to make sure we got all those. We will probably have a lot more war updates. That's definitely for sure. And let's see if we have any kind of hearings or special broadcastings. Fridays. It looks all kind of generic. Jesse Jackson Memorial. Our homecoming celebration, but we're not going to watch that probably. Prime Minister gets questions. Gavin Newsom on his political life and career Q&A. I think that's it. So we'll see. But again, on Saturday, we're going to do a really cool like UFC watch along. Like, so if you have Paramount Plus, you can watch the UFC with us, and we'll do the numbered event, and I'll be calling my brother between each fight. We'll be doing a poll between each fight to see who you think is going to win, and seeing who wins at the end of the night for that. And we'll also be watching political content and doing commentary on the side while that's happening, because we can't actually watch the fight. We can comment on the fights as we're doing that. And during that event, at that numbered event on Paramount, Dana White is going to announce the card for UFC White House, which I am very excited and might potentially, hopefully, be in the lawn of this summer, which that would be great. And I could do a live stream from the lawn for you guys. We can all just like hang out there together. But yeah, this has been an awesome one. If he becomes president, I will jump out of. Oh yeah, that's what I pinned there. I will unpin that, or can I unpin that? 2013. That was 13 years ago. No current events. We don't focus on the current event on the restream because I focus on everything that's happened today from 7 p.m. all the way through to 2 a.m. We've covered pretty much everything that happened today. I think the only things that we didn't cover in full were there was a House hearing on the Vietnam, or on veterans' brains, and there was like a 2-hour long intensive on the building of the new ballroom at the White House. So we kind of skimmed around those events, but we didn't cover them in full. But that's about all there was to that. And yeah, check that out though. 13 years ago today, Rand Paul, which will run for 13 hours. He was standing on the floor doing that for 13 hours. And I will be back with you guys all again tomorrow at 7 p.m. for more news. I guess probably just on the war. It looks like Friday, and it looks like it's probably going to be like a boring, static Friday unless something crazy happens. Got a former ambassador to China speaks on U.S.-China relations, so we will have another sit-down interview of that. But that's about it. All right. Maybe something from Nancy Mace. Maybe we'll go back into sexual assault chaos. That would be awesome. Maybe we'll take these guys down. All right. Talk to you guys later. Peace!